필요한 건 이젠 너희가 룰을 만들 차례.
Hey folks, I'm Andre, also known as Medler.
And I'm Jeremy, aka Right Brightman. Welcome back. We hope you all had a wonderful and happy holiday season, and we're really excited to welcome you to season 2024.
Now, we're filming this video in early November, so anything that happens between now and the start of the season won't be covered in this video. Today, we're going to be joined by more folks from across the league team to talk about some of the things coming in 2024, like ranked updates, new champions, some information about Arcane Season 2, and some updates on esports.
Now, before we get started, don't forget that when you jump into a game in 5 days, Summoner's Rift is going to look and feel a little bit different. Get ready for some new objectives, map changes, and updates to the core item system. And as a reminder, Season Start Cinematic is going to be releasing next week on January 10th.
Hey everyone, I'm Matthew Long Harrison, the lead gameplay designer for League. I wanted to take a moment to talk to you all about some of our thoughts on Ranked, some of our learnings from the changes we made last year, and what we want to do this year to help make your climbs better for Season 2024. Last year, we added Emerald tier and increased LP gains to help alleviate any pain from increasing the number of rank resets each year. And while we've seen an overall increase in match quality, there were some side effects that moved us away from where we want to take Ranked. We've seen much larger differences in visible ranks in games, meaning many of you saw players with different ranks in your matches, like a plat player in a silver game. So we're making some focused improvements on how the rank system evaluates player skill to reduce these situations. These changes will be going live when you start your rank climb next week. The changes should help resolve some other pain points, such as losing more LP than you gain, even with a positive ranked win rate overall, and also help with differentiating between Smurf accounts and new players. As always, we'll be closely monitoring these changes, as well as your feedback to make adjustments as needed. Best of luck in your climbs, and welcome to Season 2024.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi Gao, aka Riot Lexical, the Champions team lead. And I'm Soap May, also known as Soapbox, production lead on the Champions team.
We've been working on Skarner's update for a while now, and we've been polishing him up to be ready for his big day. Meanwhile, he's getting ready for some fun too. Last time we talked about Skarner, we showed his gameplay, but we never really talked about his lore.
Skarner was a founding member of the Yuntal, where he helped guide and shape Ixtal into the prospering region it is now. He is, however, very suspicious of the outside world and believes that Ixtal should be isolated to be safe, and he will not hesitate to run down intruders to keep it that way. We are currently finishing up Skarner's VGU, and we can't wait for you to skitter across the rift in the first half of the year.
After Skarner, we're working on 2 other champion updates. The first one is for a champion we haven't talked about before, but plays a pretty big role in a show that maybe you heard about, Arcane. We want to bring their Arcane version to the Rift with updated visuals and VO, while also giving some love to their gameplay. You can expect to see them early next year after the second season is over. As for what comes after the Arcane-inspired VGU, we're excited to announce that we'll finally be tackling Shyvana.
She has a great theme and has become an iconic part of the League roster. Thus, we're thinking about refining and progressing who she is and tuning up her gameplay instead of a complete overhaul on her narrative and themes. Think more Udyr and less Skarner. But we want to be transparent about her timeline. Shyvana's VGU will not be released until 2025, after the Arcane VGU.
Okay, now on to the new champions. We've been teasing a cute, small ADC that will be swooping into the Rift soon. Meet Smolder, the fiery fledgling. Look at our cute little son.
Oh no! It's a dragon! Run away! Fire! At least I didn't end up in a tree again. Hi, I'm Smolder. Oh, my mom says hi too. Who's the best dragon? I'm the best dragon. Hey Mom, what are the fire thingies next to my ears called? Oh, okay. Was that me? Whoa! Look what I can do! Foolish mortal! Hey, where'd everybody go? Oh yeah! Did you see that, Mom? I smoked them! Fine.
One of the goals we had for Smolder was to make a straightforward ADC. As all of the recent ADCs we've released are high-skilled champs or very non-traditional. Aphelios, Samira, Zeri, Neela, we want to fulfill the fantasy of a little dragon who can focus on honing his fire-breathing skills.
And while Smolder may be working on his skills, his mom is never too far in the distance and is always ready to make an appearance when he needs her the most.
After Smolder, we'll be heading further north to cool off from all that dragon fire. Our Vestayan solo laner is someone we've been wanting to bring to the Rift for a while, but the last time we tried that development took a bit of a detour and we ended up with Sylas.
But not to worry, the Champions team is back on the case and is focusing on making a new mid-range mage. We have another champion in the works who should be a familiar face to all of you. But we're gonna hand things over to Riot Brightmoon and Meddler to talk a little bit more about our new upcoming champion.
Last year, we shared that Arcane Season 2 would be releasing globally this November. Everyone at Riot is really excited by the show, and we've been inspired to bring Arcane into game more. We're excited to show you a small preview of one of the things the League team's been working on. So the first bit of Arcane you'll be seeing in League will be Ambessa Madara. She'll bring Noxian domination to the Rift. And much like how she is in the show, she won't be for the faint of heart in game. Don't let her large stature fool you though. She brings both strength and speed, sidestepping attacks with surprising agility.
And Ambessa's only the first piece of Arcane coming to League this year. To celebrate Arcane Season 2, we'll have Arcane-inspired gameplay and a new VGU, new skins, as well as a few other surprises. I am so excited for the new season. I hope you are too. Can we show them a clip? Maybe just one?
Okay, one, but just a short one.
Hey everyone, I'm Evan Humphreys, aka Riot Revenancer, the lead system designer for our motivations team. We're responsible for creating and maintaining the various systems around the game like loot, honor, and champion mastery, which is what I'm here to talk to you all about today. Champions are the most central part of League, and we love the dedication that a lot of you have to your mains. We want mastering champions to be a meaningful experience that lets you differentiate more between players who play champions some and players who play them a ton. So, we're uncapping the leveling system and letting you show off exactly how much you play your favorite champions. Levels 7 through 10 will unlock new versions of the Mastery emote, and after that, we'll add an evolving number that displays your total Mastery level from 11 and beyond. And don't worry, your current champion Mastery points will carry over to the new system. So if you've already grinded to Mastery 7 on your main, there's no need to do it again, and those of you with enough Mastery points will end up at even higher levels. We'll be back again as we get closer to launch in the first half of the year with more info on this updated system.
Hey everyone, I'm Eduardo Cadmus Cortejoso, and I'm a team lead for game modes on League of Legends.
Hi, I'm Selena Chuchu Liu, the delivery lead on the modes team.
So last year, we released Arena and we received a huge amount of support from all of you. We brought it back in December to test out some changes and make some improvements. We're happy to share, though, that it's coming back again in the first half of this year with even more improvements. Our goal for the next iteration of Arena is to increase champion diversity, improve game-to-game variance, and foster even more experimentation. One of our favorite parts of Arena is the ability to play some fun and wacky combinations that wouldn't and maybe shouldn't work in Summoner's Rift. So we want to encourage that with some more targeted changes to gameplay and game balance. The biggest change you'll see is that we're increasing the number of teams from 4 teams of 2 to 8 teams of 2, for a total of 16 players in each game of Arena, making Arena a 2v2, v2, 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 v2. This means that you'll face different teams more often, have more chances at redemption, and maybe get out early or crush the competition if you're really doing well.
You can also expect to see some new augments, new maps, and some other improvements that we're still right now exploring. Outside of Arena, we are also bringing back more game modes this year. Earth will be back for Lunar New Year, and then we'll be following that up with One for All. We'll be sure to update you later in the year about what modes are going to come out after that. Oh, and one last thing. Even with all the work happening on Arena last year, we still have something else cooking behind the scenes.
We're experimenting with yet another new mode that, like Arena, will be a totally different take on core League gameplay. But unlike Arena, this will be a little bit more of a chill way to spend time with your friends. We don't want to spoil too much yet, so we'll be back later this year to share more.
Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in ARAM, Arena, Earth, OFA, and TBD.
Last year, we spent some time behind the scenes working on updating League's anti-cheat and bot detection software, as our current version had fallen behind the times. This was compounded by the security breach earlier in the year, which increased our vulnerability to botting and cheating. And a pretty consistent piece of feedback that we've been hearing from you all is the high number of bots in games, disrupted smurfs in ranked, and an increase in scripting. We know this has been a consistent pain point in League, so it's been something we've been working on fixing.
One of our goals this year is to maintain and improve the competitive integrity in all of your League games, whether it's in ranked or normals, Clash, Arena, whatever. So in late February or early March, we're bringing Vanguard to League. Vanguard is our proprietary anti-cheat and anti-botting software that's been active in Valorant since the beginning. We've seen a huge amount of success in their ability to catch and stop cheaters in their games, and we expect to see similar results when we implement it in League.
Similar to Valorant's version of Vanguard, Leagues will run at the kernel level. This is becoming standard for strong anti-cheat software in gaming, as cheat and bot makers are quick to adapt. If you don't run at this level, they will, and thereby evade all of the anti-cheat software as a result. Now, Vanguard offers us the ability to catch bots and cheaters as quickly and effectively as possible. It also gives us the opportunity to do things like hardware ban offenders and terminate matches in which a cheater is detected, refunding loss of LP for everybody except the person cheating, of course.
Now, we know that there's a question and concern of data privacy around kernel-level anti-cheat. This is something that came up with Vanguard and Valorant as well, and we want to take a moment to tackle those concerns up front here. Vanguard does not collect or process any personal information differently from our current anti-cheat software. We don't need or want to know anything more about you or your machine other than what is necessary to maintain integrity when playing our games. Now, if you already have Vanguard installed because you've played Valorant, you won't need to do anything else and you can continue as normal. But if you haven't, starting in a few weeks, you'll be required to install Vanguard in order to play League.
We know that this may be a meaningful change, but we're very confident it will lead to an overall better League experience for everyone. We'll be sure to communicate with you all as the changes go live and to let you know how things are going afterwards. All right, we're going to hand things back off to the dev team now for an update on some of the skins coming to League this year.
It's like trying to craft a unique fantasy where you can't have any kind of costuming on the stretch locations and like the thighs, the knees, the elbows, so you're kind of isolated to
Hey everyone, I'm Stephanie 100-Piece Nuggets Leong, the Skins team lead.
And I'm Thomas Ranby, AKA Riot Hylia, the concept art lead for Skins. Today, we're going to talk a bit about some of the upcoming thematics for League, some of our goals for 2024, and we're going to give you all an update on our ASUs. But first, I believe we owe you an updated Prestige skin list.
Yes, we do.
Ta-da! Oh.
In the first half of the year, you can expect Prestige skins for Rakan, Ezreal, Kindred, Evelynn, and Kayle in that order. We'll be back later in the year to give you all an update on the second half of the year. We also wanted to give you all an update on our 2 ASUs. Lee Sin's base is finalized, and we've been working through his extensive skin catalog. We spent a lot of time testing out his animations to make sure we didn't impact his smooth gameplay, and have been sure to similarly focus on this with his skins. We're really excited to put him and his newly unbroken neck into your hands, and you can expect to bring him onto the Rift in early May. We did want to give you a heads up that we have run into a few challenges with Teemo. Such a troublemaker.
Mischievous.
Ugh, seriously. His ASU is taking us a bit longer than we originally intended, and we're currently figuring out our updated timelines, but we'll be back with an update later this year with a sweeper to let you know when to expect an updated Swift Scout on the Rift.
All right. Now on to the new and returning skin thematics of the year. So first up, we're going to be celebrating the Lunar New Year with a brand new thematic called Heaven's Scale, which pays homage to the rich cultural heritage of the holiday. In the world of Heaven's Scale, a curious court of deities take on human guises and descend from their palaces in the clouds to take part in the mortal celebrations below. So Heaven's Scale's design fantasy skews a bit more heavily into ancient historical divinity and garments in order to distance itself from our more modern takes on the Lunar New Year, like lunar beasts or firecracker. We wanted to take care to preserve the majestic and beautiful designs while also keeping a fun and celebratory tone in line with the spirit of the holiday. We also have another brand new thematic coming up that delves into a world where primal instinct reigns supreme, called Primal Ambush. Primal Ambush draws heavy inspirations from the refined skill of martial artists and the raw, fierce strength of tigers themselves. We wanted to show some love to our Southeast Asian players in particular with this thematic. We really drew a ton of inspiration from that region, the fashions of those cultures, where tigers naturally live and hold a great deal of cultural significance.
We'll also have the return of some established thematics like porcelain, recent favorite fairy court, as well as some well-loved thematics we haven't visited in a few years, like Project and Blood Moon, and you can expect to see all of these come out before summer this year.
We've also been taking a look at some improvements we can make outside of just what new skins we're releasing. So some of our older legendaries, for instance, were released before we started adding content such as legendary borders. So we're going to be going back to add them to skins that missed out. This includes skins such as Broloff, Corporate Mundo, and Dragon Trainer Tristana. Trist will actually be live in just a few days.
And finally, we have some skins coming out for champions who haven't had as much love in a little bit. As of filming, Rammus is currently sitting in the 1000-Day Club, and Olaf is hot on his tail.
All right, well, that's it for us for now. We're going to hand things over to the Esports team, who will give you an update on the competitive side of League that we definitely should have been drafted for.
Yep, absolutely.
Silver 2.
I am iron.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nazala Taha.
And I'm Chris Greeley.
And we are so excited to kick off the 14th season of LoL Esports. And we want to give you a look at some of our plans for 2024. So let's start by talking about our global events, MSI and Worlds.
We want our international events to have a strong regional representation so that the best teams from each region can fight it out on the global stage. This year, we're making it so that there are 3 base slots for the LPL, LCK, LEC, and LCS at Worlds. with new ways for teams and regions to earn additional slots. The LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and the VCS will have their slots remain unchanged.
And we're keeping the same double elim format from MSI 2023, but we're going to up the stakes even more this year. For the first time ever, the winning MSI team will be awarded a guaranteed spot at Worlds, which also counts as an additional slot for their region. And the next best performing region at MSI will secure an additional World seed for their region.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see the increased competition at MSI this year.
And while we're talking about MSI, we wanted to share that this year's MSI will be held from May 1st through the 19th in Chengdu, China. This is the first time we've brought a global LoL Esports event to this vibrant city, and we're so excited to see the amazing crowds there cheer on their favorite teams. And we'll be back with more updates on MSI the closer we get to the event.
Last year in Korea, we announced that Worlds would be returning to Europe, with the finals taking place in London, England at the O2 Arena. Today, we wanted to let you know where the rest of the tournament will be held.
Well, we'll be kicking off Worlds in Berlin at our newly remodeled Esports Arena for the play-ins and Swiss stages. Then we'll head to the Adidas Arena in Paris, France for quarterfinals and semifinals. Fans brought so much energy to the Paris finals in 2019, and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just one, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd. And we'll be back later this year as we get closer to the event to announce ticket sales dates.
Now, as we embark on the 2024 season, we are so proud to commemorate 14 remarkable years of LoL Esports. Throughout this decade and a half, we've witnessed pro players from around the world leave their mark, displaying incredible resilience, mastery of League of Legends gameplay, and inspiring millions of fans across the globe. To celebrate those who have made a lasting impact on the game, the sport, and the community, and really honor their legacies, we are proud to introduce the LoL Esports Hall of Legends.
There are a number of pro players worthy of being inducted into our unique version of a Hall of Fame. So we've gathered an independent voting panel of esports industry veterans and experts from every region around the world to vote and select our very first inductee.
Each year, those inducted into the Hall of Legends will have their historic careers celebrated both IRL and in-game. Now, we're currently collecting votes, and we'll be back later this year to share more.
And finally, all of our regional leagues are gearing up for the start of the 2024 competitive season. You can tune in on lolesports.com beginning January 13th to keep up with all of your favorite teams and pros.
We can't wait to watch the 2024 LoL Esports season with all of you. Good luck and have fun on your climbs. Thank you in advance for tuning in and supporting your favorite teams and leagues. Now, here's Riot Brightmoon and Medler to wrap us up.
All right, before we go, we wanted to remind you that we're celebrating a special birthday for League this year. We are turning 15. We are so close to being able to finally drive a car.
Oh, in the US at least. But we're looking forward to celebrating with you all later this year. We're not doing new game announcements this time. This year is all about League and celebrating our 15th birthday with all of you.
So look forward to the celebrations coming in October. And as a reminder, don't forget to check out the dev blogs that go into more detail on some of the topics we discussed today. We'll also be back with our regular dev updates as usual after this video. So we'll be seeing you soon.
Best of luck on your climbs, and welcome to season 2024.
이젠 너희가 룰을 만들 차례.
안녕하세요. 2024 시즌 오프닝 드래프트로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 고수진입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 본인 유전입니다.
네, 룰더 리프트 리그 오브 레전드가 1월 9일 새로운 시즌으로 여러분들을 찾아갈 예정인데요. 다양한 변경점들과 함께 새로운 협곡, 새로운 룰을 만나보실 수 있습니다.
맞습니다. 또 이 새로운 시즌을 맞이해서 정말 많은 분들이 목놓아 기다렸던 매치업을 특별한 방식으로 진행할 예정이니까요. 많은 분들 기대 부탁드리겠습니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 오늘만 기다리신 분들이 좀 있을 것 같은데요. 2024 시즌 오프닝이라는 명칭으로 누가 최고의 포지션인지를 가리는 라인별 토너먼트 대결입니다.
라인별 토너먼트. 사실
네.
저희가 또 롤 유저들끼리 얘기하다 보면 그런 게 있잖아요. 뭐 우리 한 라이너들 중에 누가 제일 롤을 잘하냐.
그렇죠.
근데 얘기하다 보면은 탑 라이너들을 모아놓으면 너무 탑 신봉자들이라 개인주의다. 이건 안 될 것 같다. 근데 정글러들은 또 너무 AI랑 싸우는 거 아니냐.
네.
이런 얘기도 사람들이 하는 경우가 있고 또 뭐 서포터들 같은 경우에는 뭐 약간 서포터들 CS는 먹을 줄 아냐. 이런 음해와 선입견들이 존재합니다. 근데 이제 그런 음해와 선입견들을 오늘 선발된 대표분들이 팀을 구성을 해서 그걸 날려버리는 그 매치업이 준비되어 있는 거죠.
맞습니다. 그래서 오늘 팀 드래프트를 위해 시즌 오프닝 5개 팀의 대표분들이 자리해 주셨습니다. 이게 저희가 그냥 모신 게 아니잖아요. 또 5분들을 모시기 위해서 저희가 각 라인별로 투표를 했습니다. 그래서 총점이 가장 높은 분들을 팀장으로 이렇게 모시게 되어서 뭐 T1분들 그리고 KT 데프트 선수 이렇게 또 모시게 되었습니다. 안녕하세요.
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 좀 새로운 분이 계세요.
안녕하세요. 서포터 대표로 나오게 된 꼬마 김정균입니다.
네, 이렇게 5분들을 좀 인사드렸는데 이 자리에 계신 소감들을 또 안 들어볼 수 없을 것 같아요.
탑 대표를 이렇게 뽑아주셔서 너무 감사드리고 저의 목표는 이제 여기서 우승하는 거기 때문에 뭔가 가장 셀 것 같은 멤버로 잘 구성해 보겠습니다.
이야, 이걸 듣고 있는 오너 선수는 뭔가 표정이 조금 불만족스러웠던 것 같아요.
뭐 원래 탑 같은 부분에 있어서는 그냥 원래 탑들은 자신감만 있고 뭔가 다 시체다 보니까
네.
별로 신경 안 쓰고 있고요.
네.
어쨌든 저도 대표로 뽑아주셔서 너무 감사드리고 그냥 저희 정글러들은 다 잘할 거라고 생각하고 있어서 뭐 누구를 뽑든 자신 있습니다.
그래서 벌써부터 탑 정글 이게 묶어놓잖아요. 둘의 신경전이 장난이 아닙니다.
또 후배들의 자신감을 보신 또 미드 대표 페이커 선수 어떤 소감 가지고 계신가요?
저는 일단 놀러 나왔고요. 이제 미드 라이너는 좀 황벽 라인이기 때문에 좀 놀면서 해도 그냥 이제 또 뭐 귀엽지 않을까.
그리고 이게 좌측에 계신 분들도 할 말이 많은 것 같아요.
일단 뽑아주셔서 감사드리고 근데 이제 T1분들 사이에 있으니까 좀 어색하긴 한데 또 이제 작년에도 뽑는 방식에 이제 그걸 했었는데 올해도 잘 뽑아서 우승해 보도록 하겠습니다.
타라인들이 저희 없으면은 뭐 시야 이런데 아예 못 먹을 것 같거든요. 근데 또 이니시 하면 또 서포터잖아요.
네.
우리 서포터 라인이 라인전만 잘 넘긴다면은 진짜 온 맵을 장악하면서 네 그냥 끝내지 않을까. 라인전만 잘 넘기면.
그러면 저희가 대행으로 오셨지만 캐리아 선수의 소감을 또 안 들어볼 수 없는 거잖아요.
네네.
혹시 갑자기 또 전화 연결 될 수 있나요?
네, 한번 해보겠습니다.
좋습니다.
자, 캐리아 선수 계시나요?
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 저희가 각 팀장분들을 모셔가지고 소감을 한 말씀씩 듣고 있거든요. 그래서 캐리아 선수도 각오 한 말씀 해주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
일단 주정으로 뽑아서 감사하고요. 솔직히 저희가 우승할 것 같진 않은데 원딜한테 질 것 같진 않습니다.
원딜한테 질 것 같지 않다. 혹시 그 이유가 있을까요?
이유요?
네.
솔직히 이유가 너무 많아서 나중에 경기로 보여드리겠습니다. 가능하면 원딜이랑 첫 판부터 붙게 해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
이야, 서로 이게 수액이 장난이 아니네요. 그럼 저희가 인터뷰를 여기서 끊고요. 앞으로 또 뭐 김정균 감독님의 활약 기대해 보도록 할게요.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사했습니다.
네, 그럼 저희가 각오를 다 들어봤고요. 이제 어떤 방식으로 진행되는지 룰에 대해서 좀 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. SK 선수들과 함께하는 라인별 토너먼트 벌써부터 기대가 많이 되죠. 그 시작이 바로 팀 구성이 아니겠습니까? 그래서 오늘 드래프트 어떤 방식으로 진행되는지 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 10개 팀 주전 선수들이 각 포지션 대표 1, 2, 3순위 투표 후 가장 많은 득표수를 한 선수를 주장으로 선정했고요. 기본적으로 스네이크 방식이라고 생각하시면 될 것 같습니다. 주장 제외 1라운드에서 2라운드 안에 LCK 10개 팀 선수가 모두 뽑혀야 합니다.
1라운드에서 1팀이 뭐 A 선수를 뽑게 되었을 경우에는 그러면 나머지 9개 풀에서는 A팀의 선수가 나오지 못하는 거죠.
그리고 3라운드에서 4라운드에서는 T1 선수 제외 LCK 9팀 선수가 모두 뽑혀야 됩니다.
T1의 4인이 지금 주장인 관계로 마지막 4라운드 마지막 5번째 팀의 경우에는 소속팀 제약 없는 말 그대로 조커픽으로 뽑을 수 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 드래프트 순서가 정말 중요하다고 저희가 말씀드렸던 거예요. 그래서 순서가 뭐 1번이 가장 좋을 수 있을 거라고 생각하지만 5번이 좋을 수도 있는 거니까요. 그 부분에 대해서 잘 생각해 주시고 진행해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. 그리하여 저희가 특별히 순서 정하기 게임을 준비해 봤습니다. 바로 공격과 방어 게임이에요.
가위바위보!
가위바위보! 오! 가위바위보!
오!
가위바위보!
가위바위보!
저희 그럼 첫 번째 경기를 준비하는 오너 선수, 페이커 선수 입장해 주세요.
많은 분들이 기대하신 매치업이죠.
그렇습니다.
미드와 정글 항상 함께하는 포지션이지만 이 순간만큼은 서로를 겨누어야 됩니다.
그렇습니다. 서로를 가격할 수도 있는 거고요. 방어할 수도 있습니다.
장갑은 저희가 세 종류가 준비되어 있어요. 이런 목장갑도 있고 하얀 고양이도 준비되어 있고요.
그렇습니다. 야, 이거 목장갑을 낀 페이커 선수를 볼 거라고는 생각을 못했는데 저희가 어쨌든 흥미진진하게 또 진행될 수 있어요. 그리고 이거 위치 정해주시면 될 것 같아요. 아, 잠깐만요. 이거 맞아요? 이거 모든 게 다 이쪽이 좋게 되는
이거 용납하시겠습니까?
괜찮습니다. 괜찮아요? 이거
괜찮은 것 같아요.
본소리 없는 거예요? 딴소리?
그렇죠.
준비되셨죠?
네.
네.
긴장되는데?
가위바위보! 잠깐만요, 이거 자세가 마치
골로 들었는데
잠깐만요.
근데
네.
잠깐만.
네, 이거 내려놓고 말하세요. 내려놓고.
일단 저희를 때리면 안 돼요.
깜짝이야, 예.
근데
네.
이렇게 막아야 돼. 진짜 당황을 해가지고. 이렇게 막아야 되는데.
네.
이렇게 막아가지고.
저도 당황했어요. 근데 어쨌든 루이상 페이커 선수가 먼저 방어를 성공한 것이기 때문에 페이커 선수의 승리로 하겠습니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 그러면 저희가 또 두 번째 경기도 준비해야겠죠?
맞습니다. 두 번째 경기 데프트 대 제우스인가요? 나와주시죠.
야, 여기도 또 가슴이 웅장해지는 매치업이에요.
긴장되네 진짜.
네.
팔을 이렇게 막아서요.
아니, 뺏어가지고. 네, 그런 비열한 수를 쓸 줄은 몰랐습니다.
역시 탑라이너.
갑니다.
가위바위보!
더블 히트를 했는데요, 지금.
막은 건가? 막은 거예요.
제가 볼 땐 공격이 좀 빨랐던 것 같습니다. 예, 공격이 빨랐던 것 같습니다. 예, 그래서 이번 경기의 승자는 제우 선수입니다.
좀 찝찝하겠네.
축하드립니다.
자, 이제 이렇게 해서 일종의 예선이 진행이 됐고요.
그렇죠.
이제 페이커 대 캐리아의 대결이 준비되어 있습니다.
야!
그 캐리아의 자리에는 김정균 감독님께서 대행으로 나와주셨습니다. 자, 두 분 일어서서 대결 준비해 주시죠.
네. 이날만을 기다렸다.
두 분이 함께 하신 지가 어느 정도 됐죠?
7년.
좀 됐죠.
네.
함께 한 지만 7년인 거고.
저도 횟수는 잘 모르겠어요.
네.
항상 보던 것 같아서.
진짜 그런 게 기억나지 않을 정도로 오랜 시간 함께 하셨고 앞으로도 함께 해야 되는데
제가 여기서 이걸 하는 게 약간 자괴감이 듭니다. 그러니까 왜?
지금 캐리아 선수가 보고 있습니다, 감독님.
당연 안 돼.
네.
파이팅 하겠습니다.
네.
캐리아를 대표해서 나오셨어요.
네.
그렇습니다. 준비되셨죠?
네, 됐습니다.
가위바위보! 감독님!
죄송합니다.
사랑하는 제자를 이기지도 않았는데.
정말 사랑합니다.
네.
근데 이런 거는
그렇죠.
네, 최선 다하는 거.
맞습니다.
진정한 사랑 아닐까요?
네. 가위바위보! 보!
진짜 사랑해서 더 세게 때릴 수가 없었습니다.
네, 오! 야, 그래서 대결해주신 또 두 분께 감사드리면서 예, 또 자리를 모시겠습니다. 그럼 저희가 이제 또 결승만 남겨두고 있잖아요.
최종 대결이죠. 네. 자, 이제 최종 대결을 펼칠 선수들 올라와 주시죠.
1경기 승자, 2경기 승자 올라오시죠.
돌고 돌아 탑 미드가 남았습니다.
그러네요.
운명을 건 대결.
네, 탑신대 우리 황종의 대결.
누구의 피지컬, 누구의 캘력인가. 자, 한번 또 파이트.
네, 그렇죠. 예.
자, 갑니다. 가위바위보!
이겼는데 왜요? 이겼는데 왜? 이걸로 치시는 거 아니죠?
이걸로 때리려고 한 거예요?
네, 이기셨어요. 네.
아, 그랬나?
아, 이게 지금 너무 달라가지고. 네, 이렇게 해서 공격과 방어 순서 정하기 게임에서 미드가 또 1등을 했습니다.
역시 황족 미드라고 해야 될까요? 황족의 혈통을 계속해서 강조하셨는데 그 혈통에 걸맞는 결과가 나왔습니다.
그렇습니다. 다들 좀 몸 좀 푸시고 이제 드래프트 할 준비가 되신 것 같은데 이제 드래프트 좀 해야 될 것 같거든요. 순서를 또 정해보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그래서 앞선 게임을 통해서 페이커 선수가 1등을 차지했습니다. 그래서 페이커 선수는 몇 번째 순서를 선택하실 건가요?
제가 첫 번째 하겠습니다.
첫 번째 1번이요? 네. 오. 그러면 이제 차례대로 다른 라인의 선수들도 뽑아주셔야 되거든요.
두 번째는 정글 하겠습니다.
오너 선수 일단 정글로 위치했습니다. 그럼 세 번째는요?
세 번째는 서포터.
서포터. 네 번째.
네 번째는 탑이고요.
탑.
다섯 번째 원딜 하겠습니다.
와, 그렇습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 저희가 본격적으로 순서를 다 정해봤고요. 과연 페이커 선수는 어떤 선수를 첫 번째 선수로 뽑을지 한번 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
뽑으실 때 저희가 지금 지급된 카드가 있잖아요.
네.
이 카드를 이제 이렇게 들어주시면 됩니다.
맞습니다. 신중하게 선택하셔야 되는 거니까요.
네, 골랐습니다.
골랐다면 원하는 선수의 편만 한번 들어볼까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 나오나요?
초비!
초비 선수가 나왔습니다. 혹시 이유가 있을까요?
일단 젠지를 좀 노리는 그 주장들이 좀 많은 것 같아서
네.
그래서 좀 견제 차원에서도 있고
네.
이제 딴 라인을 잘 하시니까 뽑았습니다.
혹시 3미드를 같이?
저는 이제 좀 비밀입니다.
알겠습니다.
맨날
이게
보여드리겠습니다.
중요하죠. 전략 유출 안 되는 거.
그럼 곧바로 이어서 이제 두 번째 순서인 오너 선수 준비돼 있나요?
저는 피넛 선수로 가겠습니다.
피넛 선수가 이제는 또 이적을 했으니까.
그럼 이제?
그래서 피넛 선수를 선택하면서 이제 또 두 번째 픽을 맞췄습니다.
이렇게 됐을 때 그러면 이제 페이커 선수가 초비, 오너 선수가 피넛을 가져갔기 때문에 그러면 이제 젠지와 하나생명은 저희가 첫 번째 라운드 여기서 못 고르는 거예요.
그렇죠. 못 고릅니다.
오늘 또 세 번째 캐리어 선수 차례인데 지금 원하시는 순서를 뽑을 수 있나요?
네네. 제 첫 번째 선수.
예.
네.
문제가 없다. 그래서 베리 선수를 뽑았네요. 야, 또 베리 선수도 이게 참 만능이잖아요. 예.
그다음 제우스 선수 네 번째입니다. 골라주시죠. 입을 다무지 못하시는데요.
네, 두두 선수 고르겠습니다.
구두 선수도 피지컬이 워낙 좋기 때문에 이런 부분에서 또 어떻게 생각하실지. 그럼 저희가 또 데프트 선수 차례입니다.
저는 에이밍 선수 뽑겠습니다.
에이밍 선수.
이번에 에이밍 선수.
네. 그리고 한 번 더 고르실 수 있습니다.
구마이시 선수 뽑겠습니다.
구마이시 선수. 채워지는 라인업들이 정말 매서워지고 있어요.
정말 캐리력이 느껴지는 것 같은데.
그럼 이제 제우스 선수 선택 가능한 팀 리스트가 지금 4팀 남았잖아요. DRX,
KT도 뽑는구나.
네, 피어X, OK저축은행 브리온, 그리고 농심 뽑을 수 있습니다.
저 그러면은 DX 라스칼 선수 뽑겠습니다.
자, 이제 명단이 좁혀지고 있는데요. 다시 한번 캐리어 선수 차례입니다.
네.
네, 저는
선택은요?
POX.
네.
자, 이렇게 되고 나서 다시 오너 선수 차례죠. 자, 이제 OK 저축은행 브리온과 농심 두 팀이 남아 있어요.
실비 선수로 하겠습니다.
실비 선수. 그럼 자동으로 마지막 픽은 이제 OK저축은행 브리온 선수가 또 되겠네요. 네, 또 카리스 선수가 이렇게 또 마지막에 선택이 되었습니다.
자, 이렇게 이제 저희가 1, 2라운드 한 바퀴를 돌아봤고 다시 한 번 더 이제 선택 불가가 초기화된 상태에서
맞아요.
한 번 더 한 바퀴 돌려서 마무리가 되는 거예요.
그렇습니다. 5번이 계속 마지막에 뽑으면 불리하니까 이번에는 5번이 먼저 뽑을 수 있는 순서입니다.
메리트가 이제 있는 것 같나요?
좀 네, 너무 좋네요.
사기인데 사기?
사기야,
사기네,
사기. 이제 알았어요. 골라주시죠.
저는 바이퍼 선수로 하겠습니다.
아니 이거 3번 너무 구려요. 아 구리다는 말 해도 죄송합니다. 아니
인정,
진짜.
인정. 인정.
아까 말했잖아 3번 진짜 하고 한숨 쉰 게 이거 답이 없습니다.
저 선수 그래도 3번보다는 4번이 나은 것 같아요.
4번 좋아요. 되게 좋아요.
네, 4번 좋아요.
되게 잘 뽑히고 있어요.
남아있는 카드가 많았던 걸로 보이셨어요.
뽑을까요?
네.
이제 기인 선수 뽑겠습니다. 좋다. 지금 멤버 좋다.
뭔가 다들 원하는 대로 뽑히는 것 같은데 감독님만 좀 안 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
그래도 지금 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요.
네, 좋습니다. 그러면 감독님 차례입니다.
네, 저는
안딜 선수.
네.
오. 안딜 선수도 다른 라인 잘한다는 얘기가 좀 있더라고요.
맞습니다. 뭐 여러 가지 포지션으로 막 솔로 랭크를 진행한 게 굉장히 유명했는데 그래서 나온 것 같고.
그렇습니다.
자, 이제 오너 선수가 뽑을 차례예요.
루시드 선수가 하겠습니다.
루시드 선수.
또 뭔가 주목받는 신의 아닌가요? 루시드가 또 여기서 나왔어요.
그렇습니다. 그러면 이제 또 페이커 선수.
페이커 선수는 이번에 15, 16 두 명을 같이 뽑을 수 있어요.
저는
네.
일단 BDD 선수 가겠습니다.
오, BDD. 한 선수를 더 뽑아주셔야 돼요.
자, 이제 팀을 완성시키는 겁니다.
네.
저는 클로저 선수 가겠습니다.
클로저. 그래서 완성된 라인업이 만만치 않습니다.
또 황종 미드들은 어떻게 모여도 좀 세 보일 것 같은 느낌도 드는데
그렇죠.
이렇게 일단 페이커 선수의 팀이 완성이 됐고요.
네.
그럼 바로 오너 선수도 이제 완성하셔야 돼요.
저는
네.
기도원 선수로 하겠습니다.
기도원 선수. 예. 다시 이제 또 LCK에 합류하면서 기대를 또 받고 있죠. 감독님 차례입니다. 그래서 플레타 선수. 약간 멀티 자원들을 많이 또 선호하고 있는
네,
팀
저는 이
서포터인
정도면
것
진짜
같습니다.
최선 다 해서 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 만족합니다 개인적으로.
그럼 저희가 이제 제우스 선수 뽑을 차례이시거든요.
네. 마지막으로 그러면 제우스 선수의 자리에는 농심 레드포스 선수가 들어가게 됩니다.
그렇습니다.
농든.
그래서 든든 선수가 이제 마지막 자리를 또 채우셨고요. 이제 5번째 자리가 왜 좋은지 여기에서 나오죠.
이제 또 메리트를 느끼실 수 있어요.
저는 한 명 그냥 또 뽑을 수 있어요.
아무나 뽑을 수 있습니다.
조커로 아무나 데려오셔도 돼요.
너무 좋아.
네, 너무 좋아요.
이번이 사기네.
5번이 제일 좋은 것 같은데.
젠지의 페이즈 선수 뽑겠습니다.
페이지. 그래서 다들 팀원 구성을 마치셨습니다. 그래서 정말 기대가 되는 2024 시즌 오프닝이었는데요. 이제 각 팀 주장단들의 각오를 한마디씩 들어보면서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 페이커 선수부터 부탁드릴게요.
또 이렇게 뽑혔는데 뭔가 좀 이제 라인별로 밸런스가 잘 맞는 대회가 됐으면 좋겠고 또 재밌는 경기 하겠습니다.
네.
자, 그리고 오너 선수도
일단 서폿은 뭔가 쉽게 이길 것 같고 약간 원딜까지 제가 또 이겨보도록 열심히 정글 선수분들과 열심히 해서 미드탑은 좀 못 이길 것 같고 원딜까지만 한번 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 예.
자, 이렇게 또 공교롭게도 지목 대신 서포터 인터뷰 차례인데 또 어떻게 생각하시나요?
네, 일단 3번으로 페이커 선수가 둔 것 자체가 서포터 라인을 견제하는 게 아닐까라는 생각을 들고요. 그래도 최선을 다해서 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
네,
그렇다면
네.
캐리아 선수의 얘기를 저희가 안 들어볼 수가 없어요.
네.
그럼 저희가 이제 전화 연결을 해서 캐리아 선수에게 이 뱀픽과 지금 팀이 뽑힌 이 상황에 대해서 한번 물어보겠습니다.
네.
캐리어 선수 안녕하세요.
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 네, 안녕하세요. 지금 일단 저희가 드래프트가 끝나서 저희가 이제 캐리어 선수의 팀 라인업을 얘기해 드리겠습니다. 네. 베릴, 정훈, 안딜, 플레타, 그리고 캐리아 주장으로 팀이 완성이 됐어요.
네. 본인이 생각했던 대로 팀이 뽑혔나요?
만족합니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 각오 한 말씀만 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
아까 정글 원딜 이길 수 있을 것 같다 했는데
네.
정글은 빼고 원딜만 이길 것 같습니다.
혹시 원딜 쪽 라인업도 저희가 전달해 드리면 될까요?
좋습니다.
네. 자, 일단 팀 데프트의 라인업은요. 에이밍, 구마유시, 바이퍼, 그리고 페이즈입니다.
할만하다고 생각합니다.
역시 자신감이죠. 붙어봐야 하는 거예요. 좋습니다. 그래서 저희 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 빨리 건강 쾌차하시기 바라겠습니다.
감사합니다.
네,
감사합니다.
그리고 이제 제우스 선수. 저는 이제 항상 탑라이너들이 좀 약간 하대 당하는 경우가 많이 봐가지고 탑라이너의 명예를 올리고 싶고.
네.
그리고 저는 이제 미드만 이기면 된다는 마인드라. 미드만 끌어내리도록 하겠습니다.
좋습니다. 네. 다들 뭐 미드에 대한 견제가 좀 있네요.
자, 그리고 이제 또 원딜의 자리 한번 들어보죠.
사실 너무 잘 뽑힌 만큼 무조건 이겨야 된다고 생각하고, 그리고 이제 못 나오는 선수들 목까지 열심히 해서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
좋습니다.
참 이렇게 해서 저희가 이제 오늘 이런 주장분들을 모시고 또 드래프트도 다 진행이 되었고 이렇게 팀이 완성이 되었는데요. 이제 시즌 시작을 하기 전 또 2024의 새로운 협곡과 또 많은 분들께서 원하셨던 방식으로 진행이 되는 대회이기 때문에 많은 기대를 받을 것 같아요. 저도 너무 그날이 기대가 되는데 또 그날 뵙고 싶네요.
그렇습니다. 정말 빨리 보고 싶은데요. 이렇게 해서 2024 시즌 오프닝 본 매치는요. 1월 9일 화요일 6시에 진행하게 됩니다. 많이 기대해 주시길 바라면서 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 모두 안녕!
안녕!
탑에서 이제 두두 선수님이 이제 13분 전에 이제 1차 타워 다 밀고 미드에서 이제 긴 형이 레이즈 해가지고 분당 12개씩 CS 먹은 다음에 이제 정글 이제 든든 선수가 이제 플레이메이킹 해주면서 이제 저는 이제 바텀에서 라스칼 선수랑 상대 바텀 이제 무난하게 좀 찍어두는.
너무 밸런스 파괴인데요, 그러면?
이 정도면은 이제 LCK 이대로 팀을 짜서
내년에 그냥 팀을
좀 먹으면 어떻게 돼요?
먹으면은 타워 칠 때 추가 데미지랑 이제 총 6마리 나오는데 5마리 먹으면은 그 벨베스 새끼 마냥 2마리씩 계속 나와요, 타워 칠 때.
아 진짜요?
네. 라인 넘어갈 때도 뭔가 좀 불안하더라고요. 한 번씩 이제 오버파밍 해야 하는 각인데 길목이 뭔가 좀 없어지니까 뭔가 조금 불안해진 느낌?
아 근데 진짜 때리는 공간이 좀 좁아지긴 했는데
뭔가
너무 좁아 보여요. 일단 도망가려고 해도 저기 타워 치고 있을 때 어떻게 도망갈 방법도 없고
뒤에서 오면은 거의 무조건 죽겠는데요?
모스트 3개만 좀 말해보실래요?
그라가스. 탱커 하나.
탱크 하나.
잭스. 그 상태 정도.
미드는 혹시?
저는 아칼리나 아칼리 정도.
혹시 제가 미드를 한번
저희 직스 진 바루스.
직스 진 바루스. 약간 따까리 같은 거죠?
근데 직스를 이제 뛰는 스타일.
사이언 궁이라고 보시면 돼요.
아 이렇게?
네, 에어본도 이제 부딪히면 시키고 근데 2차 타워가 있어가지고 아마 체력 따는 게 안 보일 건데 이런 식으로.
타워에 박아야 타워에 데미지가 들어가는 거예요?
그죠. 재미는 있는데 좀 조종이 어려워가지고 언제 써야 될지 잘 모르겠다 아직까지.
아니 정글러들은 조종을 잘하는 가끔 원딜러들이 조종을 딱 벽에 박으면 이제 석이 나가서.
경험담인가요, 벌써?
저격은 아니고.
벌써 얼마 안 됐는데 이게. 서폿이 좀 쉬워 보였던 것 같아요.
솔직히 서포트한테 지면은 이거는 안 될 것 같거든요. 서포트한테는 진짜 지면 안 될 것 같아요.
저는 정글들.
저도 개인적으로는 정글 좀 이기고 싶은데 좀 있는 것 같아요. 아무래도 이제 약간 AI랑 싸우기도 하고 저는 또 사람이랑 싸우니까 제가 또 이겨야 되지 않나. 일단 확실히 딱 봐도 많이 넓어져가지고 솔랭을 하다가 이거 하면 너무 약간 거리가 좀 뭔가 이상하더라고요.
그럼 갱을 좀 많이 안 당하니까 라인전이 엄청 중요하겠네요.
네, 좀 그런 것도 있는 것 같아요.
원래 뽀삐 같은 거 상대 정글이 하면 2, 3렙에 딱 지나가는 거 스트레스 받았는데 그런 것도 확실히 줄어든 것 같고.
그리고 미드 뒤에 이제 길이 생겼잖아요.
미드 뭐 라인전 강한 챔프 대 약한 챔프 하면은 뭐 다이브 당하기 좀 쉽다 약간.
주도권 있으면 카정 싸움 갈 때도 백업이 너무 주도권이 좀 많이 유리할 것 같긴 하네요. 이게 대놓고 지나가 버리면. 미드가 중요한 이유가 하나 더 생겼네요.
만약에 제가 탑을 간다면은 제가 또 탱커 장인 출신이어서 탑을 잠그고 바텀 투원딜 조합으로 바텀을 박살내는
뭔가 비원딜이랑 원딜이랑 섞어서 좀 저희 팀만 할 수 있는 것들을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
저는 이제 룰루 카르마로 이제 보자 해가지고 가장 어린 페이지 선수 제 캐리력 믿고 바텀 캐리 믿고 게임하도록 하겠습니다.
퍼플 입장에서는 상대방 정글이 여기에 있을 때 사실 크게 압박을 안 받았거든요, 원래.
그죠.
근데 이제는 그냥 바로 이대로 질러서 다이브를 하든 압박을 줄 수 있는 게 많아서
길이 신기하게 생겼네.
타워로 밀어놓고 이렇게 빠른 길을 써서
카정,
뭔가
블루 카정.
압박 줄 수 있는 플레이도 좀 많이 할 수 있을 것 같고 원래는 이제 좀 둥지 안에 들어가는 게 되게 좀 리스크가 컸는데 좀 둥지 안에서도 좀 할만하다는 느낌을 받았던 것 같아요.
게임 이해도나 이제 맵 장악 부분에서는 서폿이 제일 뛰어나지 않을까.
게임이 불리하더라도 어떻게든 빈틈을 파집고 들어갈 수 있을 것 같습니다.
체급적으로는 좀 불리할 수 있는데 게임 굴리는 거는 서포터 팀들이 더 잘하지 않을까라고.
슈퍼 세이브라던가 아니면 좀 크랙 플레이 같은 게 서포트 쪽에서 많이 나온다고 저는 생각해요. 옛날에는 6가지의 돈 아이템이 있었는데 이제는 이제 3개의 지도집이라고 통일됐어요. 그래서 이제 이게 타곤산의 역할도 하고 주문도둑검의 역할도 하게 되었는데
탱커 서폿이랑 원거리 주도검 들고 하는 서폿이랑 돈 차이가 생각보다 많이 안 나더라고요. 라인전이 힘들어도. 그래서 저는 다음 아마 시즌 때 탱커 서폿이 밸류가 좀 올라가지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다.
이제 리그 오브 레전드라는 게임 자체 전체적인 난이도 자체가 내려갔다고 이제 생각을 해요. 그래가지고 아마 입문자분들은 오히려 좀 엄청 편하게 할 수 있을 정도의 난이도가 하향이 됐다고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
제우스, 오너, 에이커,
혜리야, 파이팅! 오너, 안들, 파이팅!
미드팀 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK 2024 season opening. I'm Atlas, and I am joined by Chronicler, and man, it feels good to say that. I haven't been Atlas for like 2 months or something.
It's been a while. I cut off the blonde. You know, I think we should.
You cut off more than that. This is a lot that's missing.
Yeah, I had to cut off a lot.
I needed to ask you whether you'd lost a bet.
I think that that's just for you.
Mine's just popping up because it doesn't understand how to do a thing anymore.
I haven't been Chronicler for a while. I took a long break, as anyone deserves after a long season. But I am excited. We're back. Everything is different. It's the Year of the Dragon, which is why we're joined by our little buddy up
Resident Little Dragon. We're not allowed to take it home because it's in fact somebody's. They own it, and they took it from their desk and have let us borrow it for the day.
And now, thanks to them, we have a dragon.
Exactly.
Which I think is great.
Yeah, thank you, Kay. We appreciate it so much. I'm also a Year of the Dragon baby as well, so it's technically my year. Much like it was, like, what, 12 years ago? And then 12 years prior to that as well. So we're relatively old over here. Very exciting stuff, though. And we have not just the lanes facing off against one another. If you ever wanted to know whether support players were better, whether top lane players were in fact the worst, now is the day to find out. Everyone can get their revenge on the junglers as well, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
and we get to do it on the new Rift.
I really enjoyed what we saw earlier, and the game is completely different.
Yes,
and we won't be really able to identify what this all means until we're like weeks, maybe even months into the season. I think terrain changes in particular have such an incredible impact on war timings, on how ganks are set up, and how you need to play in your lane at any given time. And particularly after the last 3 years where I think the game felt relatively... It's completely bonkers how much has changed.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what it actually eventually makes out to. If you were watching prior to us actually starting the show, we actually heard some opinions from even more players about exactly what they thought about these changes as well. Andal, interestingly, saying that he feels like League has just become a little bit easier. We'll just have to see whether that is in fact the truth. The Rift Herald you can now hitch a ride with, which is really, really fun. And we've got Void Camps, so we can just give buffs to everyone.
Yeah, also have the little grubbies, which we also saw on the previous one. As Sylvie points out, steering is difficult. Nunu and Sion players finally able to use their acquired skills for more than just their own champion, which I think is cool. And then also, we already saw buff sharing being introduced last year, where if you kill the buff, one person is able to pick it up. Now, post 20 minutes, the Void takes over some of the Rift, and you'll be able to give your buff to everyone. More fun for the entire team.
Yeah, it's crazy. No one arguing over who's going to pick things up because everyone just
it's always 80
gets it. Yep,
let's be honest.
We've got even more terrain changes, as you can see here. Faker letting us know about the mid-terrain changes because the gank pressure has decreased. The lane phase will become more important, and with more available paths, having prio has become more important. And having mid-prio was very important. So now that's even more important?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, or I am surprised rather that Chovy's quote isn't just "I am happy" because for all the performances.
As it turns out, killing minions it's now even more important.
Even more important.
Indeed.
Chovy has been
we agree with you, Chovy.
Domestically, obviously been an absolute laning monster. And then, the Void Grubs, we didn't really talk about them yet, but they give you additional turret pushing power.
Yep.
Very similar. And I think it's good because it did feel like there was, as mentioned, over the last couple of years, a very kind of on-the-road early game where you can go for Dragon if you have bot prio. Now, there might actually be a cost with those Void Grubs being available up for grabs in the top half of the map.
Exactly. We're going to have a look at the bot lane now as well, because of course there is another Tri-Brush that we have introduced, making, of course, both sides of the map feel a little bit more symmetrical down there as well. Def thinking that we can receive more pressure from the junglers, but we can now put more pressure on the enemy team. And new wall in front of the Drake Pit will be an X factor. It's going to be tough, says Gumiyushi. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one is going to work out, because it did feel like bot lane was one of those lanes where you had to play very differently based on which side you were on the Rift, and that has been somewhat alleviated and could just be different. Plus, once again, as feels customary for every year, the support items have completely changed. This time, you just pick up an item with my name in it, and that's it.
That's it.
Easy peasy.
Also, Brendan Valdez cheering as a stopwatch. Completely gone. Obviously something that he had, or perfect timing rather.
Yep.
Looking at the terrain changes, as we've already gone over, it is more symmetrical, and I am wondering how that's going to also play out in the opponents of lane prio. We saw it at Worlds as well, lane prio being such an incredibly big thing, and maybe being able to put more pressure on means that there's a little bit more of a downside. Support item changes, as mentioned, there is only one. They also introduced a bunch of cool new enchantments that they kind of end up turning into, where you can try and really find more different playstyles as opposed to what support kind of has become, which is, a little bit more on the rails.
Exactly, and I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly what is going to happen in today's matches, because we've got players playing completely different roles and doing all sorts of crazy stuff. So it may not even give us all that much information, but we'll at least be able to see how the new Rift functions. And remember, our tagline for the year is Rule the Rift. We are going to do that to the best of our ability here in the LCK, which is going to be starting in a couple of weeks, or in a week and a bit after this. It's just nutty. It's all starting all over again, and I'm so incredibly excited. And our lane captains chose all of the players they're going to be playing with. You're not allowed to have a same player from the same team as the other people that chose before you, things like that. If you guys watch the draft video, it is definitely fantastic. And in fact, why don't we just watch a little bit of a recap and get an idea as to how that one worked out.
저희가 각 라인별로 투표를 했습니다. 그래서 총점이 가장 높은 분들을 팀장으로 이렇게 모시게 되어서 뭐 T1분들 그리고 KT 데프트 선수 이렇게 또 모시게 되었습니다.
탑 같은 부분에 있어서는 그냥 원래 탑들은 자신감만 있고 그런 거다 시체다 보니까
네.
별로 신경 안 쓰고 있고요. 누굴 뽑든 자신 있습니다.
좀 새로운 분이 계세요.
안녕하세요. 서포터 대표로 나오게 된 꼬마 김병균입니다.
네,
가위바위보!
이겼는데 왜요? 이겼는데 왜? 이걸로 치려는 거 아니죠?
이걸로 때리려고 한 거예요?
네, 이기셨어요.
아, 그랬나?
기본적으로 스네이크 방식이라고 생각하시면 될 것 같습니다. 주장 제외 1라운드에서 2라운드 안에 SK 10개 팀 선수가 모두 뽑혀야 합니다.
T1의 4인이 지금 주장인 관계로 마지막 4라운드 마지막 5번째 팀의 경우에는 소속팀 제약 없는 말 그대로 조커 픽으로 뽑을 수 있습니다.
자, 첫 번째 하겠습니다.
첫 번째 1번이요.
네. 하나, 둘, 셋.
나오나요?
벤지를 좀 노리는 그 주장들이 좀 많은 것 같아서
네.
그래서 좀 견제 차원에서도 있고 딴 라인을 잘 하시니까 먹었습니다.
피넛 선수로 하겠습니다.
피넛 선수가 이제는 또 이적을 했으니까 네.
저는 한 명 그냥 뽑고
아무나 뽑을 수 있습니다.
조커로 아무나 데려오셔도 돼요.
너무 좋아.
네, 너무 좋아.
엉덩이 사기네.
벤지의 페이지 선수 뽑겠습니다.
페이지.
베릴, 정훈, 안딜, 플레타 그리고 캐리아 주장으로 팀이 완성이 됐어요.
네.
만족합니다. 아까 정글 원딜 이길 수 있을 것 같았는데
네.
정글은 빼고 원딜만 이길 것 같습니다.
못 나오는 선수들 목까지 열심히 해서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
And there we have it. These are the results. The best thing about this is the fact that Dudu and Dundun are now going to be playing on the same team. And I don't think that there's anything better.
No,
That's it.
You can't top that.
Nope.
There is no way.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, you really took the words out of my mouth for that one. When we're looking at actual strength, you got to go to team mid, right? Team mid, you have Chovy, who obviously is
Is a top laner, yep.
Is a top laner, and particularly the fact that you play a ton of AD carry as well, and you can play your mages and support, I think is going to help a lot.
I think support's going to win, but I think the better players are on Team Bot. But it is now time to welcome the players. Going to make their way out onto the Rift Olympic style, starting, of course, with the top lane. Zaya struggling to wave his flag just a little bit here, but he's giving it his best shot.
Not sure what happened there with that guy's phone, but here they are. Zeus, Dudu, Dundun, Keen and Rascal. All together here. I think Team Top, they're middle of the pack. My expectations for their laning are great, but top laners really are
underrated.
They're solitary creatures. I don't think that this is where they will excel, although I think their laning phase should definitely be looking good.
It is now time to welcome the junglers, led by their captain, Ona. Of course, all of the players voted for the captains for each role. And Ona is the captain of the jungle here with Lucid, Sylvie, and Peanut there as well. Gideon bring up the rear, as you can see. A new addition here to Brion. Excited to see how he's going to do, fresh out of Challenger.
And yeah, I can't wait to see what Lucid will bring. Will today be the day where we truly see what this player is capable of? Probably not. It is a for fun tournament, and we'll see what ends up actually happening, but still cool to see players make their way up.
And here are the Juggernauts. It is Team Mid, led by Faker, who will be playing jungle today. If you've ever watched Faker's stream, you know that he's pretty good at that. His Lee Sin has been legendary for a long time. He can wave a flag with one hand and give you a high five at the same time. And that shows that he can multitask, much like a jungler is required to do. We mentioned already that Chovy's going to be on this team as well, but there's BDD. I mean, this team is massively stacked. Even Karis and Closer, both of these players, absolutely fantastic in their own right, and you can understand why Faker would pick Closer, his former teammate.
Yeah, Team Mid to me, I think should be the favorites for the day. The amount of individual talents combined with really how many different roles you need to play to be a good mid laner is quite interesting. Because here we are, the AD carries. Their main objective, I think, is beat team support.
Yeah.
For team support, their main goal is beating the AD carries.
Indeed, and honestly, as far as like, this is kind of...
They're really good.
This is the top 5 AD carries in the LCK.
Yeah.
It is just them. That's the list. If we were asked to make a list, it would be these 5 players from last year, right? And so I think as far as pedigree of talent, this is the team with the most stacked as far as talent in the bot lane in the LCK is concerned. How it's going to mesh together, we have no idea. Watching an AD carry player play top lane could be an interesting thing, but we know Gumishi's already played Cho'Gath, you know, things like this. Maybe he's already a top laner at heart. You never really know these things. I'm just looking forward to Deft and Viper laning together. That is just a crazy thing to me. And here's team support. This is the dark horse, 100%.
They are. You have a lot going on here. We obviously have Keria, you know, exceptional support, plays basically
Only plays mid in solo as well.
We have Beryl, who is Chaos Incarnate. And then we have, obviously, just a couple of challenger players. You know, I think it's quite cool.
You're talking about challenger MVP Pleta and also fantastic AD carry here in the LCK.
Oh, yes.
And chosen as a support because now he's playing support. That's cheating.
Yep.
And they've got Jonghoon, who's now renamed to Execute.
He's back.
Yeah, and he's named up. It's like he's got a Pokemon name, although it's spelled differently, and that's really cool. Oh my goodness. I'm actually very interested to see which team is actually going to be the best. I think my heart is saying support, and my brain is saying mid lane, as far as the winners. But I do think, and if we're going to look on the other end, who do you think your least favorite? Or the team that you think might be 5th? I think it might be the junglers. Oh,
it's
really?
Top lane or jungle, yeah. But it probably should be jungle, just given how late is expected rather to play out.
Yeah, as Karis said, they're used to playing against the AI, which I think is absolutely hilarious. All of the teams taking a bow here to the audience here at Lowell Park. And now, let's get into our first couple of mini-games to decide seeding for the tournament. We have Race the Rift to start things off, which is basically a tour around Summoner's Rift. Start time is at 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the race course will be race to the blue side red camp, then to the blue buff, then you have to tag a top lane minion, and then you go red buff and blue buff, and then kill yourself. That's basically how it goes.
Now, do note, you only need to tag it, which is why Swain is banned. His W, obviously.
Yeah, completely broken.
Completely broken. We have already talked about this a lot. You can pick whichever rune you want. The only thing you can't do is teleport, right? Because being able to teleport towards the mid lane turret or to any turret really not going to be allowed here. And we were thinking about things like Rammus, Hecarim, obviously, for their movement speed. Talon was one
I'm a Talon believer. I'm a huge Talon believer.
You were big on, but maybe it'll end up being something with a lot of effective range. Jhin comes to mind. Seraph, obviously, his movement speed kind of hamstrings him, but maybe the range can offset that. And then it's the classic.
It's a tried and true. Indeed. Mundo Dodgeball will be our second mini-game to help decide the seeding. And of course, everyone is going to have an even start, and then it's who plays the better DDR. It's basically how it goes. And now, all of the players are going to be encouraged to stand behind their representative while they're beginning the race. So they could be getting a lot of feedback, even though they do have noise-canceling headphones, which might be difficult.
Just yell harder.
They're just going to have to yell harder. That's exactly right. And it's going to be the team captains that are going to be racing around the Rift.
If I'm not mistaken, they're also just in the same lobby, so typing speed matters. If you're an old player, you know how this feels. You know how, when you used to go into a lobby, you had to have that copy-paste ready to show everyone that you are going to play the champion, you are going to play the role as soon as you load in. I don't know if they're going to call it out here, if they have already decided upon a picking order, or if it's going to be completely random. We're going to figure out, and I can't wait to see. And it's also a really fun way to see all the changes to the Rift that are without a shadow of a doubt going to kind of overhaul a lot of the pro play tendencies that we've seen over the last couple of years.
Exactly right. And now we will also have some audio from all of the players while we're doing this. It will be in Korean, so we're just going to do our best to commentate over it. But if anything interesting is said, Ji-sun will let us know exactly what's happening here. Ona managed to get the Talon, and Deft got Jin. So at least we have some sort of idea.
Oh, I was wondering. So are there are also picks that you can pick to grief your team?
Yeah, just disrupt everyone?
Yeah. So in Nivea, for example, with the wall, if you can time that well, you can force early start.
You're absolutely never going to win though.
No, because you're extremely slow.
And it's also but it's also very difficult to execute yourself very effectively.
Yeah, I know. So I don't think you should. We'll see what ends up getting picture. There is also the opportunity for players to collaborate and be like, okay, so if you pick this, I pick this, and then it will be between the two of us.
There is that. However, you cannot actually use abilities on your teammates.
Yeah.
So Yuumi, we thought Yuumi was going to be completely broken, but you can't actually press W onto somebody else. So you don't just get to cruise to a first place after using your flash. Carrier might have like some weird tech where he's going to take bubble and just speed himself up all the time, is his theory.
So how does Owner not just win this?
Well, I think he does. That's where I'm sort of at.
He is going to parkour over everything.
Yeah, someone was wondering who leaked Jin, because of course Jin, pretty strong with his ability to zap stuff. Deadly Flourish is pretty powerful. I'm really just feeling like Talon is just too broken. Oh! Don't go down the stairs. They're not supposed to go down the stairs. Oh, Zeus, quickly, just make sure that you get that one up onto your screen. Adjust some things so that no one can see. Maybe he's like going down the stairs, like it's pathed, and then so now we can't see. That would be cute.
So at 1:30, they can leave the base.
Yes.
Now, there are a couple of blast cones, obviously, on the map. So our assumption is that players are just going to immediately ghost and flash.
Yeah.
To try and get to those as soon as possible.
일단 1분 29.99초에 출발하면 그 사람 탈락이다.
A little roadmap in the top right as well.
Oh, don't go down at 2999999.
그림자 너무 앞에 있는데?
That's what they're just like having a little bit of a walk around. Of course, we're waiting another 30 seconds
before they can actually.
Nami's shadow is over the line, is apparently what they're saying. I can't believe Faker took Anivia. Is he actually going to just skill W and try and ruin everyone's day? That is.
Well, he hasn't skilled anything yet, but like, why else would you pick it?
I mean, isn't Ona just automatically going to win?
Yeah, because he also can ignore Anivia.
Yeah.
Okay, let's count down, Matt.
All right, here we go.
3,
2, 1, go! Oh, and they're off to it, and Talon's just going to win. I mean, I think it's just going to happen. Unless...
There's no way.
Unless Jin can utilize the range. That's the real question mark here. Because look at that. He gets Blast Cone access immediately, then he can dash another wall. And this is why it's broken, is because the cooldown is based on the terrain, and you never go back to the terrain. But now they're just trying to mess him up as best they can. So everybody else just went to blue buff and skipped red completely. This is chaos.
I am not entirely sure what is happening here. Is the goal now just to ensure that...
Have we just assumed...
Owner doesn't get there?
Assumed that Owner is going to win, and then... Okay. This is very perplexing.
So what I'm wondering is, did Carrier actually hit the red buff because he buffed up Jin?
Oh, but he can't actually buff Jin. He's not allowed to. Oh no, they're trying to block it so that he can't get it, but obviously he's going to... Okay, there we go. And Owner is the victor here. Even though he was Talon. He achieved victory. I think. I would assume.
I'm a bit perplexed, Atlas. I know what we just saw is revolutionary. I'm just not sure in what way.
Yeah, we're just going to make sure that we have confirmation of everything here. Owner was the only player that I saw that actually achieved the criteria for this. I believe Carrier is forfeit because he definitely casted an ability on an ally, and he's not supposed to.
Maybe you can target allies, just not jump to them?
No, you're just not allowed to target allies with
you're-
abilities. I think it was pretty clear. And so I think it's actually relatively easy because there's only one person that actually did everything. And let's check out the instant replay. Make sure we know exactly what's going on here. And make sure you just keep your eye on this Talon who gets off to a roaring start.
So just to reiterate, and as far as I know, they also needed to adhere to the actual order, which is tag red buff, tag your own blue buff, tag a top lane minion, then enemy red buff, and then your own.
Enemy, yeah. So enemy red buff, enemy blue buff, and then you execute. All right, so Deft manages to get the red.
Deft hit it.
Okay.
And then does that... Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But he hit it with the Nami Tidecaller's Blessing, which Carrier is not allowed to press. Deft manages to get to blue buff.
So then at this
still
point, I think Faker just was trying to have as much fun as possible, which the Anivia pick makes a lot of sense.
And so Deft then gets another Tidecaller's Blessing, which in theory gives Carrier another thingy.
And then Carrier just gets the auto.
Yeah. But going back to the original point, which is you're not allowed to cast abilities on your teammates.
And then Deft tries to go, does hit it.
So he does manage to get it. Does he get the execute in time? He does. And so Deft wins.
Then it...
There it is.
It's got
So it's Deft Owner. It'd be hilarious if Owner cancelled the auto.
Wait, so it actually isn't, because
Zeus
also died before Owner.
Please, please. So theoretically, yeah, Carrier used his E to do damage to the minions. However, he used it by casting an ability on a teammate, which is illegal from the rules that I read.
I'm not sure. I think we're going to figure out very soon.
We're going to find out very soon. That is true. But I think it's actually Deft that managed to take it.
That's the important part.
Even though he was off screen the entire time we were watching.
We do know that for a fact.
Yeah. And Faker was there, by the way. He was there.
I think Faker, the moment he... Yeah, okay, so
Deft is first.
This we knew.
And so is it Owner second or is it Carrier second?
Because it'd be Zeus, right? Because Zeus actually... It is
Oh,
Zeus.
it is. So he managed to get the extra one.
Yeah, so Zeus using the range of way to actually hit everything as well. And getting first and second both is a really big win here in the Race the Rift minigame.
I just like how I got it so incredibly wrong that the person I thought was going to get it actually came fourth. Possibly.
Okay. It's a new Rift. It's a new game. I think we get some leeway.
Yeah. Leeway. And so theoretically, it is if you're allowed to cast Tidecallers.
He would have still been third.
Yeah. And so Zeus was second, and now. Oh wait, Zeus was second.
Zeus was second.
Yes. No, that already came up. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're trying to work out who got third, right?
I don't think it matters.
Oh, it's just first and second.
Because then they play the next minigame.
Yes.
And I gotta say, after this first one, I'm scared for the rules of this new and cool and interesting game.
I just like knowing very little, and then just having a good time. That's my way. And so now we have the Mundo face-off, the DDR check, as it were. See who can dodge and who can hit. I haven't seen that movie in a really long time.
What? Which movie?
Dodgeball.
I've not seen the movie Dodgeball.
Really?
No.
Don't even understand that if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball?
No, I mean, I played the game in high school and elementary school, but...
I might be showing my age a little bit here. Something like that. It's a great movie. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's been a while.
Does it hold up?
Maybe. Maybe we'll have a movie night. We can go check it out.
Dodgeball
Depends how
movie night?
inspired by Mundo Dodgeball we are going to be.
I have never left a game of Mundo Dodgeball and not felt inspired, Atlas, so I think that movie night is happening.
Inspired to play a different champion.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to reign supreme. And then, especially, to find out who has to play the extra game. Because, of course, there's an extra match to be played. Some teams will not have to play anymore, but there could be a very early, well, it will be a very early elimination, the start of our tournament, to decide which lane is the best.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, the team that wins just gets to decide. They can also decide to play more games if they want to today. So we'll see what ends up happening. Also important is that the team with the higher minigame ranking has the right to choose sides. So right now, Team AD Carry looking great, and Team Top, maybe I underestimated them.
Well, I mean, they are constantly underestimated as a role. That is basically just how top lane in the LCK has been used. So unfortunately, it is just it's just a thing. But we'll see whether they can get some redemption today.
Yes, Deft and Zeus, yes, they're both world champions. But is it not more scary to have a bunch of teammates and direct competitors right behind you, judging your every click?
There's a lot of referees. We are making sure that the competitive integrity of this particular day's tournament is absurd, okay? There is
only has his own team.
Everybody else is just on the other side watching, I guess.
That actually is thematically very accurate for top lane.
Yeah, I like it.
They're just like, we're off on our own. We don't need any help.
우리 끝나고 문도 피고 하셈. 우리 끝나고 문도 피고 시작하. 미니게임이야. 15초 전에 죽을 수 있어?
So you're only allowed to use Q. As you would know, game start is going to be at 1 minute and 15. You got to get your line of wards set up.
아니, 우리는 동시에 안 놀아. 우리는 여기고. 들어가 있어. 둘이 한 대, 둘이. 어떻게 할게요, 형? 시작. 이거 잘 깔아야 돼.
Oh. Is this an extra hidden mini game where we also
so we've got a hidden
dodge the Skittles?
A dodge the Skittles happening at the same time between Carrier and Faker.
Oh, this is the pre-show.
Yeah, we got a bit of a pre-show situation.
The opening act.
Oh, they're getting better. I think it's the Ghost that might be helping out as far as the dodging is concerned.
너가 좀 좁은 것 같기도 하고.
I thought that the Karthuses were supposed to be like referees,
yeah, I thought they were just
but
there for
instead
vibes.
they're just having a good time, just playing the game themselves. Don't know whether it'll actually mean anything as far as scoring the event is concerned, but it is happening. Got some flashes going on. All right, oh dear. With the Mundo already starting off, Zeus is doing a very good job. Deft struggling a little bit here. Representing Stanley, which is very cool. Oh, man. Deft is in struggle street right now.
My!
This is
not looking good.
This is not looking good. I feel like Zeus should theoretically have more practice on Mundo, but I don't know whether that really helps out. Oh, the flash comes in. And he's just playing with his food now, giving him the thumbs up. Oh, there is so much emotional damage happening here as well. And there's the first blood for Zeus. Top lane, ladies and gentlemen, we thought that they might have been on the bottom rung. However, in these mini games, they are the best.
Is top lane just one big mini game? Dodge the jungler, fight your opponent in a one-on-one battle to the death. That was one of the most one-sided games of Mundo Dodgeball I've ever seen.
And now, Deft's very first loss on Mundo.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is like when he lost on Jinx.
I know.
One time.
I know. I think probably even worse. Imagine having a 100% loss rate on Mundo in your career. That is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for Deft, but we'll see whether he can move past it because he's going to have to very, very quickly as we look to our first full games on Summoner's Rift.
And in case you missed the Race the Rift minigame, you might be wondering, why is teammate 5th? Because they picked Anivia and played for fun.
Yeah.
So it was just there to have a giggle and bully some of his teammates.
And that rule that I thought existed about not being able to cast abilities on your teammates, it's not real. That was a lie that I possibly told myself at the beginning of the day when I woke up. So I apologize for that one. So Keria is going to be in third place. Not that that really matters because a lot of the decision making is going to be happening between the first couple of teams. And we'll get our eyes on the bracket very, very soon.
So, yeah, I got to reevaluate Team Top. Based
Exactly.
on how they did in those mini-games?
Uh-huh. I mean, Zeus is pretty good. We know that his Jace is absolutely amazing, and he's going to be playing AD carry today. So, you know, he's got some of those range skills, things like that. I don't know, guys.
I kind of like it.
That's a guess, assuming that he's going to be playing AD carry, but it would make some sense.
I thought I had a good grip on what was going to happen today, but I think it's time to accept that, much like the players, we have no idea. You know, the Rift is a mystery. The item changes. While I like Mythics, you know, for the first year, I'm also not sad to see hopefully greater item diversity come back here in the up-and-coming year. Really excited to see what is going to happen there.
Yeah, and let's now have a look at the interview to see how things are going to go.
네, 2024
Thank
시즌
you very
오픈이
much, guys. We are here back with a special event to start off a new year. This is a new event called 2024 Season Opening, and we are here joined by the captains of each lane.
팀 탑의 주장을 맡고
Hello,
있는
I'm the captain of Team Top, Zeus.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hi everyone, this is the captain of Tip Jungle, owner.
안녕하세요.
Hi everyone.
주장 테이커입니다.
Mid Supremacy, I'm the team mid captain, Faker.
안녕하세요. 원딜 팀의 주장을 맡고 있는
Hi,
데프트입니다.
this is captain of the team AD carry, Deft.
안녕하세요. 서포트팀 주장 키리아 류민석입니다.
Hello everyone, this is Keria, the captain of team support.
네, 이렇게 미니 게임을 한번 진행을 해봤는데요. 일단
We started off today with mini games, and let's hear first from the winner, Zeus. Mundo dodgeball. That was so easy for you. Maybe was it because you got to play Mundo, a top lane champion? How's your Mundo level?
오래된 것 같은데.
It's been like forever since I last played Mundo, but
데프트 선수가
Deft was kind of
봐주면서 한 것 같아가지고.
going easy on me, I guess.
데프트 선수 좀
Deft,
봐주셨나요?
was that true?
이게 원딜마다 보니까 몸집
I only get
크니까
to play
스킬을 너무 잘 맞더라고요.
like AD carry champions, and playing up against such a big champion was uneasy. I never get to play a big champion. I never played against a big champion in lane, so it was a little bit awkward to me. Zeus, how are you liking today's match today? How was the mini games?
많이 연구하고 많이
We
준비해와서
actually
했는데
like
다른 팀들도 뭔가 좀 열심히 안 한 척
paid so much attention to the mini games because we really wanted to come up with the best strategy, and it was like actually a very try hard mode for everyone.
제우스 선수는 흐웨이를 가져오셨는데요.
Zeus, you
이때
played
어떤
Hui
전략이 있었을까요?
for the Racer
사실
Rift
후웨이가
game.
좀 인기 많을
What
것
was your
같아서
strategy?
저도 진이
I thought it was gonna be the most popular pick.
바로
And I thought Jin would be the best pick though, and then I was late locking it in, so I decided to just play Hui because I was late.
마지막 문도 피구는 승리로 이끌어 가셨습니다.
But in the end, you were able to become the first place by winning the Mundo Dodgeball. Now moving on to Owner, how was today's game? I thought Talon was an easy, guaranteed first place pick for the Racer Rift. So I thought I was gonna win for sure, and it was shocking that I actually could even become, one of the top leaders.
미드, 황종 미드는 이렇게 미니 게임 해봤는데.
What about you, Faker? I felt like you were having some fun on the Rift.
그한명 꼴찌
I was
만들려고
gonna just make someone go last on Anivia, but it failed. My strategy didn't work, so it's a bummer.
첫 번째 미니 게임 협곡 달리기에서는 1등을
And Deft,
하셨습니다.
you were able to be the first one to actually get executed in the first game. How was it?
최대한 빨리
I was trying to, take advantage of the range of Jin. So I was just so ready to type in Jin once we were able to go into the blind pick mode.
좀 붙어가지고 가는 그런 전략을 가져온 것 같더라고요.
And then
이때
Keria
달리실 때 기분
decided to
어떠셨는지
actually,
궁금해요.
take advantage of Jin by using Nami E on him.
나미로 2등을
I
노려야겠다
thought
생각했는데
of going for the runner-up
저 아까
strategy
대기실에서
with Nami
서포터
from the
선수들이랑
get-go.
한
I
30분
was
정도
having a conversation
달리기
with the support players, and also we were actually playing some practice games with the support players in the green room. But I'm so sorry that I was not make it to first or second to all of my support teammates. Now Zeus, you are guaranteed the special, great privilege of the day. You will decide all the matchups today. Tell us about it.
제가 또
To start off,
연합을 했었기 때문에
I was teamed up with Deft, so I want to make sure that he gets a good matchup
어떻게
possible.
될지는 잘 모르겠어서
I can't really promise, but
브레인들 또 섭외해놨기 때문에
we have some of the most
브레인스토밍 하면서 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
intelligent players of the LCK on my side, so we will make sure to make out the best draft possible. No, we were supposed to decide it right now on stage right now. Did you say right now? I didn't know about that. I thought we got some time to plan it out. But Def or Keria, do you want to say anything to Zeus before he decides?
라스칼 선수가 보듀오라서 연습을 되게 많이 하는데 제가
I watched
안 하고 새벽 4시
Zeus and Raska playing bottom duo, but I didn't, get off work. I was actually helping them practice the bottom laning phase, so, keep that in mind, Zeus. I was there to help you. Anyone else?
입을 꼭 다무는 두 선수 있고 데프트 선수?
Deft, maybe?
이제 제우스 선수
Zeus.
항상
Well, you're such a great player. I always respected you.
롤 모델로 삼고 있습니다.
You have been my role model forever. I love you. You're the best player.
제우스 선수.
Thank
이런
you.
멘트 어때요?
You like that,
잘 못
Zeus?
들었습니다.
I was not able to hear that. Sorry, what was that again?
공정함을 유지하려고 하는 제우스 선수의 모습이고요. 혹시 오너 선수 지금
Owner?
마이크를 만지작 거리는데
They want to say
하고 싶은
something?
말씀 있으실까요?
처음부터 우재랑
I mean, we're best friends. We're buddies. We've been together forever.
줄 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
I trust him.
그렇군요. 마지막으로
Lastly,
선수
Faker.
하고 싶은 얘기 있으실까요?
저는 없습니다.
Nope. Nothing to say.
좋습니다. 자, 과연 어떤 결과를 가져오게 될지 궁금하고요.
Let's see how
자, 그럼
everything
제우스
turns
선수와 함께
out.
대진표를 만들어
Zeus.
보도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 총
What do you have on your
게임이
mind?
준비가 되어 있는데요.
We have
먼저
4
첫
matches
번째
to play
매치
today.
B와 C에 들어갈
Who's gonna be
팀을
Team B
골라주시면
and Team
되겠습니다.
C that will
저기가
be
이제
playing
세판
the
하는 거죠?
first match.
그렇습니다.
That team gets to
사실은
play
이게
3 matches
이미
today.
좀 정해진 게 있긴 한데
오, 그래요?
I actually have
네,
the
이거는
master plan in mind, but
저의 그거라기보다는
it was
저희
not
팀의
my
의지라고
plan. It was the
생각하셔도
team
좋을 것
top's
같습니다.
plan. So don't blame this on me,
저희
please.
팀원.
네, 좋습니다.
Our teammates
자.
brought this plan.
말씀해 주시죠.
일단 팀 B
Team B will be
정글
Team Jungle.
정글! 네, 팀 B에는
There you
정글이
go. We
들어가게
have
됐고요.
Team
자,
Jungle
그렇다면 첫 번째 매치
as
정글과
Team B
함께
in the bracket.
누굴까요?
Now, who's gonna be
팀
Team C?
C 서포트
It's gonna be support.
서포터. 팀 서포터가 첫 번째
The
매치에
very
들어가게
first match
됐습니다.
of the day will be
첫 번째
Team
매치는
Jungle versus Team
정글 대
Support.
서포터의 대결이 완성이 됐고요. 자,
Now
그렇다면
we
두
have
번째
it. Now
매치로 한번
moving
넘어가
on to
보겠습니다.
the second
팀 D와
match.
팀 E에 들어갈 팀을 골라주시면
Who's gonna
됩니다.
be Team D and
여기는
E?
이제 그 저기 이긴 팀이랑 하는 게 아니라 그 반대편 조인 거죠.
그렇습니다.
자,
So let's see.
팀 D는
Team D will be
원딜
Team Bot.
원딜, 네, 팀 원딜이
Team AD carry
팀
will
B로
be
들어가게
taking the
되고요.
Team D
그럼 두
spot.
번째 매치 원딜 팀과 붙을
Then who
팀은요?
will be going up against Team Bot? It's gonna be Team Mid.
자, 그렇다면 원딜과 미드의 대결이 성사가
So match
됐습니다.
2 will be
자,
Team
그렇다면
Bot
자동으로
versus Team Mid, and
팀
automatically we're gonna have
세 번째
Team
매치에
Top
들어가게
playing the
돼서
third
첫 번째
match,
매치에서
going
이긴
up against the
팀과
winner
대결을
of the
하게
first
됩니다.
match.
자, 좋습니다. 그렇다면
Now
저희
we have the
완성된 매치 다시
updated
한번
bracket.
확인해
Let's take a
보겠습니다.
look at it.
자, 제우스 선수가 1등으로 이렇게 대진을 만들어 주셨습니다. 시즌 2024 시즌 오프닝
Was the one
라인별
deciding all the
토너먼트 대진
matchups for the
결과입니다.
season
첫 번째
2024
매치,
opening of the
정글과
day.
서포터의 대결
First
준비되어
match will be
있고요.
Jungle
두 번째
versus Support.
매치는 원딜과
Second match will be
미드,
Bot
세 번째
versus
매치는
Mid.
첫 번째
Third match will be
정글과
Top versus
서포터
match
중에
1
이긴
winner,
팀과
and
탑
finals
팀이
will be
맞붙게
the
됩니다.
match 2 winners
자,
and
이제
match
본
3
경기가
winners.
펼쳐질 텐데요. 여러분 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 자, 저희 본 경기로 넘어가기 전에 여러분들의 뜨거운 함성 들어볼까요? 네, 뜨거운 응원과 함께 중계석
Okay, so there you have it. Thank you so much to G-Sun for the fantastic translation. And it was absolutely hilarious to watch Ona just get completely owned by his teammate, his best friend.
His face.
Oh, said it all.
He gets
absolutely
popped
said it all.
so much as well.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think this is justified. So what you do is you have bot and mid, which are expected to be good, eliminate one another, you know, and then you set yourself up against what are expected to be the weaker teams, right? The weaker laners. Now,
this is where my dark horse comes into play.
It's team support, right?
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that things are going to be difficult for Team Jungle in game one.
Does that have to do something with a certain support player that
might be playing a different role where he could be doing all sorts of crazy things around the Rift? It may have something to do with that, but it also could have something to do with the fact that they have multi-role players all over the place. Andil is famous, and this is why Koma picked him, famous for getting to Challenger in every role. So, you know, there's method to the madness. And of course, because Carrier had COVID, it was Koma that stepped in, right? He is there as a brain tank, as a man full of knowledge. So he chose these players for a reason.
I like it.
You know?
Good sell. Good sell. I don't know if they'll win. We're going to have to see whether that's going to be the case. Take a look here again. And...
Not in order.
Yeah.
Haven't put anyone in their roles just yet.
I mean, they might even not decide until they know the champions that they're playing.
Might be true.
Depending. And it also makes scouting obviously a lot harder. Although Lucid has already given away he plays one champion, so I imagine they won't put him in mid because then they ban Akali. It's the end of the world. But Plata obviously exceptional AD carry in challengers, so needs some.
And in the LCK.
And in the LCK also did a great job.
Managed to get a PSG.
Although DRX obviously struggled a bit more. So to me, that's the only one where I'm like, you gotta just put him in the AD carry position. That's the no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
And also do carry out because...
I mean, it's hard because Pleta and Beryl are both AD carry players.
Yeah,
Beryl,
okay,
of course,
Beryl
starting his career as an AD carry.
Yeah, okay, but that is, what, 6 years ago?
Yeah, it was alongside Hoyt back on Dom 1
it's a while back.
Challenger. Yes.
But it does count. But, you know, you can also just carry out because he's been playing AD carries for a year now.
I mean, he's been playing sort of everything.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, it is going to be Jungle. Gideon, Lucid, Sylvie, Peanut, and Ona. A little bit less as far as historical champion diversity, role diversity is concerned.
Hey,
there have been a few players that have done the switch, but Score is unfortunately not here in the LCK outside of being a coach. And so therefore we don't have the role swap junglers in the LCK.
You know, you have Kindred and Graves. Those are AD carries.
True-ish.
Those can be played top. You've Brand, which technically can be a mid-champion.
I mean, Twitch is technically a jungle. Ezreal, you can jungle.
Okay, I feel like I started
There's lots of things that are definitely
earnest.
different. Yeah.
Karthus isn't even a mid laner. He's just a jungler.
Yeah, but like you could play it in mid.
You could.
You know, I'm just saying multi-role champions, Brand, another one. You can play that all over the Rift.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just name the champions that can go into almost every single role. Like Jace. Yeah.
Jungle Jace.
Good old Jungle Jace. I think that's the only role that he hasn't been played in competitively.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. A lot of knowledge on this team.
Yeah, and a lot of like shot calling ability and things like this as well. There's a lot of leaders coming from the jungle role.
Is there a laning phase? Generally not where junglers excel. And even though mechanically, I think a player like Lucid is really exciting. I think Owner also, even though he did have a tough time for some parts of last year, obviously mechanically extremely impressive when it comes to his world performance. So we know that mechanically these players are good, but yeah, laning phase against some of the better teams might be a problem. Against team supports though, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. I feel like team support might come out and surprise everyone, but that is just
really
me.
Are.
That is just me. Remember, I am
all in on team support.
Well, kinda. I mean, my theory for anything Beryl related is Beryl's going to win until he doesn't, right? So we could get that out of the way very, very quickly. But first, it's time for the interview. Let's jump over.
다들 너무 집중하셔서요. 제가
Everyone
인터뷰를
is
해도
so
되나라는
focused
생각이
up
들긴
for the
하지만
first
그래도
match, the
침투해 보도록
kickoff
하겠습니다.
today. But
2024
I'm
시즌
here
오프닝
to have a chat with the players while they are setting up for the game. Now I'm on the side of team support, and next to me is Execute.
마우스 세팅을 하고 계시네요. 안녕하세요.
Hello.
네, 오랜만에
How are
이렇게
you?
올파크 오셨는데 기분 어떠세요?
How does it feel to be at Old Park?
좋습니다.
A little bit nervous, but
긴장되고 재밌으세요.
I'm excited.
이렇게 마우스 세팅하실 때 가장 중요하게 생각하는
What's
점이
the most
있으실까요?
important part of
일단은 제가
computer
하는 거
setups when it
안
comes
까먹게
to
계속
competitive
생각하고
games?
제가 세팅 계속
I just have to keep everything in mind about my routines and like how I'm gonna like control this. So yeah, you have to be focused up. Team support, are you feeling confident today? Yes, of course.
이어서 다음 선수
Next
반갑습니다.
up
플레타 선수
is
안녕하세요.
Pleta.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 오늘
Hello.
원딜을 맡게 되신 거죠?
Now you're playing
네,
AD
원딜
carry day, right?
오늘 승리 전략
Yes, I am.
있을까요?
What kind of
일단 제가
strategy
원딜을 경험해봤기
do you have
때문에
today?
제가
I
좀
have
잘 해야 되지
been in,
않을까
you know, in the past I was an AD carry player, so I gotta
어깨가
play well for
무겁지
my team.
않을까 싶습니다. 자, 이어서 서포팀의 주장인
Now,
캐리아 선수 한번 만나보도록
Carrier,
하겠습니다.
the captain of
선수,
team support.
미드를 맡게
You're playing mid today?
미드를 맡게 되셨어요.
네네. 좀렉 걸린 것 같은데.
Oh, my PC is lagging. Sorry.
한참 연습하고 계신데 뭐 하고 계신 거예요?
What are you playing right now?
팀 헤드셋 다 꼈나요?
Is everyone wearing headsets? Because I was warming
오늘
up.
준비된 픽이 있을까요?
What kind of champion are going to play today?
11가지 정도
I have like
준비해가지고
11 different options, so I can just play whatever.
와, 11개의 준비된 픽이 있다라고 하셨습니다.
11
자, 과연 오늘
different
캐리아
picks
선수의 미드는
prepared.
어떤
Let's see
모습일지
which one he will
한번 보도록
play on the
하겠습니다.
rift today.
오늘 이제 주장으로서 이 포지션 선택을
Carrier,
어떻게 하셨는지 궁금해요.
How did you decide to, you know, put your
일단
teammates on each lane
이제 드래프트 하면서
during the draft?
이제 플레타 선수랑 종훈 씨 같은 분들이
Players
이제
like
좀 오랜만에
Pleta,
LCK 오셨으니까
정훈,
좀
They
이제
made
개막전 하기
it
전에
back to
한번
LCK
이제
after a while,
팬분들한테
so I wanted to
좋은
make sure that they can
경험했으면
show an
좋겠다
appearance and great
예, 뽑았던 것
performance
같습니다.
before LCK starts.
그러셨군요. 아무래도 바텀에 좀 힘을 실어준 그런 모습입니다.
Looking forward
매우
to
바빠
see the bottom
보이셔서요.
field
다음
performing
선수
today. And
만나보도록
Carrier looks a
하겠습니다.
little bit busy,
자,
so let's
베릴
move
선수
on to
안녕하세요.
Barrel.
오랜만이에요.
Hello, it's been a while.
네, 오늘 이렇게 정글을 맡게
Now you'll be
되셨는데
playing
좀
jungle.
달라진 협곡 베릴
And there are a lot of
도사님의 전략이
changes
있을까요?
on the rift.
저는 일단
What are you gonna focus on the most?
상대팀이 벌써 주라인이기 때문에
I'm playing against the junglers,
좀 어떻게
and I'm the
잘
jungle
망가지지 않게
representing team
해보겠습니다.
support. So I'm just gonna
잘
make sure that I can just survive.
버텨보겠다라는 전략이시군요.
네.
그래도 자신은 있으신가요?
But are you confident though?
어차피 이제 주라인인 사람들은
I mean,
어차피
they
이제
main
할
jungle
장면을
anyway,
할 거라
so
생각하기 때문에
they're
이제
gonna
다른
do
라인의 사람들이
really well,
어느
which
정도
means the
잘
other
해줘야 되지
players
않나
on my team
그렇게
has to do better.
다른 팀원들을 좀 믿는 듯한 그런 베릴 선수의 모습입니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 안델
Now,
선수
lastly,
모셔보겠습니다.
Andil, the top laner of team support. Never seen you sitting on the top laner seat before. How are you?
네, 오늘
Hi.
탑을 맡게 되셨는데 이 포지션
You
어떠세요?
are gonna playing top today. How do you feel?
새로운 또 포지션이라
It's
재밌을
a
것
new,
같고요.
you know,
그냥
position for
저희
me, new
상체는
role.
그냥 좀
So it's gonna be
반반만
fun.
캐리해주지
My goal is
않을까
going
생각하고
50-50,
있습니다.
and our bottom duo will just
오늘
carry
팀
it all.
서폿의 전략은 좀
So I guess team
하체를 믿는
support, the
듯한
main
그런
strategy
느낌이네요.
is, you know, going for the bottom lane hyper
좋습니다.
carry,
안델
right?
선수의 활약도
Exactly.
기대해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀 서폿을 만나봤는데요. 이어서 팀
Now
정글도
let's hear
만나보도록
from
하겠습니다.
the
지금
team jungle
굉장히
players.
활발한 토론이 이루어지고
A lot of
있습니다.
communication happening already.
자, 이제 팀 정글을 그대로 만나볼 텐데요. 탑을
Next to me
맡으셨군요.
are the team
기동
jungle
선수죠?
players.
안녕하세요.
First, the top
네,
laner,
반갑습니다.
Gideon on the
오랜만에 또
side
로파코 오셨는데
of
기분
OK
어떠신가요?
Brion. How do you feel to be back at Low Park?
이런
Yeah,
이벤트
it's been
할수
a while,
있어서
and
굉장히
I'm really honored to be
오늘
able
또
to
탑을
participate in
위해서
such a great
요거
event
잘
like this.
준비해왔다. 어떤 전략이 있었을까요?
What kind of strategy or
어제
pick did you
그
prepare for today?
제가 탑 많이
Yesterday,
깎아왔거든요.
I played top lane a lot, you know.
챔피언스에서 프로들
In
상대하면서
Champs
제가 데이터
I
많이
was playing up against the professional players
좋습니다. 그럼
to,
오늘
you know,
좀 자신 있다. 내가
become a
안델
better
선수를
top
상대로
laner.
압도할 수 있다. 이런 자신감 있나요?
Do you think you can beat
네,
Andil and
서폿은
own the top lane?
되지 않나 제가.
Of course, he's a
그래서
support player, you know. I have to win.
아, 좋습니다.
It's
아주
not a
자신감 넘치는
problem for me.
모습을 확인해 볼 수 있었습니다. 자, 이어서
Now,
이
next
팀의
up.
주장이죠. 팀 정글의 주장이 우노 선수
Owner,
만나보도록 하겠습니다.
the captain of Team
우노
Jungle.
선수가 원래 정글인데
You
정글을
are
맡으셨어요?
a professional jungle player, and
이게
you
또
are
안타깝게도
playing jungle today.
또 사연이 있었습니다.
Sadly, you know, there was
아무래도
some,
팀장이다
you know,
보니까
unfortunate
어깨가
incident
무거웠던 것
happening.
같은데요.
I had
이
to
팀
play jungle
정글을
again.
어떻게 포지션을 이렇게 배치할 수 있었나요?
Then who decided to kind of allocate all the roles?
하나씩 있어가지고
Everyone had their main role outside of
재밌었던 것
jungle, so it was not too hard to
그래서
decide who's
굉장히
going where.
제가
So as a
정글을
captain, I decided to, you know, be
상대팀에서
on the
가장
jungle duty
경계되는 선수
one more
있을까요?
time. Who do you who
누가
do you think will be the most powerful player on the side of team support?
모르겠습니다 저.
I don't even know who's on
팀
team
서폿은
support, you know. I don't
존재감이
know.
없는
I don't
팀이다.
just care.
그런 식으로 받아들여도 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, you can take that.
자신감이 느껴집니다. 그렇다면 우리 팀에서 가장 기대되는 선수는
Then
누굴까요?
who do you think will pop off on the side of Team Jungle?
굉장히 또
Gideon, you know, he has a very wide champion pool, so I think he's gonna do great.
좋습니다. 아주 여유로운 모습을 볼 수 있었습니다. 자, 그렇다면
Next up
이어서
is
루시드 선수도
Lucid.
만나보겠습니다. 루시드 선수 롤파크에서 만나게 되네요.
Finally, I got to say hi.
오늘 이렇게 롤파크에서 직접 경기
At Low
준비해보니까
Park, how do you
세팅해보니까
feel
어떠신가요?
to be on stage of Low Park today?
처음 하는 거라서
It's my first time here, so
떨리는데
I'm kind of nervous.
데뷔를 미드로 하게
But
돼서
I'm debuting as a mid laner somehow, so
좀
it's very,
당황스럽다라고
you
이야기를
know,
해주셨는데
confusing
그래도
to me.
오늘을 위해서 좀 어떤 걸 준비를
Did you prepare
해오셨을까요?
anything special for today?
옆에서
Well,
쇼메이커 선수가 하는 거를 보고
I always watch Showmaker
옆에서
play
직접 배워왔습니다.
and learned from
오,
it.
쇼메이커 선수의 좀 도움이 있었군요.
Did he give you any
플레이
tips?
보고
I just watched him play, you know.
기대가
I just learned
됩니다.
from
오늘 활약 기대해
his
보도록
plays.
하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 실비 선수 만나보도록
Sylvie.
하겠습니다. 실비 선수 반갑습니다. 오늘 이렇게 또 중책을
Welcome,
맡으셨네요. 또
welcome.
원딜을 하게 되셨네요.
Now we're gonna play
제가
80
또
kill
중요한
role
역할이기
today.
때문에
Yeah.
역할과 잘해보도록
I
하겠습니다.
gotta, you know, put all the
네,
responsibility on my
오늘 이렇게
shoulder.
또 아무래도 피너 선수와의
And you
조합도
are gonna
중요할
go to the
텐데요.
bottom lane
어떻게
together
피너
with
선수가 조언을
Peanut
좀
as
해주던가요?
support. Did he give you any
서포팅
advice?
알아서 다 해주실 거라 믿기 때문에
I'm pretty sure Peanut will just, you know, do everything for me. I trust him.
피너 선수를 믿고 가겠다라는 실비 선수의 이야기가 있었습니다. 응원해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 마지막으로
lastly,
피너 선수 만나보겠습니다.
we have Peanut
안녕하세요.
over here
네, 피너
as
선수
support
서폿을
of
하게
Team
되셨어요.
Jungle.
어떻게 이 라인을
Who
배치하신 건가요?
decided this
저희
lane
다 잘하는 라인들로
allocation? Did you decide to go support?
그리고 팀장의
Yeah,
원우
we just made
선수가
sure that
정글
everyone
진짜
gets
가고
to play their
하셔가지고
best
네,
role,
저희가 네 명이
and
다
you know,
양보했습니다.
owner he was so vocal about
그러셨군요.
playing jungle
지금
one more
세팅을
time, so
열심히
we, you know, we
해주셨는데
were just being
세팅
nice
중에
to let him play
아무래도
jungle.
이제 베테랑이시다 보니까 루틴이 있으실 것 같아요.
Do you have any
어떤
specific
루틴이 있는지
routines
궁금해요.
when it comes to setting up your PC?
바탕화면이나 뭐 그냥 추가
You know,
세부적인
maybe
세팅들
desktop,
그냥 남들 다 하는
wallpaper,
거
and
했습니다.
everything what everyone else
뭐가
does.
있을까요?
What are those?
뭐
Like,
해상도라든지
you know,
이게 롤
resolution.
해상도랑 바탕화면 모니터 해상도랑 달라가지고
Because the
그런 거 맞추고
resolution of
그리고 제가 이
the
자리는 처음
window
와보는데
and resolution
피너
of your
선수의
client is
마우스패드가
actually different, so
굉장히
I want
오래된
them to
듯한
be
그런
unified.
느낌이 들거든요.
And
애착
Peanut,
마우스패드이신가요?
I think your mousepad
네,
is
저
kind of old.
연습생 낮은 때부터 쓰던 마우스.
This is the one that I've been using since
몇 년이나
Najin
된
when I was
아,
a
10년 좀 넘은 것
trainee.
같은데요?
It's
와,
been
이게
more than 10
아무래도
years since I
오늘
used
또
this
행운을 주지
mousepad.
않을까 이런 기대도 해봅니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀
Now we were
정글까지
able to hear
만나봤습니다.
from all the 10 players performing
세팅이 된 것
for the
같고요.
first
게임
match,
바로
so I'm gonna
시작하면 좋을
pass
것
it back
같습니다.
to Atlas
준비진분들
and Chronicler.
나와주세요.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of all 10 of the interviews with the players as they get ready to jump onto the Rift for the very first time in 2024 at LoL Park. Very exciting stuff and a lot of information now to go through. I think team support, the allocation of role, beautiful. It's like a symphony, it all makes sense. Jungle, not entirely sure. And I don't know whether the options are all that obvious. Chronicler, what are your thoughts?
I liked Owner's approach, which was I have no clue who we're playing against, and my team made me play jungle, which I do not want to do because I always play jungle. And I really love that the rest of the team also made sure that we know that it definitely wasn't voluntary.
Yes.
And everyone's like, I'm gonna play this role.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I guess, sure.
Yeah, Gogo and Sumi in the audience here, making sure that they get all of the research done. And Tina, our photographer, as well. Everyone, bated breath here as we get into the first match.
Yeah, the more I see and the more I think about it, I kind of feel like you're onto something else.
Oh, yeah.
But I've done that before. It hasn't always been correct. But I like the look of team support in this matchup. And when it comes to the larger skill tournament, I'm not so sure. But specifically against the jungle, that should be winnable.
I do think that Team Mid is probably the most formidable opponent in general.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, jungle versus support, this is probably the one that support should have the best opportunity of winning. But we never know. These are all absolutely fantastic players that are jumping onto the Rift right now.
It's also a best of one. So anything can happen.
Oh, yes.
Dun Dun fan there, very good choice, always. You'll love to see it. As it is a blue side here, the team with the higher ranking
yes.
in the minigame is the team that does have side selection, which means that thanks to Faker's shenanigans, the teammate will never at any point pick where they're gonna go.
But they do get to go on one of the sides of the rift. That is how it works. Let's jump into pick and ban here for our very first game on Summoner's Rift 5 versus 5 for 2024 here at LoL Park. Support versus jungle. And if you subscribe to Team Beryl, the understanding that he always wins until he doesn't, then this should be an easy one for support, but you never know what could happen. And oftentimes, I've heard in solo queue that games are decided based on the better jungler. And I think the Team Jungle has the better junglers.
Yes, they should. By all accounts, as we do see Graves Lee already taken away.
Just banning junglers. Whereas jungle's banning 80 carries. It all makes sense now. Maybe that's a nod to the tank Varus that you told me about earlier on today.
It might be. Obviously, we are on 14.1, so what is going to happen with itemization? What is going to happen in terms of champ priority? I'm not so sure. The tank, or the Gragas rather, is a specific ban towards Gideon.
Yes.
I was kind of waiting for the ban of Akali, because we know that that's the only champion that Lucid can play mid. I'm not banning it just yet.
He's been watching Showmaker play, so I imagine he's got a mean Katarina and Yasuo as well, you know? That's what I would assume. Ashe, of course, banned away. Does make a little bit of sense here, as there is the Lucian lock-in. For Pletter, of course, Pletter, a pretty good Lucian player, so that does make some sense. See what it's going to be paired with. Of course, now, considering the fact that we are on 14.1, Lucian is one of those champions that does benefit from both Quick Blades and IE that you can now build together, which could, make for some powerful stuff. We don't know a whole lot about how this new patch is going to roll, though, so I'm going to try and leave the analysis to you, Chronicler. You can take that one away. As Nautilus, there it is, a jungle something flex. Beautiful. That could be going all over the place.
Honestly, with you on that one, because the only real play we've seen on this patch has either been on, PvE or on in-houses, very small skill stuff, no pro play to speak of as of yet. Also, no solo queue, and even though solo queue obviously doesn't always translate one-to-one, with what we see in pro play at the very least, creates so much more play and generates an incredible amount of data, which we can use. Not going to be the case here, as it looks like with the Gragas taken out, Gideon instead going to opt into the Cassante here. I also like that a lot of the 80 carries that were banned have at some point been played as support.
Yeah, they're all
and they're like, we're not risking it. We're not giving you the comfort.
They're like, Carry is the captain. Let's ban his champions that he played in support.
Yes.
Even though he's a mid laner. And if you ever peruse Carrier's solo queue account, he basically just plays mid. Lots of LeBlanc, lots of Vex, things like this. Aatrox now going to be locked in, though, here for most likely Andal, who is jumping towards that top side of the map here for team support. And Lucid's Akali is up and available. I don't know why he wouldn't just lock that one away right now. He did say, I would like to play Akali, please. So he may as well pick it.
Please, it's the one champion I can play in this role.
There it is.
They're going to give it to him, and they can also use some bans to maybe take away some of the rougher matchups. We'll see if that is going to be enough. And you already mentioned Carrier's LeBlanc, and
he has also played at support.
Sure he has. Vi being denied here, and it makes sense. I want to try and deny some junglers to Owner, who then will be able to set up very well with either mid lane, provide some CC for Akali to do some considerable damage, or play around that Nautilus. That is going to be piloted by Peanut.
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah, that's what we're assuming. I mean, Nautilus can go in a plethora of locations.
Could go jungle?
Yep.
I guess.
80 carry Nautilus. Haven't seen it before, but I'd be interested to find out. Ziggs. Consideration here for the 80 carry position. Sylvie, see what he can do. Of course, we have a lot of Ziggs enthusiasts here at the LCK broadcast. If he was to lock it in, we'd be pretty happy about it. But there is Jhin to be locked in. I'm not enthusiastic about it, but it's just some of the things that have to happen. Pletter hovering some Rammus. and Beryl with a sly grin on his face. Are we getting Beryl?
But Rammus never dies. He actually, like...
Against his team, yeah.
Against his team. He never... There is no way.
Okay, that's a Nico.
Yeah, that's a Nico. Could go, obviously, in multiple roles here.
I mean, Carrier has played that professionally before.
Yeah, we're going to assume it's mid, right? That's a wombo combo.
Now we get to find out whether the new item, Never Ending Despair, actually does lock your W into being on, if he does actually lock this in. Oh, he just did it. He just did it. Of course he did.
Okay.
Of course he did. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Beryl. Beryl, everyone.
Because, yeah, I figured with what they have drafted thus far, they were going to look towards... that is really...
This is a very jungler mid laner type situation, or jungler anything type situation, but that is going to be Kindred.
So, the benefit of Kindred is that obviously you do have a better way of dealing with the Nico ultimate in a 5v5 scenario. I also think Owner wants to try and be really aggressive early game. In that regard, Kindred does have a lot of value.
Gives you tank shred as well, which you wouldn't have if you were playing Lethality Jhin.
Yeah, but...
Which is, like, in theory, what we'd expect the build to be, right?
But that would be my assumption. We'll see what it is, right? With the new atomization. Maybe they'll go for something else. But I think the brand also provided you with a reliable way to actually kill Rammus. And I think that Kindred, no matter the build, still is never going to kill Beryl.
Yeah, I guess.
You have a little bit more, right?
So Brand would have been a pretty good choice.
It would have been a great jungler, yeah. I think Brand's in a good spot right now. His jungle clear is insanely strong, but it's going to be Kindred instead. Now, saying that a champion will never die in the hands of Beryl, that's a bold move.
I mean, it will die. It should theoretically take a really long time for Rammus to die, and with a lot of physical damage on the enemy team, that is how that one works. You've got a burst mage not necessarily known for being able to do a lot of DPS in the Akali, so should be a great pick. But like you say, Beryl does tend to change up all of our expectations. This will be team support though. The Milio Lucian actually very powerful there towards the bottom side of the map, with two players playing their main role in theory, which could make things difficult on the bottom side for Sylvian Peanut.
And on the other end, I think a lot of skill expression in both these two compositions. I'll wait to see what will happen.
Oh, okay. I keep saying okay when Rammus is in the game, but it's time to jump onto the Rift here. Game number 1. I was expecting some fan chants, but didn't quite get them. But that's absolutely fine. Jungle going for a jungle invade.
Because they realized the importance of having control over the jungle.
Exactly.
Starting from minute 1.
This is their realm. And execute. Feeling
Maybe they
something
never
in the
leave
waters.
the jungle.
Whoa. They just quintuple jungle the whole game?
Think of the camps. Think of the clear speed.
Think of how bad Beryl's time is going to be, if that is indeed what happens. As Pleta, ooh, they do spot Peanut, who's standing outside of the brush. Suboptimal play at that point in time. And do spot Owner as well. So Beryl going to sweep things out. Everything is going to be all right. Carrier pretending to be Pleta right now. And they don't catch the ward. They're all going to get a bit of a leash here, and that means that Owner does have the opportunity to get over here. 5-point strike, not able to steal away the Raptor camp, and they have full information. Beryl doesn't have smite though, so that's going to make things tough. So Owner is going to be able to grab that one very comfortably. Nice little double tap on Sylvie as he's coming around. Owner hops over the wall though. The hook finds the middle. That's 6 points in my country, but it's not great here in this game. As Beryl's just going to get onto the camp. He's just not really interested. Now we have the laning phase. Pleta doing a lot of damage.
And that is the early aggression that we were expecting to come out of Owner very early on here. And immediately trying to turn this into a gank. Does have red buff available as well. No CC for Lucen, and Carry has full health, but even just a decent amount of damage can be quite big here. Does show himself on the map though. My expectation is that he would, immediately continue his invade. And Beryl, he's rolling!
Oh, he's coming for the gank. He's going to find some minions, but he skirts out of the way, and then he's back up the river one more time.
Out.
There we go. Bought some space for his bottom lane.
I like that Barrel's play conceptually is very similar to his support play.
I mean, he's just Barrel. His play isn't based on a role. It's based on Barrel.
Things are.
Oh, nice hook there from Peanut. Everything else was just to bait them into that moment. As you can see, Pleta taking a lot of damage. The Ignite finally wears off. Dashes through, though. Gets a bit of double tap with the Light Slinger on to Sylvie. And Ona continues his invade evermore. Even on camps, though, at the moment. 3 being picked up by both junglers. As let's check in on the top lane. Andal going to be landing some abilities, but Ona's going to turn up. Andal trying to get out of there, but this might be the end of the Aatrox. It might be first blood, and there it is, and it goes to Ona.
And Owner running a jungle here early on. And as you point out, right now, camps relatively even. But if we look at the respawn timers, Owner has a full jungle that he gets to clear through, and the rest of Team Jungle should just play safe, not take any big risks, and then Barrel can take a crab. And that'll be about it. The one small win here for Team Support is that Owner, you know, he won't be able to pick up his mark right now.
True.
Which is something. But I also don't know if Barrel can get anything going really. Is Peanut already roaming?
Yeah, Barrel wanting to pick up this Raptor camp. Should be able to do so. Does get the smite. Rolling on out of there. 5-point strike connects, but it's not going to stop him. Hook going to land here as well, but Carrier does manage to block that one. Bit sneaky, as he does manage to lock down Peanut for a little while. Get some decent damage there as well. Peanut's going to make his way home. So Ona coming down, grabbing himself a crab. That's going to be a mark as well. And Barrel just desperately trying to find some camps to kill on this map.
Yeah, and that's Mark here for the Kindred. Let's take another look at the play here in top. Just a really good setup, right? As mentioned.
And a lot of enthusiasm. That's the main thing.
쉽잖아. 아니 서포터가 갱을 어떻게 피해?
Team Support is, or Team Jungle rather, their vibes are good.
The vibes are very good. And of course, that is Peanut in a nutshell, so it does make some sense there as Pleta is chasing after Sylvie. Peanut, speaking of which, is going to turn up here. Pleta's going to have to hop into the alcove for a moment. You can see him playing very aggressively here towards this bottom side as Andal hunting for another Q does not get it. Teleport back from Carrier. And we do have the Void Grubs. They have spawned. It is, of course, a spawn at 5 minutes. They've been up for 13 seconds. Hook going to miss. Does get the Relentless Pursuit out of Pleta there. Who's running a little bit low on mana, I guess. About a wave down as Barrel getting into position to back.
I don't think they are aware of the ward that is currently there. Also, is important to note that even though Pleta, as mentioned, has played support more recently, has been an AD carry before that for like 2 years.
Yeah.
So him and Execute are kind of expected to do a good job as Peanut finds the hook.
Yeah, Execute taking so much damage. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way. Shields himself up, though. Should be all right from the Ignite here. As Cozy Campfire for Pleta. The Relentless Pursuit's okay, but Ona turns up in the nick of time. They make it under the turret, though, and they should be all right, at least for the moment. Sylvie is very low, but Pleta's lower. Not going to get any counter kills, but no one goes down just yet. Gideon behind the turret on this Cassante, having just the greatest of times. Protecting a mark there as well if Ona was to make his way towards the top side of the map. And Barrel.
We are going to see the early Drake being taken here. Even though Pleta and Execute are able to offset the play, nicely done there in the end as well. Pleta trying to look for the all-in, but Owner shows up just at that given time.
Oh, there's the backflip. Does come through. Pop Blossom comes down. The taunt should be there from Barrel, but it is not. And Lucid just dashes his way out with the perfect execution as the second charge as well. The Carrier is not going to die. From that one, Owner turns up to protect his mid laner. And Barrel just back to getting that farm on.
He will get a camp. It's something. Yeah, Barrel really having a tough time to try and match. And because of how bot lane has been impacted early on as well, they're now going to be able to continue this invade. And with the pressure point of this Lucian and Nilio lane also being, in terms of farm, they're doing an okay job, but they haven't really been able to find, I think, the early game impact that generally you're going to be looking for. And they can just permanently invade because of the bot lane prio. And Barrel just left to waddle.
He's waddling very well, though, as Peanut. He's going to head splash over the wall. Execute does find out the position of at least Owner right now. And Peanut is looking for the back. Execute is not even going to wander into the brush, and Peanut just makes his way out. Owner is going to execute himself. That is not proper noun execute. It's the verb execute.
Heist successful?
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, one got out, the other got executed, so...
And they took a red buff.
You'll take it. Good enough.
I think that killed the red buff, though.
Yeah. But you get the gold, and you deny the experience to Barrel.
Yep. Barrel is going to struggle to get that giant bouncing bowling ball ability. He's one level away, though. He should be able to get there.
He's been soaking a lot of lane experience.
He has been doing a little bit of that. And look, he is a support player. Soaking lane experience is kind of his bag. Owner, though, making his way up. As you can see, all the changes to the Rift, man. It is really good that we have this tournament to kind of get a little bit of an idea as to how this one's going to go. Owner is just going to dance some arrows over that wall. Vision going down, and he'll spots everything out. Looks like Beryl should be able to get at least this Grump if it doesn't continue resetting.
Okay.
Yeah, nice little defense here from Team Support. Putting their backs into it. We have a look. No one really has a big advantage as Pleta goes aggressive. Culling not going to connect there onto Sylvie towards the end as we've got some Void Grubs going down. Only getting some work done. And as you can see, if you're missing some information on these Void Grubs, there it is for you. But we have a bit more action. The taunt comes in. Andil going to try and close the gap. There's the flash forward for Q2. Gideon in a little bit of trouble. The Void Grubs continuing to go down, though. And Gideon will survive. Everything's coming up Team Jungle. And look at that, all those Void Grubs going into Owner's hands. Sylvie having to get out of there, does have to use the flash. Will be able to survive, just has to give away a plate.
And that is the price they have to pay for Peanut, continuously roaming, being really proactive on this Nautilus, but being a jungler, not necessarily as cognizant of when to roam, just roams a lot, so his carry has to pay for it.
He's spent a long time on a team with Lehens, right? And the school of Lehens, as far as support is concerned, is don't be in lane. That is a good support.
He is doing that a lot.
He's doing that. And I think that Lehens also did it at not roam timings. He did it at Lehens timings. And so maybe that's what Peanut is utilizing here.
I like the deep lore.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the theory that I've got going on. Of course, it was a couple of years ago.
I think it's a good theory. And we'll see. As pointed out, right now, neither team really getting a substantial lead here. We do see, obviously, Team Jungle is somewhat ahead, and I think they're looking good. We're able to pick up the Void Grubs with the buff as well. Also already got themselves to the first individual Drake, but I think Team Support has plenty of power come mid-game. We saw some of that more lethal explosiveness when Pleta execute, try to go for the kill on Sylvie, even though they didn't get him. Still got a cooldown, got the flash out of it and bullied him off the wave, leading to a small lead for the bot lane there.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see a contest around this dragon as Peanut, again, up to no good.
Yeah, Peanut, something roaming. That is basically the aim of the game for him on Team Jungle today. Do we feel like Team Jungle does want to get early advantages and try to up the tempo this game, given their team composition? Or do you think late game is something that they can still probably handle? Because I do feel like Team Support has a very well-rounded composition, whereas Team Jungle look to be potentially lacking range or DPS later, although I guess that's a Kindred and a Jhin. That's a lot of range. But the team fight is what I'm a little bit worried about. We might have one of those right here, and Execute is in so much trouble. He's going to go down. And it's a second kill here for Team Jungle. In the meantime, Carrier has found Lucid, gets the flash. Perfect execution doesn't land. It's a lot of damage. As that was actually Carrier transforming into an almost dead Lucian at the time, which looked like it did damage, but it did not. It did mean that Pleta died, though, and now Sylvie, he's grabbing some plates, and he's closing that gap. This is a great time for Team Jungle, and they are just owning the Rift right now.
And it looks like Solo Q was right all along as Gideon, looking for the all-in.
Yep, the World Ender comes down, but the all-out seems to be working a little bit better. Andal is just spinning around, trying to hit some Qs. He might need to get out of here. It's doing some decent damage. Q's landing. Oh, that one's not going to connect, though, as Gideon. Can he find the solo kill? There it is! Andal goes down, and the Cassante... Oh, it's a thing of nightmares. This might have been why Showmaker didn't want to turn up today. Just volunteered to not be on Team Mid. He wanted that extra week and a half of no Cassante to watch.
And Team Jungle now seriously pulling ahead. As we take a look at the play here, they don't know about Beryl, but it doesn't matter. As Execute goes down immediately, look at that! Beryl just shows up and immediately is forced to run away, and this is where we do see the value of the Jhin. A lot of additional damage being set up there. And
Too easy is what they all said over and over again, by the way.
Yeah, to add insult to injury. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Gideon goes for the 1v1 against Andil, and with the early lead already going over to the K'Sante, this is something that obviously you can suffer against as Aatrox. Once you start falling behind, these type of all-ins are going to go your way.
Yeah. And you can see Team Jungle all supporting one another. Jungle is uniting here as they scream ahead. 4-0 is the kill score. We've got Hextech Rift as well. And of course, the Dragons have all been taken by the junglers. They are pretty good at being the ones to take these neutral objectives. As Beryl, the very sad turtle, making his way around the rift, trying to find something. Some Void Grubs up here for the taking, and you can see that support really does want to get there, but they are not going to work out. We will probably change this in-game announcement here, as it is relatively early days.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, neither do I.
That looks perfectly fine. Now, for team support, it becomes about what can they do to recuperate. Because one thing that I am a little bit worried about, as much as I love Rammus and his little spinny ways, when you start falling behind, the champion can feel really tough to have a real impact on, because his team fighting can be pretty subpar. Obviously, don't think that he's necessarily going to be a target that's easy to kill. Gideon is kind of fighting two people at the same time. Beryl really wants Shelly.
Yeah, and there's sort of like no one else here to help Gideon out, so he's not really going to be able to stop this. He's just trying to annoy Beryl as much as possible. Shelly going to have a bit of a poke in the eye to deal with. Now, Hitchhiker's Guide to Rift Herald has now come on through. We'll see how Beryl is going to utilize it. Of course, hop on board while you're trying to take down these structures. Knock up enemy teammates, things like this. It's going to be a little bit of fun to see what he's going to get done here. Bounties are active. That shows just how powerful this early game has been for the junglers.
And for team support, I'm kind of wondering, as Andil does just to try and get through this wave, forced to use his ultimate. If they can find a way back, it'll be kind of tough here to fight your way back when you're not used to playing together from a deficit like this, as burdens are opened.
Yeah,
and immediately closed.
Yeah, so just one bullet there with Curtain Call. Sometimes that's all you need. Try and create some space here as Peanut has got over the wall. Beryl down to 50% as Owner is looking to dance away. Peanut's going to have to escape. That was almost first kill for the supports. And now we've got the ultimate come through. Lucid is looking for Beryl. Perfect execution as he wipes out Platter, and he does not stop there. Double kill for the Akali, and Jungle just looks unstoppable today.
And outside of that one Rift Herald, Team Jungle on track for a perfect game.
It's everything as Andil just going to dash over the wall, but that may not be enough to stop the wrath of Gideon, who's finding Q after Q. The flash not really doing a whole lot there. Gideon is just going to smash the Aatrox down one more time. This is just turning into a shellacking, Chronicler.
Team support. What could have been doesn't look like today we're gonna see any of it.
No.
As we take another look here, Beryl, he just wants to do something, but he can't quite get it done. So much of the initial burst is set up on top of Peanut. And then Lucid, just from watching some Showmaker VODs, gets into the enemy backline. That perfect execution, beautifully done. And then, let's again, this is the guy's first day in Low Park.
Yeah.
That's big.
And remember, he's not only watched Showmaker, he's also watched Poolbay.
Very true.
Who is also probably currently flanking on Akali as we speak.
You might not see him, but you know he's there.
Oh, he is there. And he's currently in the form of Lucid, who is looking like a mid laner right now. 2-0-0 on the Akali. He does have a CS advantage as well. And now Beryl, he's going for a ride. Okay, Gideon's gonna get knocked up. Sylvie gonna get knocked up, and he gets the charge. There's a fair bit of value there as he dives forward. It could be kill number 1, and there it is. We've got the third Drake being taken here by Jungle, but it's kill number 1 for support. They're on the board.
Big win for Team Support. They are awkwardly stuck.
Yes.
Beryl rolling out.
Beryl's decided to take one for the team, or has he? This could be the start of something, but Lucid gets into the backline. Beryl is going to go down. Has he done enough to try and help out his team? The answer looks like a no, as Lucid gets rid of the Lucian. Gideon just trying to keep the rest of the team out of there as Andil is trying to tank up as much as he can. Does get a decent amount of health back as Ona does take down Execute. And it's looking like Team Jungle are just a little bit too strong. They do manage to take down Peanut, but Carrier will fall immediately afterwards, and Andil will be taken down. There is the ace for about a split second as Beryl has just respawned, and Jungle continue their dominance.
And immediately Gideon trying to get the most out of this play. Teleports towards the bottom half of the map. Will he care about Beryl? He's very little health. He does actually have to respect, but also can kind of just ignore Beryl.
Yeah, and especially with Ona turning up as well, so Beryl might be out of the death chamber into the death chamber, and there we go. They take down the turret as well. The onslaught of the Jungle continues. And support, I mean, they're trying to get a couple of members down here. Exactly. Sneeko making his way in. There's Gideon, very low. Good ward comes out there as Fled trying to get the damage down. Peanut has found Carrier as he makes his way in, and now Lucid's turned up. He's so dangerous. Lands the backflip. Pop Blossom onto 3, though. It doesn't matter because it's just not enough damage. They're so incredibly strong, and Lucid is just destroying them. 5-point strike to the back of the head, and just the shuriken from the shuriken backflip is enough to deal with the Melio. And Andil is finding himself 1v4. Beryl's trying to turn up. I just don't think, oh, he's trying to, and then he decides to turn around because he knows that Andil is dead. And Beryl's just out of here. Ona's towards that top side as well, looking to grab himself a mark, and he might be able to take it, even though Beryl's heading up there. And we're going to get a replay of Shelly getting a couple of knockups and a headbutt into a turret.
And you know what? This got them a kill. I'm
Absolutely.
calling Worth. A lot of plans here for Team Support. This was the only one that actually ended up working out. And then this initially looked like Beryl's revenge. Yes, they killed him, but at what cost? But then, unfortunately, Teleport not quite well-timed with the rest of the team. If they have Andil there when that ultimate hits, maybe they can do something, but instead, Lucid just is evaporating them.
Yeah,
this is rough.
He is very, very strong. He might want to consider maybe a role swap. Now, we know the Lucid's mechanics are just absurd, and he's demonstrating that. And although just trying his best to clear out some of this vision, as we have Baron on the Rift, the new and improved Baron. Very regular Baron pit there as well, as we can see, as Carrier is going to blow the Bard Horn and hop up into the sky a little bit, putting his R button on cooldown, but I think he looked cool enough for that to be considered worth it. And Jungle going to take that as their opportunity, head over towards this purple worm, and why not? They are so extraordinarily far ahead. It is a 12,000 gold lead. It's just not looking good here for support at this point in time. But Andil is in position. Let's see what they can actually get done here. Carrier looking for some snares. Oh, Beryl changing positions, getting on top of Sylvie, but he just falls down. Execute may just be his namesake right now, as the last Ignite is going to land it. Peanut collects that kill. He is down relatively low. The dash cannon not going to be enough to save Carrier, as it's going to be a shuriken backflip from Lucid that gets that one done. Pleta trying to escape, and he will do that, but he's the last man standing on his team. And Jungle just going to get back towards that Baron and look to put a dent into this game. And by a dent, I mean finish the game.
Yeah, you gotta imagine if you didn't get that's gotta be it. As Beryl rolls in heroically. If they had an ultimate, you know, from Carrier, could have maybe been something. Goes over the wall, still dies to Jin, because with the lead that Team Jungle has, all that Team Support can do is just desperately try, and that they did. But there are even for you know, experienced teams playing together, coming back from a deficit like this can be very tough. And the game some might say was over a good 8 minutes ago. But what I like is look at this ingenuity. This is why you need a support player in your team.
What's that?
For traps like this.
Ah.
Lucid doesn't know. Is he
doesn't.
gonna die? Probably not.
Is 4 people enough to kill Lucid? That's my question. He does hop into his shroud, looks to try and escape, doesn't land the backflip, so can't re-engage, which I imagine that's what he wanted to do. Carrier does find him with the Pop Blossom. It was almost a great escape. He tries to dash over. He's very strong right now. The Culling can't turn, so that ain't gonna work out. He's still alive for the moment. He's still gonna die, but that was a cute little effort. It is gonna be in trade for the majority of the base here on team support. So still hats off to Lucid there. 9-1-1.
That's a win for team support, man. You were not getting anything on the rest of the map.
Got the shutdown.
These players.
We need to check all chat for the worths, see whether that actually popped up. That would confirm it 100%. Inhibitor number 1 to go down though, as Jungle look to continue the pressure with their Baron buff activated. Okay, there's the ult out from Execute, trying to keep his teammates alive. As the curtains are being called, Sylvie looks for a few bullets, but does end up deciding that he doesn't really think it's worth it for now. Mid lane inhibitor turret is definitely going to go down. The inhibitor to follow as well. And Sylvie's still at full health. Peanut's at full health. They can go for some sort of re-engage if they would like. Now the regroup to come in. Beryl just not as tanky as he wants to be for now. And Andal not quite with his team at that particular moment. Now looking for Lucid if he can find it, but doesn't get him with too much. Infernal Chains will go off, but now the Nexus turrets are under fire. And Team Jungle, it just feels like an absolute wash here. They were dominant from start to finish. Second Nexus turret comes down. There's the Pop Blossom, but is it gonna matter? I think the answer is no. Is Lucid, are you going back to that one? Yes, he is. He dives onto the fountain, and Team Jungle will take down Team Support here. Now, first game of the day.
Better junglers win.
Yeah.
Atlas.
And when you have 5 better junglers,
easy.
How are they ever going to lose? I think that maybe I'm rusty. You know, it's been a bit of time off, and so I just didn't understand what it means to have 5 better junglers on the other team. You can see some big smiles on the support players' faces, though. They still had a great time, even if it wasn't a great time towards playing again here today.
We saw Rammus, and I'll take that. That, for me, is good enough. Gives the value that we needed to this match as team support. They gave it their all.
I just like that they all do have grins on their faces. Looking a bit like, you know, they're just buddies, having a good time. And now they get to sit back, relax, and watch the rest of the games as Gideon.
Okay.
Whoa. All right. Well, Team Top needs to watch out. Because, of course, Jungle is now coming for them. And top laners versus junglers, Chronicler. I feel like there's a lot of feelings that are going to be got out on the Rift.
The big tragedy of this is that we will not see support versus AD carry.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
That is something that I was looking forward to.
Peanut did that and he's like, oh, why did I even?
They're supports, man.
Yeah. It was very cute, though. I think Peanut actually played a great support that game.
He did. Yeah.
He was all over the map.
I was pretty impressed by Sylvie's Jhin.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, the takeaway was, one, Owner being a better jungler, which isn't a surprise, but still was fun to see.
Yeah.
And then 2, Lucid, man. I know this is the only mid champion he plays, and I expect he won't play for the rest of the day, but this one champion, thumbs up.
Yeah, he definitely looked extraordinarily good. And Carrier's no slouch in the laning phase either.
No.
So, looking at Lucid doing almost the most damage on his team. Of course, Owner absolutely obliterating the jungle, starting off with that fantastic invade, eliminating all of the camps that Beryl had access to, and then made his life extraordinarily difficult. So that is going to mean Team Support is eliminated before the tournament even really feels like it got off the ground. They are no longer going to be playing in it. Top versus jungle will be the matchup that has been decided for match 3, but our next one will be team bottom lane versus team mid. And Deft versus Faker, in theory, once again, which is harkening back to last year. But bot versus mid. Bot, a lot of pedigree A lot of fantastic players, probably the top 5 AD carries of 2023. Versus Team Mid, a team full of players that are just really, really, really good. And they have Chovy, who is theoretically one of our more multi-rolled mid laners. Faker, of course, notably playing lots of roles on his stream if you've ever watched it. A lot of options there, but now it is time to go back to another interview.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome to 2024 season opening Rule the Rift. And the winner of the first match was Team Jungle. We are here joined by Lucid on the side of Team Jungle and also Burrow from Team Support. First off, Lucid, you had your low park debut as a mid laner and also as a player. How was it? I was playing up against Keria, so I was very nervous. But my teammates did a fantastic job, so thanks to them, I was able to win. I am very grateful. Well, I think you also carried the Akali. Were you just good at Akali already? I don't think this game I played a good Akali game. I can do even better than this. I think Showmaker is actually watching this game from home, and he even left the chat. Said, Lucid, you're Akali, please. How do you feel about that? I have watched him play, so many times at the team house, and he is playing out of his mind. So thanks to him, I was able to learn so much. So yeah, I'm just grateful to have Showmaker by my side. Well, today, Peanut was having a good time. He was having a lot of fun. He was just keep saying, this is too easy. How can a support ever absorb a gank? So how was today's game? Was it easy actually, just like Peanut said? Yeah, I could pretty much tell the other LCK Veteran players were having so much fun, so I was able to feel a lot more relaxed and comfortable. In the next match, you will be playing up against the team top players. Any message over to them? I think they're gonna do great. So we'll also try our best. That was Lucid from Team Jungle. Now, let's hear from Burrow from Team Support, who just lost the first match. How was the Herald ride? You were able to actually run into 2 of the enemy players. How do you like the new Herald? With the new Herald, it's like Sion ult, You have to steer the Shelly, but it is actually kind of difficult to, drive it. But today, I think I did a decent job. What do you think went wrong today? I think my level 2 gank was not a good one. I had 2 less information, but I still wanted to make a gank over there, and it didn't really work. Yeah, I mean, Owner, he was definitely bullying you in the jungle. Going up against a professional jungler was not easy, right? Yeah, I mean, his jungling path and everything was really difficult for me to kind of, play up against. Rammus is all about hitting level 3 fast, but the moment he stole my red buff, everything was, going down. Any message over to all the jungle players around the world? There are a lot of patches happening in the jungle, so I hope a lot of junglers can, kind of have a tour around the new Rift. But today, I mean, this year will be a rough one for you guys. There are going to be so many changes. Then what about all of the support players around the world that were supporting you today? You're heading into the new season, a lot of changes, major updates, but it's become a lot easier for supports to actually, gain and earn golds in the laning phase. So I think it's gonna be a lot more fun to play support this year. That was a fantastic series between Team Support and Team Jungle, and we have to say goodbye to Burrow and Lucid over here, with Lucid winning the match as Team Jungle, and we're gonna be back with Team Bot versus Team team mid, team AD carry versus team mid laner. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Thank you.
부탁드립니다. 저희는 잠시 후에 만나요.
람보스 잘 끌었고 더블 잘 끌었다. 이거 천천히 안 죽여도 돼.
라인 미드라인도 돌아온다.
니코궁 없죠?
네. 아 니코 이제 돌아요. 이제 돌아요.
니코궁 풀궁만 조심. 니코
오케이,
풀궁.
더블 한번 보게요.
니코 풀궁밖에 없다. 웨이브 먼저.
네.
웨이브 다 온다.
이거 뒤에 니코 루시안 니코입니다. 뒤에 루시안.
니코 풀궁밖에 없어요. 이거.
오케이. 니코예요. 예 니코.
네. 끌게요.
그래 천천히.
쉬워. 죽여.
그냥 쉬워. 너무 쉬워.
나이스. 좋았어요.
We're really excited to welcome you to season 2024.
Today we're going to be joined by more folks from across the league team. Best of luck on your climbs, and welcome to season 2024.
새로운 협곡에 필요한 건 너희가 룰을 만들 차례.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 season opening. It is now time for mid versus bottom lane. This is probably one of our most story-rich matchups as far as the players that are playing within it. We do have to remind everyone, though, that it is just a for-fun game, and we'll just have to see how it is going to go once we jump onto the Rift. What's going to be very interesting and very fun is finding out exactly where all of these players are going to be playing. The most curious that I am is about the bot lane options, right? Because these are all AD carries. These are all players that have honed their skills as marksmen throughout their entire careers, some of them very, very long. It is now time to find out who goes where. Let's hop down.
Now let's hear from Team AD Carry first before they play the second matchup of the day, Team Bot versus Team Mid. First up is Viper as support. I heard there was actually a meeting to decide who goes which lane, but you are not able to be there, so you got to play support. Are you happy with this? I'm happy. I'm happy to play support. I mean, Viper, we know you for your deep champion pool. What is your best pick? Best support pick. I'm a support, you just gotta play whatever. Just play whatever if you're support. Another, cool quote from Viper. Now, captain of Team Bot. Other captains were reluctant to go their main role, but you decided to go bottom lane as an AD carry. Are you ready to crush and own the bottom lane? Well, in order to you have to be, on a decent level, but my other lanes are pretty bad, so I just had to play AD carry. Def, do you have any specific routines when it comes to your setups? I just play Lucian most of the times. Just like I just run a couple of combos and, on Lucian to see if I'm feeling good today. We'll just beat bottom lane for sure. We're just gonna own the bottom lane. Now aiming on the mid lane for Team AD Carry. A hard matchup maybe because you're going up against Team Mid. Are you confident? I heard Closer will be playing mid today. He's better than me in mid for sure. So I gotta, focus up and stay alert. Lucid also, your teammate Lucid also owned the mid lane on Akali. Did you watch that? Yeah, he was pretty confident on, going mid lane. So I was looking forward to having a matchup up against him. If we get to play Team Jungle, but which didn't happen. But still, I will do my best today. Anything you want to say over to Closer? Closer, please go easy on me. Please. Next up, Paze as a jungler. Why did you choose to go jungle? Because, they actually trusted me a lot, so I decided to go jungle. Did you get any, advice from Kenyon about jungle pathing? I didn't really ask for any advice, but because we are, teammates, I just naturally learned from him. Now it's Paze versus Faker. What do you think about the matchup? I think this could be like the only chance where I get to actually go against Faker on the same role. It's an honor. So yeah, let's have a great game together. Now let's hear from Gumayusi on the top lane. You used to be a top main when you were an amateur player. Which champion are you gonna play? I used to, I'm gonna play the champions that I used to play in solo queue back in the days. And Gumayusi will go up against Chovy. I'm not ready for a banter yet, but I will do my best,
구마유시 선수가 탑에서 열심히 하는 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀 1D를
Now that was Team AD Carry getting ready for their match. Now let's hear from Team Mid.
이 자리에 있는 것도 굉장히 어색하네요. 초비 선수.
You will be playing top lane today.
LCK 정규 시즌에서 탑라이너로 출전한
And you
경험이
actually,
있기도
in the
한데요.
past,
오늘
played
누구보다 좀
as
자신
a
있지
top
않을까
laner
싶습니다. 기분
in the
어떠세요?
LCK as well for a couple of times. How are you feeling today?
너무 설레고요.
I am so excited to play as a top laner.
먼거리 챔피언을 들고 오지
And
않고 합의를 해서
we have a, verbal agreement that we are not going to play a ranged champion on the top lane today. So I'm looking forward to the top lane matchup. Anything you want to say to Guma?
황정 미드의 팀에서
Mid supremacy all the way, and I am gonna be top lane representing all the mid lanes. So I will make sure that I can, keep our mid laners proud, and I will do my best. Now Faker in the jungle, and also the captain of Team Mid, who decided to, put all the players in specific roles. Who did the lane allocations? We just had a, discussion about this, and this is my first time sitting on the jungle seat, so it's very awkward. We saw you playing Lee Sin and Vi in solo queue. We're gonna play those today. I can play whatever champion, so it depends. I'll see how it goes. Faker, do you have any setting routines? I'm playing jungle, so I'm trying to go for. I'm doing some of the jungle camp clears right now. Now closer. You said you are going to get a solo kill for sure. I mean, Faker said closer will get a solo kill for sure. Are you confident? Faker told me to get a solo kill, which means I have to get a solo kill. Now your enemy will be aiming on the mid lane. Anything you want to say about it? Sometimes, AD carries, tend to say they're also good on mid lane. I want to prove that they are wrong. Now, Karis as an AD carry. You used to be a Vayne main as an amateur player. Are you going to play Vayne today? Well, today I'm going up against Team Bot, a professional AD carry player, so I'm not sure about this game. But maybe if we make it to the next round, I will try to play Vayne in that game. You're going up against Deft on the bottom lane. It's Deft, Viper, bottom duo. So it's gonna be a very tough lane. They're gonna go hard on the during the laning phase. But as long as we can go 50-50, the top side of the map will get the win for us. And lastly, BDD on support. I've never seen this before, BDD playing support professionally on stage. Do you normally play support in solo queue? I started as a support player as an amateur actually, so I do have a bit of an experience, BDD, can we get some support Azir today? I think, Deft and Viper, we're gonna go for a very strong lane pick, so I'm not sure about Azir support. Now we are ready for the second matchup today, Team AD carry and Team Mid, so I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation there. Great to hear from all of the players. Really good to see that LS-coined Pokemon Trainer Red is in fact back. Chovy is playing on the top side of the map. We have a bit of a fun tidbit as well. In solo queue 3 days ago, Chovy played against Gumayusi, and it was Aatrox versus Mordekaiser. So, a bit of fun. It was a little bit one-sided. And that might have been why Gumayusi decided to refrain from the smack talk at this point in time.
Yeah,
but now they had that gentleman's agreement, melee only.
I'm excited about that. I think that leads more to fun and interactive top lane play like Cassante.
Like Ornn versus Mondo.
Oh, yeah. Chovy actually, I don't know if you caught this tournament. It was one of the last things I caught before I traveled to the Netherlands during the break. Chovy played top. Genji went to a tournament, I think it was in China, and actually was playing top there as well, and did quite well. So he actually got some extra practice in for this very important.
Whoa. That is dedication. That is absolutely dedication. We know that Dundun as well, even though Team Top hasn't played yet, he has put in a lot of time in solo queue in a different role, to the point where he in fact dropped a rank because he was practicing so hard in a role that he wasn't exactly a professional at.
If you
so that's
say,
dedication.
If you say dedication, if you say reliability, I think so that completely tracks.
He's not playing in this particular game though, so we'll just have to see how the AD carries are going to go. These are arguably the best 5 AD carries in the LCK versus Team Mid. A role that just generally comes with a lot of talent. There have been a lot of pretty phenomenal mid laners through all of the years of League of Legends, and demonstrations of skill are definitely things that you associate with that particular role. We'll just have to see how it's all going to go. Of course, we know that Faker has put in a lot of practice in jungle. Previously, we've spoken about that many, many times. Chovy needs no introduction. Closer going to be taking on aiming there in the mid lane, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch. And BDD as support, kind of in my mind, just kind of fits. You know, I feel like the puzzle piece went in relatively well. I just feel like he has that sort of mindset as a player. You know, he always comes in, gets those team fights right for his teammates, and that's what a lot of support is about, right?
So support TF?
Yeah, so I guess it has to be support TF instead of, or support Kassadin, support Syndra.
Okay, you know, support TF, I think is acceptable. Support
really?
Kassadin.
Why would you say support TF?
Well, compared to Kassadin, can't compare the two, Atlas. I'm sure there's an angle
probably. I mean,
somewhere.
That's a difficulty level that is probably a little bit too high against Viper Deft in the bottom lane. That's scary.
Because, as mentioned, he has a scary pool of.
He has, and as far as like players that really do cross roles, you would say that Viper is definitely one of them. Of course, when he was on Griffin with Chovy, they were very scary because of these gigantic champion pools that were very eclectic in those times. And he was the king of the awesome dude meta. So we'll just have to see what he's going to be playing. Already the Aatrox has been taken away. Gumayushi getting some nightmares from that game 3 days ago. We're going to see the Callista banned away as well. And of course, these bans on the red side that we're seeing from Team Mid may actually mimic what we saw from Team Jungle against Team Support, which is a bit weird.
As are the closer respect ban for aiming. He's like, guys, no.
I mean, that's closer and Chovy. That's a 2-for-1 special.
It's a double deal, but I'm telling you, that was aiming. I was like, guys, I will not get solo killed, but if closer gets Aurelia, I cannot guarantee that. And it is going to be, as Deft already mentioned, loves playing Lucian. Not going to be allowed to have that. Varus wouldn't surprise me as well. And now with 2 games in a row, might be looking at triple 80 carry bans. This is an interesting one, though. Tristana definitely has fallen in priority compared to where she was last summer, when she was arguably the best mid laner that we had. Incredible prior, really tough to deal with. And it is indeed the Varus that gets taken away, or so. The power pick 80 carries being taken away, because if you're Karus and BDD are just looking to play it safe as aiming, it's like, get me LeBlanc.
Yeah.
It's impossible to die on this champion. I need the safety.
Well, it is an interesting one. We'll see how aiming is going to do on the champion. If indeed he is going to be playing it, who knows? Viper could be busting out his world-famous support LeBlanc here for the first time. Set being hovered. We're not entirely sure where that's going to go. But there's Cassante, of course, a Chovy favorite. But not exactly one that is all that inspiring as far as super fun matchups. Could be going to closer, though. See what Faker is going to be locking in, either for a teammate or himself. I think everyone kind of wants the Lee Sin just to be locked right here. We'll see what he does do.
I want Yi.
Yeah.
Give me the Yi.
Would that impact his almost 100% win rate on Master Yi to this day? Well, that's a Yasuo. All right, well, now we don't necessarily know exactly where that Yasuo is going. Could, of course, be top mid bot lane. In theory, depending on matchup.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of intel here. The most obvious to me would be closer. He does love his melee aggressive champions. The main reason why I say naturally you'd expect that is because I could also see it as a bot lane 2v2. Although we have seen this being pulled out a lot, has not been super successful. Maybe, you know, add a Gragas to it. At least something that can provide a reliable way to proc that ultimate. Lee and LeBlanc, though, gonna be really big here for aiming and pays a lot of power. As Guma's like, guys, I don't want to play this game. And Chovy.
Look at the fun and interactive top lane that we have.
That.
I'm glad we hyped it up before the draft because hyping it up now is going to be really difficult.
No, but you don't get it. Think about how much grasp that.
And that's probably also Viper playing Scion bot lane. That is a very good point. Inspired by MVP Max from all those years ago, who got a quadra-kill on support Scion.
Would you remember MVP Max as much as you do if his name wasn't Max?
Absolutely. Did you see that guy play? He was incredible.
As Gragas does get locked in here. And that could be Faker playing Gragas in the jungle, because obviously...
The Gragas Yasuo? That could be the bottom lane, yeah.
Remember when Faker played Gragas mid, and then everyone played it, and he just stopped playing it, and everyone didn't really make it
Yeah, he's like, this isn't cool anymore, guys.
Oh, good times. As we just continue, because... It goes both ways, right? Because you could be like, okay, so we ban out a lot of the AD carries so that they don't get the power picks. But like, if Deft ends up locking in Jinx, is he sad?
No, I don't think so.
I don't. Although to be fair,
Hogmaw also?
Playing Jinx or any immobile AD carry into Gragas Yasuo,
yeah, it doesn't seem fun.
That does sound like a really bad time.
Well, last ban is going to be the Draven. Has been a relatively recent favorite of Deft's. And now one final ban here from Team AD Carry. Let's ban another one. Let's just ban another one. And then, like, Team AD Carry plays mages in the bottom lane. And we're all like, what the heck is going on here? That would be pretty perfect, wouldn't it? If the one team that's made up of only bot laners plays a team that doesn't have an AD Carry champion.
They just slammed Talia Pantheon.
Oh my goodness, they actually banned the Azir. Of course, Closer is a Azir player, but I think all of us are thinking, wow, they banned support Azir from BDD.
He would.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Kara's considering some options here. Of course, there are still a fair few left up and available. The Xayah, the consideration. Kai'Sa makes a bit of sense to me because she did have a bit of a stint where she was played in mid lane.
Xayah Rakan.
That is going to be Rakan. Yeah, possibly Xayah.
BDD gonna be playing the Rakan here.
The amount of setup for Yasuo,
I know,
kind of absurd right now.
And also now psyching Team AD Carry into picking the Xayah here. Right, you don't want to. You don't want to play into a Xayah Rakan bot lane. Definitely very obnoxious.
Is Viper going to play his famous Teemo?
I'm willing to say no.
He is one of the only players in LCK history to play Teemo on purpose.
Yeah, but
that's a cow.
He's a support.
Who you know, it could work.
Just max blind and pray.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's been done before. It probably wasn't good.
Okay, Karis.
And some Ophelia.
As a mid laner.
Consideration.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
I like that more.
I also really like Ezreal in the composition, just in general.
Yeah,
because you're self-sufficient.
Yeah, I don't love Ezreal as a champion. He feels to me like unless you really play on the edge and you're a bit of a maniac, he doesn't really have that big of an impact. But at the same time, as you point out, within this composition, very self-sufficient in lane, also doesn't need anyone else, because with this comp, you're going to be diving, right? It's Yasuo, it's Rakan, it's Gragas. You're going to be playing very aggressively towards Deft, who has one R button, and outside of that is going to have to deal with all that that gets thrown at him. And Karis just gets to play on the outskirts of the fight. Now, the one thing I would be scared of if I am team mid is that the moment I fall behind, my composition does not work because I'm playing into Xayah, Sion, and Alistar. So I need to get going early, and then you can blow out the game, I think, very early. If you can deal with that mid-jungle 2v2, the Lee LeBlanc, definitely a combo that you have to respect. Because if this goes to late, I think Team Bot not going to be feeling too bad.
No, I could imagine that as well. Just as a little bit of an aside, if this was a regular game and Karis had put a lot of time into playing all of the AD carries possible, could you imagine the Neela angle that was?
Oh,
wow.
God, yeah.
Kind of absurd.
Man, if only he DM'd Jiwoo.
I know, he should have had a chat to him. Yeah, but you can't have everything. Team Bot with a pretty well-rounded composition by the looks of things. Have to see how it does go. Chovy on one of his all-time favorites, though, and Faker playing the Gragas alongside Closer. Of course, they were teammates. There might be some residual synergy there, which Gragas Yasuo does require. Faker kind of relied upon in this particular game for a lot of the magic damage, as we have a little bit of a pause to start things off. Faker having what looks to be a great time at this point. he forgot to take smite. An understandable mistake for a mid laner to make, and that's why he was a little bit red in the face when we did pan the camera over.
Yeah.
Oh no!
The moment I saw the grin, I'm like,
yeah,
it's got to be something like that.
Yeah.
It can't be, or he's like has default runes. You know, he's playing Comet.
Yeah.
It's got to be something
He's
like
like,
that.
all right, it's okay. I can ignite the camp. No, not anymore.
It's gonna quickly run through it again now that everything has been locked in. Should be happening momentarily. You know what this does? This builds the suspense.
The tension.
Atlas. The
Exactly.
tension. Unbearable.
Oh, I can't wait to see this top lane matchup. Sion versus Cassante. Is this the first time we've ever seen this matchup, Chronicle?
I really would not. I would like to refrain from going into it too much because it is
I haven't
one
seen it
matchup
at all this year.
That I
like this whole year. I haven't seen it.
we're having such a good. We're having such a good time. Why you have to go? Why you have to go and make me mad? we're doing a for fun tournament. We're not costing for real yet.
Because
you tilt me.
You're so much better when you're mad,
yeah,
Chronicle. You know that.
I don't want to be. I was having such a good time. I had a break. It was wonderful. That joke was so bad.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, what can you do? It's what you have to do at the beginning of the season, all right?
I know.
And it's a pause. It's the time for it. And this person came from Busan to see Faker, and she got to see him also not take smite as a jungler, which is kind of cute. Cool, you know? There's only so many times you can do that.
And that's historical. That's
exactly
probably the only time that is ever going to happen.
Exactly.
In the history of League of Legends.
Although, to be perfectly honest, I feel like every game Faker plays, he doesn't take smite.
Yeah, but this one he was supposed to. That's the big difference.
Yep.
You gotta get you gotta smite. To dismay.
All right, we get the Faker reaction cam. Or the bot lane reaction.
이래서 미드라이너 안 된다고 이거 이게 많은 거 아니야? 안 돼. 절대 안 되지.
I really like Viper's reaction.
절대 안 되지.
No way we're remaking. It's not happening. But they, in fact, they did. The fact that Viper saw it immediately and just lost his mind, that was fantastic. Get a bit of a zoom in onto Gumayushi.
I didn't see who it was, but someone else typed zzz.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It might have been Deft because he was the most quiet one, so maybe he was.
No,
he
he immediately said sorry in caps. He was very apologetic. And I think I was like, ah.
He was like, mid laners get it together or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're getting it together now as we are rushing through this draft and getting back into the game, double checking that Faker is indeed going to have the smite this time around. And this is going to be an interesting one because I feel like what we saw last game was a case of jungle really taking over, and that it was difficult for support to really do anything after that stage. But now we've got Faker versus Pays, not exactly a jungle matchup that we're used to seeing. And could be a bit of fun.
It's interesting because we talked about the junglers and how hard it should be theoretically for them to try and match other teams and other players rather in lane. But it also goes the other way around. As far as any other role goes, trying to slot into jungle and understanding on a role that on a fundamental level is so different from anything else in League, and the way that you path, where you need to plan your turns ahead, it really doesn't work well, I think, for anyone to try and play jungle. So maybe that alone is enough. And as everyone in solo queue knows, better jungle wins.
Yeah.
So
and when you have 5 better junglers.
Yeah.
I mean, I tweeted this out. I mean, I was just stupid.
You should have
to think
seen it
that,
coming.
support
But
had
you were
any hope at
blinded
all.
by your love for Beryl, which...
well, no, not blinded by my love for Beryl. Blinded by Beryl and his existence and how it warps the fabric of space and time.
Is that really different than what I said?
Not really. It's just the way that I would say it. But now, I think we're going to check in on what happened on the mid side of things. Let's see Closer's reaction. So Closer was the one that found out that he didn't take it. So now he's like pausing it, and then we get the caster reaction cam as well. And yeah, good guy Closer finding out immediately so he doesn't waste too much extra time. Maybe if Faker like gets to the camp and he's like halfway through, he's like, I'm trying to smite. Oops, you know, then that would have been worse. It would have been a fair bit more time that we would have had to deal with. But Closer finding out immediately, letting Faker know. Faker going a little bit red in the face as he pauses and says, what do we do? We remake it, of course.
To the best of us.
Indeed.
You know, this is a thing. If you play it in solo queue, you automatically get the smite.
Does this say, like, now are we kind of okay with Beryl's relatively lackluster performance? Because at least he took smite.
Not all roads lead to Beryl. Come on. He did take smite.
He did have a really hard time. I'm just trying to redeem him a little bit.
He did play Rammus, which I will really be appreciative for, as Andil actually stuck
Andil's
around
in the crowd having a watch,
supporting the gang. Although I'm trying to think, I know Dudu's obviously still playing next.
Yep.
We'll see. I'm kind of interested in Team Top as well.
Oh, Team Top is, I mean, Dundun and Dudu at the same time, and it already looks like they have great camaraderie. Very excited to see what Team Top can get done. They are going to be playing next up against Team Jungle. Jungle versus Top just feels like such a poignant matchup. Absolutely fantastic. Love that. Getting some revenge on the junglers that may or may not have ganked for them in the past. But this time around, we're just waiting for the game to load up. I believe we have gotten through Champion Select, having a look at... we're still getting through. We're still getting through. Locking in champions.
Going through it.
Oh, we actually had another issue with Champion Select, and so we're remaking
But
the
this one
Champion
wasn't
Select.
due to a player.
This was not a player's fault, unless it was Pays that this time forgot to take Smite, because that would be adorable. I'd
also
really
would make
like
for
that.
great symmetry, because now, right now, if you're team AD carry, you got the mental edge already.
Oh yeah,
straight out the game hasn't even started yet, and you're already there.
But I feel like at the beginning of the tournament, we saw like Faker had pretty unadulterated confidence. You know, like there was nothing really shaking him at that point. So maybe this has helped get them on a level playing field confidence-wise. Because I do think that a lot of people, if you were to see the mid lane roster on paper, you'd be feeling pretty confident with how they would be able to go. And I do like their creative draft as well. Very cool. Gragas Yasuo compositions, one of my all-time favorites. As Chronicler is trying to pull everything off the desk at this point in time while he's having a little bit of a sneak peek what we might be getting into here.
I have security information. We're on the final picks.
Ooh.
So shortly, we should be going in. And this is, again, this is just building the tension. The game that you're about to watch can surely only be incredible.
Oh, yes.
Now, should I hype it up that much after seeing what happened last game?
Oh, absolutely.
No, probably not.
Yes. Yes, you should. That's what we're supposed to do. It doesn't matter about the result of the game. What matters is how excited we are going into the game.
Well, very.
Exactly.
This is going to be great. There's no way that this is a one-sided stomp like the last game.
No, it can't be. There's absolutely no way. It is only going to be peak League of Legends, amazing moments,
minutes,
mechanical outplays,
base races.
Oh yeah,
Baron flips,
loads of kills, but still extraordinarily close, and demonstrations of what can be utilized on the new Summoner's Rift. We're going to be given buffs to everyone. Void Grub's going to be eliminated. We're going on rides on the Rift Herald over and over again.
We didn't really talk about it that much, but you saw that was actually what Barrow was trying to show us with that level 2 drive-by. Not that you need to gank.
No, he was just demonstrating the Rift for us. He sacrificed his entire jungle path in order to make that one happen for us.
And what a gank it was.
It was absolutely beautiful. Checking it out once again, just a reminder, these are the compositions. Team Bot with Sion, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc big core towards that top side with Alistair, Zaya in the bottom lane. And Team Mid with a classic Gragas Yasuo style composition with a burly Cassante up there towards the top side. With Chovy piloting it, that is very scary. Karis on the Ezreal as well has been utilized in mid in the past. We have to expect that he would have some practice there, and BDD rocking the Rakan. See how he's going to do it. Let's hop onto the Rift here for our second game of the day, Mid versus Bot. We almost had fan chance, almost, but we didn't quite get there, and that is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Faker base skin Gragas as per usual, and we're no strangers to seeing Faker play Gragas. I really liked your Master Yi suggestion because it's been so many years since Faker has played Master Yi. Of course, if you guys weren't playing at the time or just have not been watching League of Legends for over 10 years, AP Yi was a thing back in the day. And Faker did, I wouldn't say abuse it, but he utilized the extraordinary power of that particular pick when it was meta a few times.
Not even the most insane AP I think AP Sion for me takes the cake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the value.
Big win.
Yeah.
He's going to be feeling good about that one. Picks up some early experience. And as mentioned, in top lane, it'll be about who can get the most grasp stacks, and the answer is probably both of them about the same amount.
Well, we'll just have to see. Pays, really trying to make the most of this. Leaves it at 3, knows that it's still going to die. We'll have to see that. And I'm not going to adjudicate Pays' jungle pathing. I'm just going to assume that he's really good. And BDD taking a little bit of damage here, but of course, team bot lane, this is the lane that they feel like they need to win. They already told us, but we could probably assume it, as Viper going to get a bit of a headbutt on to BDD. But Karis and BDD having a pretty good time, of course, with a decent level 1 advantage as Ezra or Rakan.
Yeah, as we have often said, Alistair, level 1, not really a champion. It will take me a while to get over this mid lane turret thing. It feels
it's so weird. Yeah.
It's not, but it feels new. It feels spicy. As Pays now clearing his way towards bot, might be able to catch Kars and BDD before they actually get the crash in. And so there were basically 2 approaches that Team Bot could have taken, right? And I think that we saw, and they would have preferred to go for a really aggressive bot lane, flip it early, win just through lane experience, and then run from there. But because of the bans of Team Mid, they went for the opposite direction, which is we have an actual AD carry that if we get to a mid to late game, will win the game for us single-handedly. Right? And I think especially with the sign, with the alley, there's a lot there, but Deft let's take a decent amount of damage here.
Yeah, decent chunk. BDD getting the heal, and that is going to keep him happy. Viper coming on over, clearing out wards. We do have to see, we did just see that Viper set up Deft beautifully for all of those minions. Deft managing to get all of them under turret, which is absolutely fantastic. Pays looking for a little bit of a gank opportunity. There's the flash forward from Viper. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's still got his foot on the gas. Pays making his way in. Does get the safeguard. There's the flash forward. Tempest Cripple, and that's first blood for the young bottom laner. BDD gonna have to flash to get himself out of there, and Bot's already on the board.
Really nicely done there, and this is exactly what I was worried about. Team Mid doesn't actually get the crash there. Deft and Viper are able to keep the wave just in front of their turret without a bounce. Karis and BDD are in danger. They don't really respect. Faker is still clearing. Not as fast with the Gragas, obviously, as Lee is going to be. And the setup here from Viper, really, really nicely done. Means that so much damage is done already. That I think you saw as well, Faker could have roamed here at this point, but they were never going to be able to save Karis.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice Q flash from Viper. Really understanding the ranges beautifully there as well. And of course, bot lane feel a little bit more interchangeable than a lot of other roles. But man, really nicely played there by Viper. And Gumushi and Chobi. This is the no breaks top lane matchup that we've been looking forward to. As BDD, is that one of the new elixirs that he's picked up? The heck?
Sure. Let me check it out. All the new icons have still thrown me for a bit of a loop, obviously, as mentioned.
Oh yeah.
With thus far not having access to or having access to PvE, but PvE being PvE.
Yeah.
Comes with its own, especially in Korea, comes with its own challenges. And right now, with that early kill on Pays, I think that Team Bot not going to be feeling too bad, especially because, again, I think Team Mid need to build big leads early on. Because if they don't, I think that they're going to have a really, really rough time as Pays.
The opportunity here as the chain is going to come through. Another Pays gank looking pretty good here. As aiming looks for it, gets the flash out. Sonic Wave angle was good. Closer is going to escape, so loses his flash, but not his life as Team Bot continuing the onslaught down here. About 5 CS the advantage with a wave coming in to Team Mid, so it's not a CS difference. But having the extra assist gold onto the bottom lane here for Team Bot, definitely good news as Pays roaming down. Control Ward here in position. He's now going to be spotted. As Faker knows exactly what's going on. Was just doing his best to clear up these minions where he can.
I am a little disappointed in aiming.
Oh, why?
Because it looks like he's building a shield long.
Again.
Yeah, it will never be freed. Might also, though, which is also something that we've seen happen a lot, just be Kerchai's in. No, okay, never mind.
No.
Like, you know, you go Fleet and Kerchai's for extra early game harassment, but then you just pivot to a more AP heavy build.
I mean, if you are going to accept that someone's going to weave auto attacks, it's probably going to be an AD carry player. Is Def going aggressive, but Faker is here. Great knock-up from BDD as well. The double body slams, gorgeous from Faker. And that is going to mean, oh, Pace making his way in. They do manage to get a kill back as Viper is now Alcove Gaming, but he gets body slammed and booped to death. Faker now looking for Pace as well.
Body
but
block.
Pace is pretty dangerous, trying to find some Qs here onto BDD. Still manages to connect one, but Resonating Strike is interrupted by the body slam. And mid on the board as well, evening out the kill score really nicely here.
Really big play there from Faker. Make sure that they trade 2 for 1. Hayes was there, but not quite in time. Not able to actually get more done than just trade a single kill. And with that, Team Mid retaking some control. And again, want to reiterate, if they can pick up some Void Grubs here and get Faker ahead, this is a full AD composition from Team Mid outside of the Gragas. So getting him fed would be really big.
Ooh, Q connects, but Karras gets back towards the turret. He'll be absolutely fine as Deft is just farming by himself down here in this bottom lane. A long way for Karras to go. As Gumayushi and Cho, once again. The top lane exists, guys, but let's have a look at this replay.
And you can see Pays actually backing there, but thanks to BDD, sets it up. Faker really nicely done there. Flash body slam to lock them both down. Is able to, at the very least, get a kill. But then here, Viper unable to actually, doesn't have the cooldown yet to cancel the body slam, and then Faker here ensuring that BDD doesn't get tagged. If BDD gets tagged by Q, might actually end up dying. So very nicely done there. Team Bot still with a slight lead, but really important play there to keep Team Mid in the running. And now that ult combo is available.
Yeah, Lows are getting hit by the chain, but does break it. As Distortion was on cooldown for a moment. There it is, the last breath coming down, but aiming, getting towards the turret. Does get the passive as Faker fights the barrel and snipes aiming, taken down by the Gragas Yasuo combo.
Faker there, cashing in on closer, hitting that tornado there. Absolutely huge. Really nicely done, because normally it's the other way around. It's the Gragas setting for the Yasuo, but now Faker getting really fed. And again, I want to reiterate, if he gets fed, he's able to build a ton of AP damage. Itemization for Team Bot becomes a little bit awkward. You really don't want to try and build MR. You're playing into a team that is outside of that, mostly focused towards the aggressive or towards AD. And here, Faker doesn't have his flash available. Doesn't matter. That flash, aiming gonna regret that one. Nicely done. And now Team Mid finally in a substantial lead.
Yeah. And really impressive play. And this is sort of exactly how these Gragas Yasuo combinations were played, especially by D plus Kia, or Darm1 at the time, where they were playing most of it, Canyon and Showmaker together. It would be all about trying to build up Canyon as much as possible to make him into that AP carry. They utilize this with Diana, Nidalee, things like that as well, and there are teams that have been doing this for a long time. And Faker is now going to be able to do a whole lot of work here for Team Mid. So looking forward to seeing how Bot are going to try to get themselves back onto the board. Faker looking for some Void Grubs, does already grab quite a few of them. He's just breaking barrels over the top of them.
And as mentioned, if you kill enough of the grubs, you're able to summon Void Mites as the dive comes in.
Yeah, they managed to get the knock-up onto Karras. He's trying his best to stand his ground, but that is the feather pullback from Def. They lock him down. Void Grubs go over to Team Mid, but Team Bot managing to get that dive to work out. Pace still looking for more headbutt pull from Viper. And BDD going to get flashed on. That is going to be a second kill. Stuck around for a little too long. As now Gumyushi could be in trouble as well as Chovy looking for an opportunity. Gumyushi is now ghosting, trying to get himself safe, but the knock-up is still going to land the barrel to stop him. And Zombie Scion not going to find any joy as Chovy is going to toy with him. So a bit of a response here by Team Mid.
Not sure what happened there, because Guma was aware, I think, of where Faker was at that point in time, but really nicely done dive here. Really big is that even though they don't actually have minion aggro initially, and even with the double knockup, Viper with his ultimate can tank so much damage so that when they are able to eventually drop the aggro, they've already been able to take down Karis. And I think this is a trade that you take if you are Team Bot. Aiming's also like, yeah, good job, guys.
Yeah.
As Viper did die, he also took the kill, which I think is, you know, as an AD carry, understandable. As an Alistar, probably want to give that to your Lee. Space goes in. I'm not sure why.
Safeguard does come through. He just got a little bit annoyed at the wind wall there, as of course it stopped his Q from really doing anything. Yasuo does have some answers into the Lee Sin, you have to say. And you can see that Closer is having a really good time this game as well. This Yasuo certainly could be getting online pretty soon. Could be pretty scary. We're going to have a look at this again as Gumyushi underneath the turret.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just ulted away.
Yeah.
So that's why he was there. He didn't want to be there. He was just there.
Yeah, as I was about to say, the thing against Cassante is that stuff like this can happen. Unfortunately, not a lot of setup. And the moment that you get dragged through the wall, there's just no way for you to really survive. And then here, they're trying to look for a possible 2v2, and then instead, yeah, Viper just gets comboed and probably dies. Also used his ultimate again on a great diving bot. That does mean that he gets very easily dealt with as, yeah, now every time that Trophy's going to dash in, Guba's going to be like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Gotta respect. One of the big players that benefited from everything that's been happening, though, has been Deft, because he died once, but outside of that has been able to farm, been able to pick up a lot of plates thanks to the continued attention of pace towards the bot side of the map. So it becomes kind of a question, who has benefited more? Is it Team Mid, who have a very fat Faker, or is it Team Bot that I think in the late game should definitely have an edge with a very straightforward front-to-back teamfight composition with a lot of built-in safety for Deft?
I swear, Viper is just having the best time ever, though. He feels like he's got all of this agency to start fights, to press buttons. Look at him. He's going once again. The knockout from BDD, who's now looking for that quickness. Gets it onto Deft. The teleport to come in from Closer. Now Team Bot are just trying to get out of there. Closer taking a lot of damage, though. The feathers get pulled back, and he's destroyed. Faker not quite there in time. As you can see, Viper is just trying to hoof it out of there. Is going to do so, aiming in the meantime with his static shiv, is trying to get some work done as Viper. He gets a knock up onto Faker. He's still going to go down, but the Q lands here from Pays. Can they manage to get an answering kill is the question. Distortion comes in, but the chains will not land. The Sonic Wave will not land, but Faker is going the wrong direction, so he may still die. Some more shots landing, some Qs not, but I think that Faker is still big time dead. He's just trying his best to waste as much time as possible, and Viper's going to deliver the kill over to Aiming, get himself an assist in the meantime. So, bot lane, back in the lead as far as gold, but it is not a considerable one, and Trophy might be able to extend mid's advantage by taking first turret.
Yeah, big thing there is that with Guma heading down, just, I think, as the plates were dropping. So there wasn't actually an opportunity for Chovy to get a lot going. Initially, this looked like an overextension. Karis and BDD are ready. And here, with Faker coming in, it looks like everything is fine, but Closer, crucially, oversteps. Pays and Deft, set up a beautiful combo, kicks him back into the feathers, no counterplay there. And if Closer plays that a little bit slower, I don't think you come back from that as Team Bot, right? They're able to play with a man up.
하람씨 먹어. 야, 밀어줄게. 밀어줄게.
Get the bounty. Yeah. Viper was delivering the kill over. He said, I'm going to push it in for you, and he manages to get himself an assist. And that is confirmation as well that Viper is indeed just having the greatest time. He's also playing incredibly well. Yes, he's died 3 times, the most out of anyone on the Rift, outside of Karis, who's even with him. But it just looks like he's really enjoying this. Hopefully he stays as AD carry though. He's a fantastic AD carry player. But maybe this is his true calling. Maybe it is just support.
Closer.
Okay, yeah, aiming, taking a bit of damage. Windwall going to be protecting Closer for the moment.
Something's never changed as a rule pace. Is spotted by Faker and BD. Faker indeed takes what is served up to him. Trophy is sitting at 174 CS at 15 minutes. So, you know, it doesn't matter if you hit our top.
Surprise, surprise, everyone, as there's the last breath, the delivery, as aiming does flash the wall to get himself out of there. In the meantime, Chovy is getting to work on this Hextech Drake, second dragon of the game. This one will even out the Drake count between the two squads. Viper gonna get knocked up. It's a headbutt down as well, as Deft is now here to get a bit of damage in, and he is the scary one, like you've already mentioned. He is really starting to stack up the gold. Flash out here from Closer, not wanting to risk it against the kick flash opportunity of Pays.
Yeah, that was a preemptive one. If he doesn't and Pace kicks him back, I think the wave was also mostly gone, so it would have been kind of a disaster as... Oh, the combo?
Yeah, aiming, turning up. BDD was here this time, so Closer is going to have a little bit more bravery to show here.
So initially it looks like that's a really good trade, but if he gets another Demolish proc, and maybe he doesn't even need that, this is great for Team Bot. Like, yes, they give up a single Drake, but the lead that Chovy had literally disappeared right there.
Yeah,
like his bounty's gone. And Team Mid, I think, needs to go for these explosive plays if they want to match the late game power of Team Bot. Now, they still have a lot of power in this composition. I don't think that the timer has quite run out for them, and there is still, particularly with that combo, always an opportunity to find your way back into the game. So Chovy's still in a great spot. But right now, I gotta say, for Team Bot, I think you're feeling pretty good. You're not that far behind when it comes to objectives. On the opposite, you are 1-1 in Dragons, even in kills, and you got first turn blood. Chovy is proxying. Guma comes in.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity here as Chovy's going to absorb the CC, goes all out as well. And that is going to mean that he will stay alive. Does manage to absorb that one as well. Aiming, coming on over. Running out of buttons a little bit, but Faker is there with the barrel, and now we've got a quickness knock-up combo. Good use of the ultimate there from Deft to dodge the true shot barrage, but now that's on cooldown. Deft, which is a very Deft thing to do, didn't use any summoner spells in that moment, just the ulti, and that was going to be enough to keep him alive. Certainly good news, as Rift Herald's going to be taken here by Pace.
I gotta say though, aiming, I know you're an AD carry, but you're also, now it's Closer. Is he gonna, he's delaying.
This is looking like
on the way.
It's a difficult moment though here for him. Doesn't land. And that is going to be the kickback. Closer is still alive though. Good double knock up. The last breath coming in. They get smashed down by the explosive cast from Faker. And there's the knock up. They do manage to kill Closer in the end, but it could be more value here for Team Mid as they're chasing down Viper. This cow is pretty nimble though, and he's still looking to try and make his way out of here. He's going real quick. The grand entrance does not connect. Karras is landing Mystic shots, but it may not be enough. The headbutt to Taxi. Faker is looking to come through, finds the smite. Depth is here though, and I think Viper's made the great escape. A teleport to turn around the pulverized flash, and Faker is taking so much damage from the blade caller. Depth turns it around, the headbutt back. Free delivery to Depth for the double kill. Viper, I mean, we have voting for MVP towards the end of this. All the players that are playing are going to vote, and my vote, if I ever had one, 100% for Viper. He's playing so well.
That was two subsequent plays that looked like they were going to go one way and then completely flipped around. Here, Closer not able to hit, crucially, I think, this knock up there. So it looks like he might end up going down, but there is no damage. Guma doesn't actually get the Q hit, and then the rest of the team arrives. Faker does an incredible amount of damage with BDD keeping him alive. Eventually, yes, they're able to get the kill, but now, on the follow-up of that, there is Viper's great escape and subsequent turnaround. Ultimate is up, so he knows.
Yeah, he's like, can we go? Ball flash, go, and I've got headbutt. Oh my goodness. In the meantime, Closer is doing Yasuo things. He will go down towards the top side. BDD is going to quickly get himself out of there. Chovy is fighting Gumayusi yet again. We've seen this one before. Dashes forward, finds the knockback. Viper is in trouble once again. Or is he? Yes, he very much is. Q going to connect onto Faker though, as Paze is looking to try to get some revenge. Chovy's going to finish the job there towards the bottom side. Thanks Observers as Paze continuing the onslaught. Chains going to connect onto BDD, who doesn't have the ulti anymore. Is still going to be able to dash away. Q not going to be followed there by Paze. Really good diligence there by the young player, of course. Not a lot of pro play Lee Sin experience, but still going to keep a level head.
And unlike last game, this game is back and forth. Yes, there is a small lead here for Team Bot, which might be getting worse and worse if they're able to get some of these side lane picks. With Closer just a little bit too far out this time around. This is not Shiv, this is just straight up AD LeBlanc. Like,
so he's just
an AD carry.
Yeah,
but
fair.
Well, no, because now they're full AD. So it makes optimization for Team Mid a lot easier. And then the question becomes, does that matter? And I'm gonna say probably not with how a lot of these fights are playing out. It feels like both teams are just very happy to play very messy skirmishes as opposed to a more classic front to back. And right now, we do see though that Trophy is also keenly aware of this, and he's building just armor.
Yeah.
Because again, who's gonna match him? But RS carries in a good enough spot. Yes, Faker is in a great position, but both Closer and Karis definitely falling behind their counterparts here. As Viper, he's on a long flank.
This is a big mission. Gumayusi is extraordinarily tanky though. He can stand in the front here for quite some time. Does get knocked back. As now Faker, he knows the Viper's coming on over, spotted on a control ward as he can see, and Faker is looking for him. He gets smoked. The rest of the buttons don't really land, and Viper is just going to hoof it out of there. Does so pretty comfortably, although the Ignite going to be used here. He's wanting to escape. The ulti comes in. There's the headbutt. Sorry, the Pulverize. The headbutt going to be coming in next as the train lands. The station is bottom lane, but there's the combo! Knockup lands. Viper is alive for a long time, but it's not going to be enough. Knockup chain continues onto Gumayusi towards the bottom side. He's tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough. The wind wall coming in for some reason, just for fun there from Closer, as Gumayusi is going to go down. And Team Mid finding a lot of value. Aiming has just decided that he's a split push machine, and that's kind of working. Manages to get an inner turret here, which is why you can see that Bot is still in the lead as far as gold is concerned. Another Dragon, though, looking to be taken here by Team Mid, who are looking for the long game.
There are a lot of schools of thoughts when it comes to playing Sign. I'm glad to see that Gumayusi is adhering to the one where devs don't matter. As big win there for Team Mid, but with the push still going to the opposing team and I'm only giving up 2 kills, I'm not sure if it's enough. As we take another look here, I'm really happy to see Team Mid proactively make use of the power of this combo. But yeah, this teleport here, a little bit ill-advised. Or rather, the Gumayusi attempting to pivot the play when the teleport is still available. This time, it's Closer joining the rest of his team as opposed to him getting picked off by himself. Able to chew through Guma, even with the healing that he's doing from his despair. Not quite enough. As
Chovy looking a little bit scary here, does manage to find himself the Q. That is going to get the last breath as Paze just safeguards himself away. Aiming going to do the same thing with the distortion. Viper going to help keep himself alive, does flash. The cask there had the unbreakable will, so wasn't taking a lot of damage. Team Mid not able to find any success in the combo this time, but it might have gotten them enough cooldowns to look for a bit of a play. 24 minutes. And the Baron is on the table, but could be a scary option, especially with the game still relatively close.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded if they started it up just to force maybe a teleport out of Guma. Now it is a science, so could have also just pressed his ultimate and then try and make his way over. Not going to be enough as, Team Bot looking maybe for a punish. They do have vision of the ward there.
Yeah, aiming was on vision himself, yeah.
And they actually started up. Kara's going to scout this out, though.
Push-up barrage does get vision.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to take this.
Gumayusi in mid lane. Chovy has found him, knows that he's pretty strong. And we know that as well. For that Q3 opportunity, decides that he wants instead head back towards the rest of his team. And Team Mid, I think that baiting Baron is exactly what you want to be doing over and over again when you have those buttons up and available. Because I feel like that is their avenue to victory. It's like, try and find wombo combo teamfight. If teamfight do good, then kill Purple Worm. win game, right? Am I onto something there?
I think it's a good flow chart.
And I feel like Team Bot kind of want to just keep aiming in a side lane and get him to continue killing these turrets.
Guess.
He's got his Trinity Force completed.
He does. And I kind of feel like they put themselves in this position with the build that they've gone for. And to be fair, between LeBlanc and Gumayushi playing this Sion, you do have an incredible amount of turret pushing power. Sion, obviously, just with Demolish and his giant health pool, is able to chew through turrets relatively quickly. Then you also have aiming, and you have a lot of safety in the trio of Paze, Deft, and Viper, so you can try and 1-3-1, but the engage, like snap engage on team mid, is so good. I feel like you're never going to be able to actually deny them the ability to start up fights. Because like you have Faker who can ult, Faker who can flash body slam, Chovy who can try and knock people back. And then BDD on the Rakan, right? So there are a lot of traps that are set up here for Team Bot. You can also just try to 5v5 anyway and not be bothered by the fact that they are very, very one-sided when it comes to their damage type.
And also, all of them probably have a fair bit of faith in what Deft can do. As you can see, Team Mid looking for that angle once again. Pulverize comes in, headbutt back onto BDD. The cast going to connect, but Viper, with that unbreakable will, is very tanky. Q going to land onto BDD, the teleport in from Gumayushi, but immediately he's down to 50% aiming over the wall, but can't really help out here as Chovy is just mincing this Sion, who wants to be tanky, but he's just not enough. Goes into zombie mode, not going to be really helping out here, as aiming, just trying to be tricksy.
He's auto-attacking! Look at Chovy's build! He's doing nothing!
No, absolutely nothing. And now, the turret going to be taken here in this mid lane. The map opening up now for Team Mid, as Viper going to have to get out of there. He has barely any health. Aiming can hold a wave, but you can see Team Mid are still pushing forward. They've got a whole bunch of minions, and that is 2 in a row. And that lead that Bot had, as far as gold was concerned, has now just evaporated. And it is nothing between these two squads. Aiming does clear out the wave.
Guma would have never done this to us if he was playing Cho'Gath. I'm just saying.
Very true.
Ooh, Aiming is drawing a lot of attention. And he might try to escape.
Or Karis might just kill him. We'll see. True Shot Barrage is going to miss.
Enough.
Does manage to get the Gromp onto him, maybe, as the minion is going to be taken down. Bot are going to try and use this, though, to take themselves a Baron, but Team Mid, they know exactly what's going on. Viper once again down extraordinarily low as BDD. With the quickness, he gets the Flash Grand Entrance. They're looking to take down the cover. Viper survives! And now Deft is looking for the autos. Knock-up is fantastic, but the wind wall position was good enough from Closer. Paze is just going to get destroyed as they find him. He's the straggler. Good timing by Deft on the Featherstorm. That is just going to put it on cooldown, and Mid, it's now their opportunity to go for this Baron.
Not sure what Pace flashed there. Was going to die nonetheless, but he knew if he dies, that is a free Baron here for Team Mid. We'll see if they have enough damage. Deft and Aiming both still alive. Maybe they can try and push them off of this.
Yeah, Windwall getting a fair bit of value. Tornado not really doing too much, as now Chovy's looking to try and get them out of here. Aiming gets into that backline, but the Baron is secured by Faker. Good smite. Deft has to flash to get out of the way of Chovy. The headbutt to move Chovy back, but Viper looks like he's mincemeat for now. Closer looking for that opportunity. He gets in there, and Team Mid are destroying them. Team fights are what this composition's built for, and they are winning them left, right, and center. Gumayushi down once again. And Team Mid with their Baron can really do some damage now.
Might be able to try and push for an end here. 30 seconds at least for Deft before he's back. No Guma. We'll see if they want to try and risk it. Team Mid all started with a teleport from Guma. And from there on out, it quickly snowballed. Pace.
Oh, it looks for it. It doesn't quite get there. Karis, True Shot Barrage flying away, but it's more in celebration. Nexus turrets will be taken down, and Team Mid, I mean, there were some rough moments in this game, but in the end, they find those team fights they're looking for, and most importantly, they will find the Nexus, and they'll move on to the final.
And Team Bot tried their best But man, Team Mid in those team fights.
Yeah.
I think the laning phase looking a little bit rough. Bot lane not really looking too comfortable. Faker keeping it together for the rest of the team. And then when we got to mid game, Chovy's tanking in the fights. The way that BDD and Faker were able to both set up and execute off of the plays for the Yasuo. Very nicely done, Team Mid.
I have
looking
to say,
really good.
BDD, Chovy, and Faker all having absolutely incredible performances in that game. Didn't mention too much about BDD's Rakan, but looked very, very good. Found those quickness angles he was looking for. Faker, especially in that early game, really in the right place at the right time. And Chovy, I mean, we know what his Kansate can do. He's been playing it for all of last year, all of the year before, ever since he was released. Felt like it was a Chovy champion, and he loves this. He can play top lane, and he just always gets to play the melee champions that he's looking for.
Yeah, I was already preemptively scared for the full AD team into Ocean Soul Cassante. That, fortunately, we didn't have to witness, but was still basically impossible to kill. And I think we also saw why Guma role swapped to AD carry. I don't want to fully put it in.
He was initiating those fights, and it just didn't quite work out.
I mean, that is the problem with Sion, right? Like, once you're in, you're not getting out. And I think that to me was actually the biggest difference between these two teams. It was when and where they decided to fight. And I think that's where, over the course of the game, we did see a really big edge. I think in laning phase, I was really impressed by Team AD Carry. But then, once we got to the mid game, some of their calls just didn't really quite work out, and a couple of key mistakes. Once Baron is up, not going to be able to get away with those.
For me, huge shout out to Viper though. That guy's plays were awesome. Even if they weren't game-winning plays or even play-winning plays, they were fun. And it was really good to see him look like he's having such a good time on the Rift as well. So Team Mid, they do manage to take it. Faker with massive amounts of damage. My goodness. And that is what a graph of a composition like this should probably look like as well. Just shy of 30 minutes, and the Gragas, the AP Gragas from the jungle, doing absolute work. And the coordination for a team of players that haven't been playing together at all, very impressive stuff. And so Mid will move on to the finals. They'll be up against either Team Top or Team Jungle. Team Jungle looked formidable against Team Support just earlier on into the day, but we're yet to see what Team Top can do. And in the mini-games, it looked like we may have already underestimated them. Just have to see whether that is going to translate to Summoner's Rift as well.
At the very least, they should be feeling like the favorites against Team Jungle, just because this is what they set up for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? They tried to put themselves in the most beneficial position, but I gotta say, game one, jungle diff. In some ways, 5 jungle diff. But then this game was also kind of jungle diff.
And we know that Faker's a fantastic jungle player. Paze, I think, in the early game was great, but missed a few key moments later on in the game. But I think still showed a pretty decent Lee Sin performance. We'll have to find out who's playing jungle for the top laners to see exactly how this one is going to go.
Yeah, that's I think going to be.
Is it Rascal because he's the Lee Sin guy of top lane?
Don't know. But I do think when it comes to laning phase, Team Top should be feeling a little bit better than Team Support did.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. It's now time to head down to the interview though and see what the players felt about that game.
Thank you very much, guys. We're back after Team Bot versus Team Mid, and the winner is Team Mid. Congratulations. We're here joined by Faker and Viper. How was that matchup? I played jungle, and yeah, it's so stressful. Like, I'm exhausted, but you know, my fellow team mid laners are doing a fantastic job, so I got the win. Viper, too bad that you guys were not able to win. What was the kind of the most regretful moment? We were going for a flank play in the middle, and then like a lot of scary people were like chasing after me, so it was really hard to position as an Alistar. Faker, there was a bit of an issue before the game started, and you did not take Smite as a jungler. What happened? I was not aware that I had to manually choose to take Smite, you know? I thought it was automatic, so that was the problem.
팀한테 강타가 없다라는 거를 들었을 때 기분 어떠셨어요?
What came to your mind when you realized that? I thought it was a free win, and then turned out this is not a serious competitive match, so we decided to accept the remake.
LCK 그라가스로
Faker, your Gragas is actually undefeated in the LCK and also at the season opening event. Why did you choose to play Gragas? Closer, he said he really wants to play Yasuo, so I was looking for a synergy, and Gragas was one of them.
저희가 장면을 하나 준비를 했습니다.
Viper.
바리스타의 미친 활약상이
Let's take a look at this
있었는데요.
Viper
보면서
Alistar
같이
wombo
봐보도록
combo
하겠습니다.
play.
개척자잖아. 그래. 갈라브리 그래.
You found the Raptors to survive, and then they didn't, give up chasing after you. And then you made a huge turnaround.
여기로 가고. 보여주나 아람이? 가비. 하면 돼. 있어요?
이렇게 알리스타로 활약을 해주셨는데
That
이때
was
대박
a
날
fantastic
예상하셨을까요?
Alistar play. Were you expecting that kind of a, two-man knockup? Not actually, but after that play, I was pretty confident that we were gonna win, and then team mid was too strong. Faker, you're also very well known for your Alistar. How would you like to rate Viper's Alistar? If I were playing support, I would have, displayed a really good Alistar play, but too bad I was not playing support today, but, I could tell that he was having a lot of fun. No, I'm not playing Alistar anymore, never.
알리스타가 막 막타를 야무지게 드시더라고요.
And you were pretty good at, stealing some kills, Does that imply supports are also allowed to take more kills from you now? Well, it was not my intention. Somehow it just happened. I just ended up, getting the last hit. 1 or 2 kills are fine.
한두 개는 괜찮다. 페이커 선수 이제 팀 미드가 결승에 안착을
Faker,
했습니다.
team mid is now.
누가 결승에
We'll be
올라갈까요?
waiting for the finalists. You guys are already at the finals. I don't even want to go up against junglers, Maybe top laners, I'm expecting top laners to win the upcoming match, but I'm playing jungle right now, so beating owner in the jungle would also be really fun. So I'm excited for both matchups.
어떻게 예상하시나요?
Viper, what do you think will the final matchup will be like?
미드랑 탑이 왠지
I think it's gonna be team mid versus team top,
미드가 했으면
and
좋겠어요.
I wish mid
미드가
can make it all the way and win it all.
오, 어떻게 두 분 한번 악수하실까요?
Any handshakes?
분위기가 훈훈한데요? 네.
Very, heartwarming moment between, two competitors. Although Viper, as part of the team bot lost the matchup, he's still supporting team mid to win it all. And that's it for the interview. And the next up will be Team Top versus Team Jungle, the rivalry that had existed the entire League of Legends history. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Thank you.
칠게요.
자, 공 있어서 리신 마크 들어온 거.
이거 내가 배치 막 할게요.
네.
그날만 할 듯.
피해주고 이거.
내가 몸
당구만 조심.
끊길게 오면. 와우. 아, 멋을 타네. 잠깐만, 90초긴 한데. 한 번? 야. 말렸어. 이거 르블랑 10초긴 한데. 르블랑 5초긴 한데, 형들. 공이 빠졌어요, 형. 황정민드. 르블랑? 아, 까비 안 됐다. 더 재밌는데? 나이스요. 좋은데요?
Hi everyone, I'm Nazala Taha.
And I'm Chris Greeley.
And we are so excited to kick off the 14th season of LOL Esports. And we want to give you a look at some of our plans for 2024. So let's start by talking about our global events, MSI and Worlds.
We want our international events to have a strong regional representation so that the best teams from each region can fight it out on the global stage. This year, we're making it so that there are 3 base slots for the LPL, LCK, LEC, and LCS at Worlds, with new ways for teams and regions to earn additional slots. The LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and the VCS will have their slots remain unchanged.
And we're keeping the same double elim format from MSI 2023, but we're going to up the stakes even more this year. For the first time ever, the winning MSI team will be awarded a guaranteed spot at Worlds, which also counts as an additional slot for their region. And the next best performing region at MSI will secure an additional world seed for their region.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see the increased competition at MSI this year.
And while we're talking about MSI, we wanted to share that this year's MSI will be held from May 1st through the 19th in Chengdu, China. This is the first time we've brought a global LOL Esports event to this vibrant city, and we're so excited to see the amazing crowds there cheer on their favorite teams. And we'll be back with more updates on MSI the closer we get to the event.
Last year in Korea, we announced that Worlds would be returning to Europe, with the finals taking place in London, England at the O2 Arena. Today, we wanted to let you know where the rest of the tournament will be held.
Well, we'll be kicking off Worlds in Berlin at our newly remodeled Esports Arena for the play-ins and Swiss stages. Then we'll head to the Adidas Arena in Paris, France for quarterfinals and semifinals. Fans brought so much energy to the Paris finals in 2019, and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just 1, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd. And we'll be back later this year as we get closer to the event to announce ticket sales dates.
Now, as we embark on the 2024 season, we are so proud to commemorate 14 remarkable years of LOL Esports. Throughout this decade and a half, we've witnessed pro players from around the world leave their mark, displaying incredible resilience, mastery of League of Legends gameplay, and inspiring millions of fans across the globe. To celebrate those who have made a lasting impact on the game, the sport, and the community, and really honor their legacies, we are proud to introduce the LOL Esports Hall of Legends.
There are a number of pro players worthy of being inducted into our unique version of a Hall of Fame. So we've gathered an independent voting panel of esports industry veterans and experts from every region around the world to vote and select our very first inductee.
Each year, those inducted into the Hall of Legends will have their historic careers celebrated both IRL and in-game. Now, we're currently collecting votes, and we'll be back later this year to share more.
And finally, all of our regional leagues are gearing up for the start of the 2024 competitive season. You can tune in on lolesports.com beginning January 13th to keep up with all of your favorite teams and pros.
We can't wait to watch the 2024 LOL Esports season with all of you. Good luck and have fun on your climbs. Thank you in advance for tuning in and supporting your favorite teams and leagues.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 season opening of the LCK. We're celebrating with a whole bunch of players from very similar roles playing together, seeing whether they can pick up some wins. And now we're up to our third game between top and jungle.
Some might even say the same rules.
Exactly. And now it's time to head down to the stage and see who's playing what.
팀 탑 대 팀
Now it's gonna be Team Top versus Team Jungle. The third match of the day the players are getting ready for the game.
선수들이 많이 놀란 모양입니다. 먼저 팀 탑의 라스칼 선수
Now
만나보도록
let's
하겠습니다.
hear from Rascal
너무 오랜만이에요.
on the side of Team Top. It's been a while.
네, 라스칼 선수가 지금 서포터 자리에 앉아 계시네요.
Now you're playing support, I guess, you know, based on where you're sitting. What made you decide to play support? Looking at the lineup, you know, already, I was thinking maybe I can go like bot with Keen or Zeus. I can just beat, you know, even Team Bot's bottom duo easily. So I was seeing this, I was able to see this coming.
제우스 선수 바텀 라인에 같이 서게 될 텐데요. 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Then you're gonna be going down the bottom lane together with Zeus. Any message over to him? We even practiced yesterday, you know, and you know it always pays off in the end. So let's just see how our practice, you know, comes out.
제대로 보여주시기 바랍니다. 자, 이어서 팀 탑의 주장이
Then let's hear from Rascal's lane partner Zeus playing AD carry, also the captain of Team Top.
제수 선수 대진 결정권자였습니다.
You were able to decide all the, you know, matchups and brackets.
예상하셨나요?
Were you expecting the outcome as well?
확률이 높다고 생각했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, this is pretty much what I was expecting.
그렇다면 팀 정글에게 선전포고 제대로
Anything want to say over to Team Jungle?
사실 크게 신경 별로 안 쓰고 있고.
I don't even care about Team Jungle, you know. I guess we're gonna be playing up against Team Mid after this, so I'm already, you know, thinking about our strategy to beat Team Mid in finals.
자, 다음은 미드에 서게 된 기인
Now,
선수
Keen
만나보겠습니다.
on the mid
기인
lane.
선수 전 팀원인 에이밍 선수가 탑이
Aiming
제일 쉽다라는
said
이야기를 했기 때문에
top is the
기량을 잡고
easiest
싶다라고
role,
이야기하셨는데요.
so I want to
우선
teach
에이밍
them a
선수의
lesson.
경기
And
어떻게
then,
보셨나요?
how did you enjoy watching Aiming playing mid? I could tell he was suffering during the laning phase, so you know, I wasn't happy for sure.
보고 싶었던 팬분들이 많거든요. 오늘
There were so many
어떤
LCK
각오로
fans
임하시겠습니까?
looking forward to watching you play mid lane.
자리에 앉아서 하는 건 처음인데.
This is my first time to
기분이 썩 나쁘진
sit
않네요.
in the middle at Low Park and feels pretty good.
네,
I like
좋습니다.
it actually.
자,
I will do my
다음은
best.
정글을 맡게 된 든든 선수
And jungler on the side of Team Jungle, Dundun.
솔로랭크에서 정글을 맹연습하시더라고요.
You have been
제가
spamming
봤는데
jungle in
정적에
solo queue, and it was not going well. You were losing a lot of solo queue games. Are you confident going into today's game? Solo queue is all about, you know, luck, getting a good team and stuff, but team game is different.
오늘 팀 정글을 상대로 선전포고 한번 가볼까요?
Anything you want to say over to the Team Jungle?
저희 전부 정글은 딱히 생각 안 하고 있고 그냥
We are not worried about Team Jungle at all. You know, we are all focusing on Team Mid in the finals. This is a free win for us, basically.
탑을 맡게 된 두두 선수
And
만나보도록
Dudu on the
하겠습니다.
top lane
사전
for
인터뷰
Team
때요,
Top.
제우스 선수가 두두 형이 14분 전에
Zeus
이미
already in the interview said Dudu will be able to take down enemy tier 1 turret on the top lane before 14 minutes. Is that going to happen? It is going to happen. I'm confident. I'm going to show you this time.
그렇다면 오늘 제대로 보여주겠다. 각오 한마디 들어보겠습니다.
Any last words before we start the match?
빨리 다음 게임 하고 싶네요.
I can't wait to play up against Team Mid at the finals.
보니까 지금 팀 탑은요. 팀 정글이
I can tell Team Top, they're not worried about this match up against Team Jungle. Now let's see how Team Jungle thinks about this.
아까 이제 세팅 인터뷰를 나눴기 때문에 이번에는 대표에서 주장과
Let's hear
인터뷰를
from
나눠보도록
the
하겠습니다.
captain of
아니,
Team
그런데
Jungle,
팀 탑에 맞설?
Owner.
팀 정글의 주장인 오너 선수 아까는 정글 자리에 있었는데 왜 지금 탑
Owner,
계신 거예요?
you are sitting on a top laner seat. What happened? Gideon said he also want to play jungle one time, so we decided to kind of lane swap.
탑이 마음에 안 들었다 이런 거 아닌가요?
그것보다는 이제
He did a fantastic job on the top lane already.
자기는 한 7렙 차이 될 수 있다고.
I was like 5 levels ahead in that game, but Gideon told me he can easily make 7 levels ahead, so I wanted to, you know, give him a shot.
자신감을 보였다고 하는데 맞나요?
Gideon, 7 level different. Is it gonna happen? That's a rumor for sure. That's a fake news. Owner was the one asking, begging for the top lane opportunity, so I was being nice. Now you're playing on the jungle. Any resolution for this match? Maybe a 2 level difference easily in this game for sure.
자, 그렇다면 2024 시즌 오프닝 룰더
Now it is time to see Team Top versus Team Jungle matchup right now. So back to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation there. Great to hear that both of these teams don't even really know who they're playing against. They're all just focusing on their match against Team Mid coming up afterwards. So this, like the bans, for example, they're just going to throw random things at the wall because they don't really care about this matchup because it's going to be easy on both sides.
My favorite part was Gideon and Owner both really throwing each other under the bus. Yeah, you get 7 levels ahead. Yeah, it's fine. No, he was just begging me. He hated playing jungle. He wants to be freed.
Yeah.
Freed from his shackles. Now for me, it's about Dundun. You know, he's the pivotal point of this match because as we saw last game, better jungle wins. And if Team Jungle seriously wins this again, like we will know.
Oh, absolutely.
We will know it actually is just the only role that really matters as much as any analyst will tell you, El. It is only jungle.
That's how it works.
Solo Q was right. All along.
I do need to point out as well that the only team that has selected red side is top lane, and I love that. I love it so much because it's only top laners that need counter.
Yeah, give you R5. R5.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Oh, it's just so good. It's so perfect.
If Dudu now doesn't pick Fiora or something similar, I will be very disappointed. I do not.
I want Riven. I really want Riven.
Oh, yes. And if we get Cassante versus Sion, I will.
No, if it's Cassante, it's Dundun playing jungle Cassante. It's got to be.
The Lucid respect. You got
love to see it. You love to see it. The Graves are going to be taken away as well. Big giggles from Dundun, but that is to be expected. He's Dundun. Of course, a big shout out to a couple of years ago, where in the Challenger final, Dundun faced off against Lucid.
And beat him.
Beat him as a 0-7 Jax, if I remember.
Yeah, 1-7 or 0-7 by split pushing. And if you're like, why didn't they just stop the split push? It was challengers. They didn't know what hit them. You know, these kids were like 16. They like haven't seen League where split pushing was a thing. Has not been around for a while. And mad genius Dundun was able to make it work. And of course, Team
Owner is
Jungle,
100% playing top lane.
No, of course you. This is what I love, is that every role is such a cliche, but it just works. Of course Team Jungle is going to be one Lee.
Oh, and Dudu is going to be one Cassante.
Oh, don't do it.
Oh no, the Varus has gotten through for the very first time.
Zeus? Or for Dudu?
For anyone. Kane, thinking about the Orianna, I was kind of selfishly hoping that he just played Ryze because his Ryze is so incredibly good. We've seen it multiple times, even at Worlds last year. But it is going to be the Orianna in his hands this time around.
Why did you have to remind me of KT at Worlds? Oh. They were so good.
They were.
They didn't matter.
They had a pretty rough draw time, but it was so
they were
beautifully
genuinely
KT.
good.
They were, yeah.
It just wasn't enough as Dundun will be locking Nocturne here.
Actually, if you're not very used to playing jungle, Nocturne is exactly the right champion. It is in fact my default jungler because you can never really get it wrong.
I just figured you'd play Garen.
I've played Nocturne with you multiple times.
I know.
But I would try to play Garen at any opportunity. That is going to be a Ziggs lock in here. Could be Sylvie, could be Lucid, could be anyone. But likely to be towards the bottom lane if history or recent history says anything.
Yeah, Sylvie also said that was one of his favorite champions to play off-roll. And Team Top, this composition, I kind of love it already. You have a lot of backline dive, you have Orianna to set up with the Rakan or with the Nocturne. Both can really make sure that you can go for these big type of shockwave plays. We'll see to what extent Keen is able to make it work. But LeBlanc and Lee, that's a strong combo as long as Lucid doesn't also go full AD LeBlanc.
I have a feeling he may not do the same thing as aiming.
I don't think he will.
I think the inclination will be less skewed towards trying to turn every champion into an AD carry. So I expect that this will be more the burst variety.
Yeah, I know AD LeBlanc also has been is kind of the revived Shiv LeBlanc, but
I believe a lot of the changes did they get reverted eventually or not? We don't have the full official patch notes, but we did see that was a consideration.
Yeah, and also in theory it makes sense, right? Because you can, but I think Split Push specifically just relies so heavily on you being able to coordinate with your team and
he took an inner top lane turret.
Yeah, he did. So this is obviously AD carry. There is no way Team Top Lane is going to blind top.
Oh, heck no.
They would never.
And that is Azario. So from what I've seen in his solo queue, this has been the champion that he's elected to try to play.
How do you know?
The success levels have been middling at best, I think would be a nice way of putting it. However, he's been playing it. That's the main thing.
He has locked it in before.
Uh-huh. And you get to press a lot of buttons. And we know that Zeus is very good at pressing
buttons.
Oh, man. I was half expecting Jarvan support, just because Peanut actually played it competitively as well. I believe Peanut has played it once competitively. I know Spirit definitely did.
Owner, I don't know about that. I don't know if you should pick a skill matchup into Dudu. That is
blind pick.
He's not afraid. I mean, to be fair, if you're playing a tank, that's also bad.
Okay.
And he's doing it. Okay, Dudu.
Or okay,
This is a dream.
Top lane LeBlanc.
Oh my god, don't remind me.
There we go. Why not? It was Dundun.
You're right.
And he had a great time when he was doing it. It's just so sad that he can't build Divine Sunderer anymore. Oh dear. Well, Rascal, what do you have for us? Or what do you have for Dudu is the question. Doesn't fully know what he's against, but there are some opportunities, and there is the Jax lock-in. And Ona, you can see nodding to himself. He's like, yep, got this, got this. We'll see whether he's indeed got this, as we expect that it is going to be a Yone matchup, because it does look like Ona has relinquished the Lee Sin into the hands of Gideon.
Yeah, it's got to be. And
unless it's Jungle Blitz,
I can't wait to see what is going to happen. No. There we go. Everything's okay. So I quite like the composition of team top, but the Wombo, I thought the Wombo was going to be better for team top, but with how it panned out, it's more of a 1-4 style composition. You have...
Yeah, the Dundun has been confirmed. It is the top lane LeBlanc.
Wait.
Yeah. So Dudu thought that he was going to have an honest matchup into another fighty guy, but instead...
But doesn't he? I don't know. I don't even know what to expect from that.
You don't know the Jax LeBlanc matchup?
Well, I imagine that it should be good for LeBlanc if you play perfectly, but what I think will happen is Owner will overstep and die to Jax, and then it'll be a bit of a disaster.
I haven't seen Owner's jungle LeBlanc that much, so I'm not sure how many games he's put in on the channel.
But this is the true top laner experience. Thinking you get a fun counter matchup and then dealing with a ranged top laner.
Yeah.
But Team Top, I think the composition is quite decent, is somewhat reliant on getting some mid-game going. We'll see if they're able to.
Exactly. Let's jump onto the Rift here for the next game. We're not even attempting fan chance this time?
No, they gave up. I think after the last ones didn't quite pan out.
Yeah.
So we are just full AD LeBlanc again.
Yep.
But this time it's actually, I like it a lot more because they do have Ziggs. So I'm okay with it now.
Yeah, it also doesn't have to be full AD. I guess you could just go like the Shiv at the beginning, get out of lane type situation, but it will be full AD.
We both know, unfortunately.
Yep. And maybe this could actually just be very much a sign of things to come in the 14.1 meta, assuming some of those changes have been reverted to the LeBlanc, letting her back towards her relatively oppressive, more AD-biased ways, to put it as lightly.
Also means Lucid is playing a melee mid laner again, and I think some of those skills, you know, maybe they're transferable.
100%.
See if he's able to do well. As Akali was very impressive. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay.
Because Dudu swapped.
He did. So
and
he's
then
in mid.
Followed.
And so they're like, all right, I guess we will just do it that way. As the orb comes in, Lucid gives Keen the thumbs up.
Okay.
And we just have a bit of a change.
But this should be better for Dudu.
But also, I just love it that even now, we've got Keen playing a mage in top lane. Once again. Yeah. Even though he's a mid laner, he is once again back to just playing a mage in top lane. This is just how it should be.
Yeah, and now Lucid is having the unfortunate situation of being in a much longer lane. So while I think on that one hand Dudu is going to be happier, because in mid lane, even though obviously you're still going to be playing melee into range, which can be quite tough, in a longer lane, setting up super oppressive lane states is so much easier. Because you're able to zone your opponent off of the wave way easier than you otherwise would, because if the jungler shows up, you need to really respect. Doesn't help Dudu right now though, and I expect that as we see Owner, you know, if you can choose to lock...
Oh, yeah. He misses the cannon.
As I was about to say,
jungler,
he's a jungler. Yeah, that's kind of to be expected. And Dudu also isn't CSing, so it's a win.
No, absolutely. 100%. We actually haven't seen the champions get switched over just yet. The observer's not going to go that far.
Yeah, they might also have more swaps ahead of us, so...
Yeah. I can't remember the exact year. Was it 2019, where part of the game of being an observer was getting the lanes correct?
Because of the lane swap meta?
Yeah, it was very difficult. Jonas Strong got very good at it in the end.
As he does at everything.
As Dudu just trying to get the CS where he can find it. Oh, that's shot going to be taken here by Ona, so that is not great news.
Yeah, that's big actually, because that also was bone plating gone, so Dudu might look for an all-in on the level up here. We do see Dundun match Gideon, but with mid lane going the way it is, I don't think he can really contest. Will mean that there might be a double crab angle here for Gideon. As a bot lane.
Could be in trouble here. Zeus trying to get on over, looking for some zaps onto this Blitzcrank as Rascal just dances on over. Yeah, we do have Gideon lurking.
And Peanut didn't even have to use a summoner. He's just fine.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just Blitzcrank, I guess.
I think the threat of Gideon running behind them and violently murdering them definitely a good deterrent. Lucid is doing his best, but this matchup in mid already kind of painful. In top, definitely worse. So then the question becomes, is it worth that Dudu is now feeling a lot better? And I'd say probably is. Dudu's Jax.
Well,
he does need to not die.
Yeah, he may be feeling worse now.
He's fine.
He's fine. He's all right. Ona going to have that passive procced once again. But now Dudu is looking for a little bit of an escape. Rascal rotating towards this mid lane. This is pretty cute. See whether Ona does go overly aggressive.
In theory, lane ganks also should be a lot better, given that setting up side lane ganks is way harder as Lucid. He's holding on to his teleport for as long as he possibly can. Oh, Keen pulls the wave as well. God. Oh, yeah, this is not fun. Post 6, though, it should be a little bit better, because Keen at the very least has to respect a lot more, as you can see that Owner really wants to get the cancel, but Dudu is ready. See if they're able to actually get a collapse onto Owner here.
I'm getting really confused, by the way, Chronicler, because I looked down and I instinctively assumed that Owner bought 3 daggers. I was like,
yeah,
that is a new LeBlanc build, but that is in fact Yone, and that makes complete sense. Void Grub's going to be taken here by Gideon. He said 2-level lead, currently has a 1-level lead. Of course, Dundun wants to be farming, probably wants to be farming at a bit of a higher speed than this. I think Gideon has been making his life a little bit difficult, as these Void Grubs are going to be taken down. So Gideon able to provide a little bit of extra help to his team. There we go. Secured. So we'll see whether he can actually get enough in order to get these Void Grubs out. As King going to get ulted here by Lucid. Finds a knock-up as well, but does have to rebind. Now Gideon and Peanut, they're looking for the opportunity. Shockwave comes in. Lucid gets another knock-up. Keen gets the bad news. Turret is going to get aggressive onto Peanut here, but it looks like they've juggled enough. Flash out from Gideon. That is going to secure the dive. Lucid will also get a plate and give the good old thumbs up. Keen with no teleport either. Oh, bad news for the top laners.
And even with the new Rift, not an opportunity for Keen to stay alive there. And this is the flip side to what we said earlier. In the 1v1, going to be feeling a lot better playing towards the top side of the map with the Orianna. But in this type of situations when you're getting dove, it is a lot harder for you to stay alive when you are in the longer lane. When the crash does come through, not a whole lot you can do. As Dundun sees Owner, he is a level down, and I think in general, I don't know if he wins this. There is Lee, but they are a member up.
Yeah.
Dundun is just going.
They know exactly where everyone is, as now Dudu dives in. Owner distorts away. Gideon is just going to put a T-towel on him. This is safeguard, and that is going to get them out. So, Crab secured by the top laners.
As Zeus trying to stay alive here. Can't take too much poke damage, but currently sitting at full health, so not going to be too worried. And one of the benefits that we didn't really talk about of the Ziggs, as we saw, is that Peanut has a lot more time to roam due to Ziggs' innate wave clear being as good as it is. Does mean that Zeus built up a little bit of a lead, but nothing too spooky as of right now. And you see Team Jungle with a slight lead thanks to the kill that they were able to pick up. And some of the laning leads is Dudu.
Okay, the ulti does come through here from Dudu, but he gets chained up. And it allows Owner to get out. Doesn't have to use Flash. Not too much to worry about there.
At the same time, though, this should even up the farm. This is Dudu going to be able to get this next wave pushed in and make his way back as Arcane. He is getting the top lane treatment, even though he's back in mid.
And it doesn't matter where he goes. It feels like Keen always has this experience. Oh, phenomenal sidestep. And there is the paranoia. In goes Dundun. Finds the shockwave as well, does Keen, as Peanut is not long for the world. Ulti comes through from Lucid, but it's not the greatest one that we've seen. And now Zeus is in there. Extendo Beam doesn't find the mark. The junglers scatter. That is an answering kill here from the top laners. And this one's feeling neck and neck, Chronicler.
And it starts off with an attempted play towards Keen. Flash forward.
But top laners stand by top laners, Chronicler. Keen will not be abused in this game. It's not happening. They all know how it feels.
Reinforcements were there. Starts off with Dundun. Now we saw that combo with the Orianna as Peanut goes for round number 2.
Let's see whether he can find it here. As Lucid's relatively low. Keen doesn't have a lot of buttons available, nor does he have a flash. And the hook, it's going to go wide, and Keen gets out! Oh, they just didn't have enough.
Doesn't even have phase rush.
He doesn't look phased at all.
No!
All right.
Unbothered is the man in the mid lane. Keen absorbing 2 ganks. Owner will be benefiting from this just a little bit. But I gotta say, this one looking really close thus far. And I can't wait to see what happens when we get to the actual fights. Would expect Team Jungle to have a little bit of an edge there if they can line up those ultimates, particularly Lucid and Sylvie's, but there's a bit of a finicky comp on their end. I think the composition of Team Top, it's so straightforward. You press R on Dundun, and then everyone dives. And if you can get an ultimate, you know, if you can get a Shockwave or a Rascal with some setup, you're going to be feeling amazing. Now, Dundun wants to try and deny picking up too many Void Grubs here, because if you pick up enough, that does mean that Team Jungle is going to be able to use the pushing power of these objectives, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, Dundun is going to deny it. So there we go. You need 5 out of 6 at least. And so we are going to split them down the middle. That means that no extra power going to be going over towards the junglers. And Dundun staying within touching distance as far as farm is concerned. 7-8, so still that 1 level lead. And Zeus here down to... Oh, Sylvie in a bit of trouble. The flash comes out, and the hook is not going to land. Zeus just pops him like a balloon. Peanut not going to be able to do anything here. And Sylvie, you can see a bit of a grin on his face, looking a bit sheepish after that one, as Zeus going fully aggressive in the bottom lane.
That's that top lane killer instinct. Just sees an opportunity, all ins, and that's one of the situations where as Zig, you're always going to be extremely careful. If he's actually able to knock Zeus directly away from him, might have been enough. Also, fortunately for him, Peanut not able to stick with his bot laner. That's a big win. And that will also mean a dragon being taken here. Dudu still taking a beating.
Gideon getting on in there. 2 versus 1 in the pit right now as Peanut's trying to get on over. That is the flash in, steals away the Drake. Now Dundun has to flash away as well. Paranoia comes down. Dundun realizes he's not long for the world, and Lucid's trying to ult his way forward. Shockwave to push them into the wall, but Team Top are scattering. That is a beautiful combo from Gideon. Manages to take down the Rakan. Peanut will just get burnt to death. Peanut gives him the good old thumbs up as he goes down, and Team Jungle with a team fight win. Meanwhile, Dudu towards his top side trying to deal with Owner, but Owner just puts him on a leash and is going to be able to deal with that one quite nicely. Lucid grabbing more plate gold 2 minutes before they fall.
It just all comes back to better jungler wins.
I know.
I'm a bit flabbergasted. Team Jungle with the turnaround there, even though the individual play of Zeus towards the bot side, very well executed, right? Able to take down Sylvie, flashes after him, Sylvie, unfortunately, doesn't quite find the knockback that he's looking for. But here, that's not even with a Q. That was just a combination of ult and smite and Peanut finding the hook there. Really, really big. And Gideon gets to play jungle. Looks wonderful. Look at Peanut here. Whip. He walks up.
The good old walk away ignite. And Jason just informed us. Gideon said, this is me. This is what I've got. And look, I think it's fantastic that they're sharing around the jungle role between the junglers. Because all of them, you know, want a chance to be the kings of the Rift. And they're demonstrating right here. 3,000 gold the lead. And Team Jungle, not to be underestimated today. Already taking down Team Support in our first match. And currently in a good position against Team Top. Although, not the same one. As a hook will connect. And he's trying to get out. The leap strike does get interrupted. The flash has to be used, and then Ona finishes him off. Beautifully played between Peanut and Ona towards the top side.
And now the game is starting to become harder and harder and nigh unplayable here. Once you start losing in this 1v1, you lose so much pressure. And Owner is going to get first turret blood here. Zeus, and maybe he gets Peanut, but I don't think he can really go for anything. And the fact that the top lane team gets kind of boomed by a lane swap is very funny to me. As we do see here, oh, that was just on the edge.
And the knockup right as the leap strike was coming in as well.
Cancels that.
He's the god of LeBlanc, that's what he said. Can't confirm or deny, but he's playing very well in this game. Zeus going to join the rest of his team. The top laners have set up to try and take down Shelly. Ona is in the area, just trying to be annoying. Peanut, the bomb flies in, but Dundun, great smite there. Try and lock that one down. Lucid doesn't find the ulti yet again as the quickness is in there. Doesn't quite charm up too much though. The Rakan's already dead. Dundun's going to go down as well. Keen is on the floor. Zeus the next one that they're looking for, and it's an ace here from the junglers. You may have got Shelly, but you ain't escaping with your lives.
Clean ace!
It's a quadra for Ona. Maybe he is the god of LeBlanc.
We didn't know. How are we supposed to know?
He's been shackled by his role this entire time. He just wanted to play LeBlanc, Chronicler.
And the key thing here is that by the time that we actually do have the Jax join the fight, it's already lost, right? Keen, Dundun already taken down completely. And then Lucid, even though he doesn't end up doing that much in the initial fight, what's key here is he draws a lot of attention, which gives Owner the room to just keep hammering down these auto attacks, and then they look how much damage they focus on cooldowns into trying to kill Lucid, and it doesn't matter. Gideon with a really nice kick to buy time.
Oh, gorgeously played. Then the knockup, they managed to find Zeus, and look at the enthusiasm from these boys. There is, so the jungle role here in the LCK is probably the most vocal, and so maybe that's just what it is. It's just a plethora of yelling at each other.
It's the vibes.
And it works, and the vibes do work. As Keen misses a cannon, and we all know what that means for Keen. Not exactly his favorite thing in the world. Still trying to stay safe, trying to clear out this wave as much as possible.
And Team Top, they were in the best spot.
Yeah.
Crushed the minigames.
Yeah. That's why but that's more of a solo experience, isn't it? So maybe that's what the problem is.
That is the core problem.
Yeah. Oh, Gideon gonna find Rascal, doesn't waste any time diving in. All right, Kick Flash manages to find Keen, and he's dead. They wanted to give the kill over, but he's dead a little bit too fast. Gideon looking for even more here as Ona trying to go up against his teammate here towards the bottom side of the map. It's not quite working out, especially with Dudu there. But with Dudu there, it means that the Ziggs is unchecked. And Ona's going to be able to get out. Teleport to come forward here from Lucid as well. But it's not exactly his favorite moment. Still, he's going to be able to keep the turret alive. And Team Top, they are on the ropes.
Meanwhile, Sylvie already got one turret. He's being ignored.
He's living his best life at this point in time as Peanut. He might be in a rough position, or maybe this is exactly where he wants to be. Zeus in trouble. Lucid has closed the gap, and down he goes.
The unbound. All he wants to get back though, gets a nice knock up as that's a decent one from Rascal as well. They managed to take down the Yone, but can they do better? Dundun's trying to get the work done and they get 2 at least for now. There's a third one as Peanut goes down. Ono now trying to do what he can, but they're splitting the DP. Oh, never mind. They managed to get one onto Keen. The dive forward. Dundun is trying to be unleashed, but Sylvie turns up and he's going to be able to take down the Nocturne. Now he has a health advantage. Yeah, leap strike to get Dundun out, and there's the triple.
Rascal.
Team Jungle are too good, man. They're just too good.
Rascal with the assist. and Team Jungle, I think this is actually why they're psychopaths. Gideon just goes into Fog of War, into a Nocturne, knows that he has the backup. And I want you to watch Sylvie while all of this is going on. You might be thinking that this is about Gideon, you know, setting up a play, or Owner almost getting taken down and then Lucid teleporting out. No, the real story is Sylvie just pushing and then getting a double.
The fact that Rascal had Battle Dance pre-channeled is pre-cut is just not it wouldn't make you feel that great. You can see on the player cam there, he was smirking just a little bit as Dundun not going to be bringing the dusk to
It
Owner
should have been Rise.
It should.
That's what I'm learning here.
Yeah. That being said, it is not over till it's over. Even though it is looking pretty over. Have to see whether the top laners can keep their Nexus alive.
I do have mixed emotions about a team made up of 5 mixed junglers being able to utilize Ziggs's kit better than many LCK teams that I've seen in the past.
I didn't want to mention it, you know, but...
No, but there's actually like both the pushing and then setting up the dive and then immediately following up with the ultimate, like, do quite well.
I mean, I just feel like Team Jungle has demonstrated really great macro calls at the same time.
Team Jungle all along?
I think it was. Better jungler wins.
Should we have known?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we didn't have to know, but that's what we're learning. And this is all about learning here today. We're experiencing the new Summoner's Rift. There are a whole bunch of new gaps and holes and brushes, things like that.
Items as well.
Yeah, items, all sorts of things. There's Void Grubs,
Full
and
80
the Baron is going to swim on up to the... I'm so glad that we managed to get this. Get the full vision.
Oh my god,
it is terrifying. It's a lot of arms, Baron. And there we go. So Baron is here, an opportunity now for Jungle, because they are very, very strong. And they also have a whole lot of damage, just in general. So
what's your favorite Baron? Mine's All-Seeing Baron. That was territorial and hunting as well.
I guess I probably like hunting.
You are a good monster hunter.
Yeah. And in other games, I have played hunter-esque characters. So maybe that's me.
Oh yeah, in one of the board games we're going to be playing, I have a hunter, but he just uses axes instead. You're going to love that.
That's cool. I'm into that.
Yeah. He also yoinks away all the money from the rest of his teammates as well.
Ooh, that sounds like a bit of a me thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're
apologies in advance.
Nah, it's fine. That's how you're supposed to play.
We do have a team building board game day tomorrow. And the reason why we're talking about it is because this game feels well and truly over. We are very quickly approaching a 10,000 gold lead. And Mountain Soul on the Rift, a couple more Drakes, and then the junglers can pick that one up. I don't know whether we're going to get to a couple more Drakes. We'll just have to see. Top, they're relying on a miracle now. We'll see whether they can find one. Quite able to deal with it. Hook is going to connect here onto Dundun, and he's just not having the greatest of times here today on the Rift. The Nocturne will be taken down. Dudu diving on top of Lucid, but Ona's there to support the flash forward. There's the ulti, and he gets tied up. The chains connect as well, and Lucid's the one that grabs the kill credit. Great support from Ona there at the same time as Zeus. Not a lot he can do about this situation. Rascal, he is grand exiting the whole situation as best he can. And this calls for a teleport to the Baron on full vision of Team Top. And I think he can do that with the Smite still dead for another 8 seconds. Rascal might just die, but is able to use that grand entrance to escape. And this Baron just going to be taken here by Team Jungle, and it could just be a repeat of what we saw in game number 1 today.
And we were thinking that team support, you know, they're just not that good. Maybe we were wrong all along. And what we really should have been saying was how incredibly good Team Jungle is.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I thought they were going to get clapped in laning phase in this one. But that wasn't even the case. And obviously they did get some matchups that I think caught Team Top really off guard. Because I was not expecting Owner to pull out the full AD LeBlanc and actually be really good on it.
Yeah. There's a lot of unexpected things that have happened in this game. Peanut as well has just been... I feel like he's gone back in time to his, you know, his childish, his whimsical playstyle that he did have in on teams past, talking like Najin and Rox, where he was that young man with the hands. He's just having a good time here on this Blitzcrank, and was in the previous game as well.
You can't play Blitz, right? It's like Blitz, Bard. You have to play these champions like you're a silly man.
Yeah.
Just a silly gamer running around the Rift.
And just make them plays. Feels like a lot of the players today have just been really enjoying support as Dundun goes in for what is an attempted hero play. They get a decent knock up there onto the Ziggs, but Sylvie, he flashes away, and now it's Team Jungle's turn to engage. The Mega Inferno Bomb is massive, and Team Top are just left scattered on the ground. Dudu makes it back to the fountain, but he has barely any health. That's a brilliant hook from Peanut. Manages to lock him down. Zeus on the fountain will be able to keep himself alive, but you cannot really keep your Nexus alive if you're relegated to that location. And there's the knock-up from Lucid as well to finish it off. Another hook from Peanut, and there goes the Nexus. Team Jungle will meet Team Mid in the final.
Unexpected excellence coming out from Team Jungle. And you gotta imagine after those two showings, as Rascal's not used to, he's usually not in the support position.
And he's also just, he's feeling it. It wasn't his greatest Rakan performance, but it was also his best Rakan performance that I've personally seen on this Lol Park stage.
Oh, the player's having a great time as well.
Peanut, of course, always wears a smile, so it's hard to know whether this is any different amounts of fun from the other games that he's been playing, but it does really look like these guys are having the greatest of times. Hats off to Sylvie as well. That's his performance, like you say,
actually quite good.
One of the better that we've seen over the last 12 months.
Yeah, he had the one bomb that wasn't perfect against the Zeri. It happens.
But then he saved what was a basically over team fight in their enemy's favor and turned it into a triple kill.
And Team Top, we will love them nonetheless.
Oh, yes.
But what we learned is that when it comes to the individual performance in the minigames, exceptional. You know, Owner has gone from trash talking to just making that face.
4 levels. 4 levels, by the way. So Gideon doubled his promise. Although, if Owner is to be believed, he's 3 away from 7. And Lucid just had a great time on Yone. Missed a couple of ultis, but honestly, the performance was great. We already sung all the praises of Sylvie, and Peanut has just, it's been classic Peanut.
Yeah. It's having a great old time.
And this is like, because Peanut recently, over the last few years, has been humble Peanut. You know, he's like, I am the older player, you know, I'm the one. I'm the mature one holding my team together. And now he's just like, no, I mean, that was never me.
I'm just a silly man playing a video game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Team Top, you can see some defeated faces. But what can you do? You're a top laner that gets countered in lane.
Yeah.
And from there, it was unfortunately quickly downhill.
There was the one beautiful moment, though, where Keen, he managed to survive in that mid lane, and then he had the teammates coming to back him up and things like that as well. And so that was nice. But that was one of the only nice moments, because Team Jungle has been really good at closing out these games.
Zeus had his 1 kill.
Yeah, true.
But then we also saw, and I think that's
this one.
Yeah, that's the one good moment for Team Top. To me, the most key moment was the ice cold, this moment from Gideon, where he just like goes over the wall and smites. He doesn't even need to Q, just times it well, and I think that's where you really see the difference. And we joke a lot because this game was over pretty quickly, right? After this sequence of events, it was
and Gideon's top play as well. I don't know whether we're going to see that, but that one was really, really clean.
This is where I think the game was kind of over. Team Top just not on the same page.
Yeah, and we saw Lucid there as well. Like, he absorbed so much from Team Top, and then got snapped back, but then found that flash Q opportunity to get on top of Zeus. Nicely played. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Lucid's going to be able to do when he does play his first game in the LCK. It's going to be starting very, very soon. 2024 about to really start kicking off.
Oh, I'm
our first taste test of the new Rift.
I think and we didn't have as many new players join. We have a couple of returning players, right? But as far as new players go, Lucid definitely my player to watch.
We've been waiting for him for a really long time. As Rascal, that was the replay you didn't want to see. This synergy. Maybe junglers are just built with new synergy. As we have a listen to Team Jungle's victory.
They're so excited.
It's so jungler, you know?
You know what this team needs? Lions. Just put it behind them.
I feel like they kind of have Lahans based on how Peanut has been playing.
They're so loud.
It is actually just a cacophony. It's beautiful. It's exactly what we expected. Just to confirm, ladies and gentlemen, as well, because Team Jungle won, they now have side selection against Team Mid as we move to the final game of the day to decide exactly which position is the greatest of all time. That is what this guarantees, is you get bragging rights. If you're a jungler at home, by the way, if Team Jungle wins, then you are playing the best role in League of Legends.
Yeah, but that gives people even more reason to flame you if you're not doing very well.
Exactly. Let's go to the interview.
We're back after Team Jungle versus Team Top matchup, and Team Jungle is the victorious winner of the semifinals, and they will advance to the finals. They will be playing up against Team Mid later on. Before we head to the finals, let's have a chat with the Team Top and Team Jungle players. Peanut, you mentioned it so many times that this is just too easy for you. How do you feel right now? I was expecting, playing up against Top and Mid will be a lot harder, but I think our strategy worked really well because it's a best of one, so it kind of, kicked in. Zeus, before the game started, you said you were not even caring about Team Jungle matchup, and we had a very tragic event for Team Top. How do you feel at the moment? After the champ select, I was like, my Zero will carry. But Team Jungle was really clever with the lane swap on the top and mid lane, and you should never get to, cocky like this. A lesson learned today. Team Top, yeah, they were really confident. They were overconfident, about this matchup. Anything you want to say to the top laners or Team Top as a whole? New season, new start, and junglers, are most of the times they're the smarter ones. So, you should not feel too small about this. You should not feel too bad because we're jungler. We're just smarter than you. Zeus, Team Top decided to go red side. Why was that? Because Team Support got eliminated. So we were actually sharing green rooms with Team Support to bring some better strategy. And then we were like, because on the red side we have wider champion pool, so it would be easier to do drafting and so on. Anything you want to say to the Team Support, because their strategy obviously didn't work. I think the bottom lane worked fine, but I was not expecting the Peanut Blitzcrank. And watching Arcane Orianna dying over and over, it was heartbreaking. Peanut, Team Jungle gets to play the most games today, which means you get to adapt to the new stage, new meta, new Rift, right? Well, during the rehearsal, I actually asked one of the league offs whether I can go home early if I get eliminated, but somehow I made it all the way to the finals, and now that I'm here, I will make sure to win the finals as well. Zeus, you were the one decided all the matchups. Do you regret it? Well, I'm a little dizzy right now.
네. 피넛 선수 이제는 결승전.
Peanut, now it's the finals. Team Jungle versus Team Mid. What do you want to say about it?
미드가 쉽지 않을 것 같긴 한데 저희
This is gonna be a hard one. But our captain, owner, he said he's gonna go back to the jungle role for the finals. So he's gonna easily carry up against Team Mid Jungler, and he's gonna bring us the trophy.
마지막으로 제우스 선수.
Zeus, before we go, anything you want to say to all the top lane players?
오늘 일어난 일은
What happened today
에서 일어날 수 있는
is something that can happen in best of ones, you know, like an upset.
너무 크게 머리 많이
It doesn't really mean that much. It's not that deep.
네,
Let's keep going.
자, 오늘 두 팀 모두 고생 많으셨고요.
Thank you so much, and thank you for such a fun and great game. And we will be right back with Team Jungle, Team Mid, the finals, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi Gao, aka Raya Lexical, the Champions team lead.
And I'm Soap May, also known as Soapbox, production lead on the Champions team.
We've been working on Skarner's update for a while now, and we've been polishing him up to be ready for his big day. Meanwhile, he's getting ready for some fun too. Last time we talked about Skarner, we showed his gameplay, but we never really talked about his lore.
Skarner was a founding member of the Yuntal, where he helped guide and shape Ixtal into the prospering region it is now. He is, however, very suspicious of the outside world and believes that Ixtal should be isolated to be safe, and he will not hesitate to run down intruders to keep it that way. We are currently finishing up Skarner's VGU, and we can't wait for you to skitter across the rift in the first half of the year.
After Skarner, we're working on 2 other champion updates. The first one is for a champion we haven't talked about before, but plays a pretty big role in a show that maybe you heard about, Arcane. We want to bring their Arcane version to the Rift with updated visuals and VO, while also giving some love to their gameplay. You can expect to see them early next year after the second season is over. As for what comes after the Arcane-inspired VGU, we're excited to announce that we'll finally be tackling Shyvana.
She has a great theme and has become an iconic part of the league roster. Thus, we're thinking about refining and progressing who she is and tuning up her gameplay instead of a complete overhaul on her narrative and themes. Think more Udyr and less Skarner. But we want to be transparent about her timeline. Shyvana's VGU will not be released until 2025, after the Arcane VGU.
Okay, now on to the new champions. We've been teasing a cute, small ADC that will be swooping into the Rift soon. Meet Smolder, the fiery fledgling. Look at our cute little son.
Oh no! It's a dragon! Run away! At least I didn't end up in a tree again. Hi, I'm Smolder. Oh, my mom says hi too. Who's the best dragon? I'm the best dragon. Hey Mom, what are the fire thingies next to my ears called? Oh, okay. Was that me? Whoa! Look what I can do. Foolish mortal! Hey, where'd everybody go? Oh yeah! Did you see that, Mom? I smoked them! Fine.
One of the goals we had for Smolder was to make a straightforward ADC. As all of the recent ADCs we've released are high-skilled champs or very non-traditional. Aphelios, Samira, Zeri, Neela, we want to fulfill the fantasy of a little dragon who can focus on honing his fire-breathing skills.
And while Smolder may be working on his skills, his mom is never too far in the distance and is always ready to make an appearance when he needs her the most.
After Smolder, we'll be heading further north to cool off from all that dragon fire. Our Vestayan solo laner is someone we've been wanting to bring to the Rift for a while, But the last time we tried that development took a bit of a detour and we ended up with Silas.
But not to worry, the Champions team is back on the case and is focusing on making a new mid-range mage. We have another champion in the works who should be a familiar face to all of you. But we're gonna hand things over to Riot Brightmoon and Meddler to talk a little bit more about our new upcoming champion.
Last year, we shared that Arcane Season 2 would be releasing globally this November. Everyone at Riot is really excited by the show, and we've been inspired to bring Arcane into game more. We're excited to show you a small preview of one of the things the League team's been working on. So the first bit of Arcane you'll be seeing in League will be Ambessa Madara. She'll bring Noxian domination to the Rift. And much like how she is in the show, she won't be for the faint of heart in game. Don't let her large stature fool you though. She brings both strength and speed, sidestepping attacks with surprising agility.
And Ambessa is only the first piece of Arcane coming to League this year. To celebrate Arcane Season 2, we'll have Arcane-inspired gameplay and a new VGU, new skins, as well as a few other surprises. I am so excited for the new season. I hope you are too.
자, 이제 대망의 결승전만 남겨두고 있습니다. 팀 정글 대
Now,
팀 탑의
we're getting ready
대결이
for the very
준비
last
중인데요.
match of
오너
the
선수
day.
한번
It's gonna
인터뷰
be
나눠보도록
Team
하겠습니다.
Jungle versus Team
팀
Mid.
정글의 주장입니다. 오너 선수
Owner, as a
탑에
captain
계시네요.
of Team Jungle, you are still playing top, I guess?
많은 이제
We had
했는데
an in-depth discussion about the lane allocation and we decided to put me on the top lane one more time.
오너 선수 이제는
Owner,
첫 번째 매치부터 시작해서 풀 세트를 치르고 있는데요.
you are playing the
마지막
third one
경기
of the day, a
자신감이 좀
very
있으신가요?
long day for you. Are you confident about the finals?
24번 게임을 두 번이나 했다 보니까
We played, you know,
지금
a
분위기도
24-minute long game twice, which means we're on a good momentum, you know, back-to-back
우승을
victories.
향한
So I
각오
think
한마디
we are on the
마지막으로
right path
들려주시죠?
to win it all.
일단 시즌 전에 이렇게
It's
많은 사람들 앞에서
amazing that we get to
경기를 하는 것
perform
자체가
in
너무나
front of
좋았는데
such a large crowd before the
얼마나
LCK
좋을까라는
season
생각을
started.
해서
And
최선을 다해서
if we can
좋은
actually
모습
win it
보여드리도록
all,
하겠습니다.
it would be
좋습니다.
even better.
이렇게 해서
So I will
팀
make sure
정글의
to stay
주장
focused
오너
until
선수와
the end of the
인터뷰를
match.
자, 이제는 팀
Now, on the side of Team Mid, the captain, Faker, will have a chat before the game starts.
정글 자리에 있는데요.
Faker, one more time in the
페이커
jungle.
선수 이제 결승전에 팀 정글이
And this
올라왔습니다.
is the grand
예상하셨나요?
finals. Were you expecting Team Jungle to make it to the finals? Not at all. I was not expecting them to make it to the finals, but I guess their potential is pretty good.
라고 평가를 주셨습니다. 자, 이제 팀 정글만 꺾으면 최고의 라인에 등극하게 되는데요.
And if you
우승을
manage to
향한 각오
take
한마디
Team Jungle
들어보겠습니다.
down, you will be the champion.
유저분들을 위해서
For all the mid laners out there, I will make sure to win. There is no way we're losing to junglers.
네, 이번에는 강타 꼭
Are you gonna
드시는
take smite this time?
꼭 들겠습니다.
I promise.
좋습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 대망의
Amazing. Now it is time for the finals. Now back to Alice and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation there. Great to know that we have a guaranteed smite to be taken here from Faker. But more seriously, very interested to see how Owner is going to do once again on the top side of the map and whether or not the better jungler wins theme that we've seen for all of today is going to remain true even up against what we considered from the very beginning of the tournament to be the titans of mid lane.
I'm feeling pretty good after what they've shown us, after both the laning prowess and the fact that they're able to actually play the map well.
Yeah.
No other team has been able to do that. Even, I think Team Mid, what they showed individually looked really good, but they did have a couple of moments where they were outpaced, where they were caught off guard by some of the ganking paths that were taken early, and now they're going to be facing a real jungler.
Indeed, but I do feel like Faker has been the best jungler out of the not jungler junglers.
Agreed.
If that makes sense.
Is it enough?
We'll just have to find out, because the junglers don't have very many laners, but that just hasn't seemed to be that much of an issue, as a lot of these players just extremely skilled in general. Plus, what we heard in the comms was an extraordinary amount of communication. And so that might be
Was it communication?
Well, I mean, if that's what a hive mind sounds like, then it is, I guess, theoretically communication. I heard cacophony, but perhaps it was indeed something that they all understood.
Sometimes the message is received even if the words are completely indistinguishable because everyone is yelling.
Yes, 100%.
That's how we play League.
Exactly. Yeah, commentators playing League, that is just a loud affair. That's how that one goes.
Commentators doing anything is a loud affair.
Well, it's very true. Jungle going to be on the blue side. They decided to be over there because, of course, they're the ones that have been winning all this way forward. See what Lucid's going to be playing this time. Looked good on the Yone. His Akali was fantastic in game 1. Has seemed to be the one that he's been the most confident in. And LeBlanc being respected here by the junglers, not wanting the mid laners to take that one away.
Makes sense to me, especially after last game. I imagine that either you have to B1 it, which kind of would maybe take away some of the possibilities that you could otherwise have. And if you don't B1 it, then team mid will take it. We also have Ziggs being banned away from Sylvie.
Ooh, a lot of respect. And actually, like, playing it very well in the last game. I think deserving of the spot on the ban list. Nautilus going to be taken away from Peanut as well in game 1. He looked very good on that champion. And Cassante, not having to deal with Chovy's Cassante, definitely going to be a boon here for the junglers. It does mean that all of these 80 carries that we've seen banned over and over again will not be Callista, the big one, as Aurelia taken away from Closer and Chovy. Both of these players absolutely loving that champion. Closer, most notably, a big fan of playing Aurelia at any point in time. Last ban will be the Blitzcrank against Peanut. Wow, that is a lot of Peanut focus. My goodness, his whole champion in support has been taken away.
I do think this is a great identification of, I would love that, a great identification of Team Mid, because the thing that both games had in common was there was a very safe AD carry for Team Jungle, and then from there, they then proceeded to have Peanut just roam, and roam and roam and roam. And it works out really well both games. As, yeah, again, Team Jungle, you got to be one. You're Team Jungle. You can't not be one Lee Sin. This is, of course, a flex pick for Chovy and Closer.
Oh my! What if they did a double brothers, like the Yone Yasuo and the Gragas? Man, that would have been fun. Instead, it's going to be Lucian for either Closer or Karis, but most likely Karis there towards the bottom side of the map. Melio Lucian, a very strong bottom lane that we saw not exactly win, but did look powerful in the laning phase in our first match of the day. See what Jungle is going to be able to do to try and counteract it. The Akali from Lucid and Akali Lee Sin, tried and true. Even when Akali was a completely different champion before a rework, and this combination was good.
Look at the vibes. You know, Lucid's like, oh my god, I get to play Akali again. They're all giggling, having a good time. As
whoa.
Oh, I was saying
I'm pretty sure Peanut knows how to play Rel.
Well, yeah, I was thinking Owner, yet again, unfortunately for him, relegated to Rel duty, but won't be him this time around. Top lane Rel, I don't expect to see. My expectation would be that it's for Peanut, but it could also be a flex for Gideon.
Very true.
Depending on what they want to do.
This is an amazing Poppy angle.
It's a really good Poppy angle, yeah. Which I assume will be Faker playing it. Could be Chovy as well, though.
Chovy has had a few times where he's been playing Poppy mid in solo queue over the years, but has never really brought it out. I'd expect that one to be in Faker's hands.
Is this where you go like Faker, Poppy, and then Chovy set, and then you're like, yeah, dive into us. Watch us care, yeah. In case
they right now need a little bit of magic damage.
Where is Sylvie going? What is the deal for him?
I'm not entirely sure. The Orianna is going to be banned away. That means that Closer isn't going to be able to go towards that one. I believe Azir was also banned in the second phase.
Yes, it was.
Mid last time
against
around.
Definitely not BDD.
Yes. Oh, BDD is now playing Melio.
Yeah.
He's going to
but I mean, that
warm
game
hugging
also
and fire kicking.
Wasn't banned against BDD.
Yeah.
It was against Closer.
No, it was against BDD.
It was against BDD.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Me
that's
too.
a good ban.
I like it mainly because we don't have to have Jhin.
But the Jhin was actually really good.
It was, and it worked out very, very well.
doesn't sway you?
No, I'm just not a huge Jin
Okay,
fan.
but I know he was bad for a couple of years. But what if he's actually good again and he does stuff?
Then I have to deal with it.
Oh, that's still not. Have you always disliked Jin as a champion?
Yeah, I just often feel underwhelmed.
Yeah, that I get that actually.
You know, it's just the vibes.
Ooh,
Ari, a bit of a favorite here of Closer. In fact, a bit of a favorite for all of the players on this team, unsurprisingly. So Ari will be locked in here. Closer, big grin on his face as well. Very happy about the lock-in. And now jungle. Where is everyone going? What are we locking in? We got a lot of engage, we got a lot of dive. See what Sylvie wants to put himself on in the bottom side of the map.
Is it going to be Callista or something of the sorts? Wait. No, okay. Yeah, this is fine.
One?
This is Yone top.
Yeah.
Which, again, into Poppy, I don't know if you should, but...
Seraphine Rel is the bottom lane
Okay,
of
no,
choice.
wait, that's so good.
That's a Lowy. Oh, no. Oh, my good. This is another one of Chovy's favorites.
Chovy, please. Come on, Chovy. No.
No, not Jax. That's way less fun. Oh, Aatrox is, I mean, that is the original Chovy top laner,
I knew the
right?
moment that Cassandra was banned that this was going to be it. But this was his chance.
Yeah, could have
This
played
was his
aloud.
opportunity. I kind of love Seraphine. This is an extremely short-range comp from Team Mid. And you know what Seraphine does? She takes every... Wait. Okay, now they're gonna... It's not gonna be support Seraphine, right? Sylvie's not playing... No, okay. It's fine. So, because Seraphine, much like Ziggs, takes any form of skill out of bot lane. As soon as you have lost chapter with every double Q, the wave is gone.
Yeah.
And then obviously it skills really well into the mid to late, where you can use the rest of your team to set up their dive, to follow up on it, to keep them alive, to counter dive the enemy team, which is relatively short range. But it also is able to just, again, you don't really want to engage with the laning phase of Lucian Milio because you're not going to win, generally.
Nope.
And now you don't have to.
We'll see whether...
Team Jungle.
Yeah, Team Jungle they've been picking well, they've been playing exceptionally well. Man, very impressive. Largely impressed by Sylvie and what he's been able to make happen on the bottom side of the map.
And that's kind of interesting, because that's generally not when you're impressed with someone on Nongshim. It's Jiwoo, it's you know, Peter, not Sylvie. But I agree with you. I'm right there with you, Atlas.
We'll have to see how it goes. We jump into the Rift here for the final game. The best role in the LCK will be decided after this. And we almost had fan chance, but then we didn't. So let's get right into it. Looking at Team Mid, once again, very stock standard style of composition. I would say, you know, they've got some scaling elements towards that bottom side. They've got a mage in the mid lane. They've got a bruiser on the top side. Chovy and Owner are having a great time here, not hitting one another. Oh! You know what? That's poor form.
Wow, Owner.
That is poor form.
Unbelievable. Now you gotta let him cue you.
Chovy's back to it though, making sure that he shows us that he's absolutely not perturbed.
I am. Wow. I'm a little bit disappointed in Owner right there.
Yeah.
I was going to say they're both true top laners in spirit,
but
now I know they're not.
Who won?
Only one of them is a Peanut.
So this is not how you win this lane.
No.
It's in fact the other way. As Faker on vision right now. Gideon and Lucid will come around and give him the bad news. Faker not going to be at risk of losing his life. Was that Gideon that got the smite as well? I'm pretty sure it was. Faker may also die. There he goes. And first blood, 1 minute 40. Gideon's on the board. My goodness. You can see Faker looking a little bit flustered here. Gideon just getting to work. And even looking for a gank in mid, deciding not to head towards... Oh, he lands the Q! Closer not having to flash, but the lane is going to be a lot harder now.
And the one saving grace for Team Mid is that Sylvie and Peanut, for some inconceivable reason, actually tried to contest early on and are now deep in a ditch.
Oh, Owner and Chovy fighting one another. Chovy taking the worst end of it for now.
But we are yet again seeing a confirmation of the junglers getting big early jungler leads. Faker has no farm.
No. And you can see Gideon not going to bite off more than he can
the lost
do.
hitting. No! Sylvie, stop!
Oh, no!
Okay, so this is if you're a you know, a Seraphine bot laner of average skill, this happens to you. And you're like,
yes.
It's fine. It's fine. Once I got Lost Chapter, I'll hit all of them. It's okay. I can just double Q the wave. It's no problem. Don't worry.
Had to head to
it'll
top
be
lane
fine.
to see a cannon minion be taken,
Yeah.
to try and alleviate the stresses of watching CS when it is quite difficult, especially when it's junglers. A jungler playing AD Seraphine, that's rough. That's got to be like...
No, that's
the biggest test.
No, because that's what I do. Because it doesn't require skill.
Well, once you get the item, yeah.
Yeah, you just need Lost Chapter. You do have Teleport, which helps a little bit, and then you're fine. You can hit everything. As Chovy has a lot more added safety now, thanks to the new Rift. Top lane dives not going to be as easy as they once were.
Yep.
Which you're going to be feeling quite good about.
Nice crash down to alleviate the stresses of Sylvie, as Karis gets a warm hug from BDD. And Peanut not losing too much of his health bar, just trying to keep Sylvie okay, as the Unbound Soul will happen here, as Ona does have to go back. No flash going to be used there by Chovy. Just holds off, knows that Ona is now not able to enter the lane. And currently, Chovy is very far ahead as far as farm is concerned. Chovy known for farming, Ona known for jungling. So you could imagine that that is going to be a factor. And Faker now looking for an opportunity bottom side of the map.
Trying to clear. Sylvie hasn't backed yet, does have TP, but no help.
And the crash down is going to come through. That is such a weird interaction that just happened there. Faker is going to help grab the kill, but he goes down as well. And now Peanut just trying to get rid of these minions as best he can. He's actually doing a decent job, as we can see. Teleport immediately back by the Seraphine, so not going to lose out on too much more.
Okay, that was actually so well done by Peanut. He actually didn't allow Faker to get the stun onto Sylvie, which then meant that they were able to stall it out, actually get the return kill, because Faker did still have flash, so if he was able to get the immediate stun and flash out, it would have been completely fine. Not going to be the case as the recurring theme of junglers not hitting anything when it comes to
what I'm learning about 2024 League of Legends is CS just isn't really the metric that we need to be looking at.
Oh, again, take a look at Peanut here, because Faker just wants to get stun and then flash out.
The immediate stun, yeah.
He actually gets the crash down, and with the flash, takes down Faker. The only downside here is that it wasn't actually Sylvie that got the kill, and as a result, he's only been able to pick up tier, which is okay, but not nearly as good. Ideally, you really want to get that early Lost Chapter. But it also means that, at the very least, you have some mana regeneration. Should be able to do a little bit of a better job in staying alive. Chovy is just enjoying himself in a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
And Owner is not having the best of time.
No, he's getting a little bit zoned. Closer is also in trouble, but he does manage to Spirit Rush effectively.
Yeah, good ult.
Gets the ward down as well. Oh, some free popcorn chicken there from Closer as well. Must have been a special. You love to see it. And so Closer continuing his dominance, 20 CS ahead in the mid lane. But now has an ultimate that's on cooldown, so less safe than he was before. Baker gets the heroic charge, collects himself some shellfish in this bottom side of the map. He's done a decent job trying to claw his way back, but that level 1 really not helping out. Still, mid within touching distance very effectively, and that is due to this huge farm gap in a lot of these lanes.
I love this, though. Lusa trying to help Owner out of his absolutely abhorrent lane state. Much harder to gank this top lane, though, with the added space.
Yeah.
Got spotted here.
The flash out, making sure that that ultimate is not going to connect. That's the just 1v2. Well, I mean, it's not real. It's just a 1v1. Solo kill from Chovy. And Ono just went in a little bit early.
Thought he was fine. Had his flash available as well, and Lucid getting immensely punished for this play as well. They don't get the kill on Chovy. A ton of damage is done. Owner forced to now go towards mid. At least they were able to pick up some of the Void grubs.
Yep.
It's a small way, and is Peanut going to try and look for a play here. Closer does still have his flash, might have to use it.
X-Flash, and he's going to be denied the crash down with the charm. Closer does have flash, like you say, does use it to get over the wall. There's a knock-up onto Faker. Heroic charge is going to stun up the One, and One, he does manage to make his way out, but not without a few bruises. And we're going to check this one out one more time, as Chovy Like we said before, Owner was in a rough lane state.
Yeah, and then actually, that was so well done. Whoa. So,
yeah, that was my response as well.
So he flashes the ultimate, right? Flashes the ultimate, that walks into the brush, then gets the sweet spot Q free, and then also gets auto W, auto reset, auto.
Yeah.
As unfortunately, a bit of damage being taken here, as Karis making great use of, as he should, the mid-game power of this Lucian. But now with Lost Chapter available, Sylvie is going to press Q. Should be careful not to take too much of this free poke. And then we'll be completely fine. What is not fine is top lane. Top lane is not in a good place. And Owner seemingly finally has met his match. And I get it, you know, you saw Zeus pick Yone into Aatrox, you're like, huh, I can do that.
Yeah.
He, as it turns out, cannot do that.
And now Lucid actually looking for closer here. Lands the Shuriken very nicely onto the Ahri. Gets the ultimate out. Does have ult 2 available. Uses it to get on top of Closer, who knew exactly what was happening. But Lucid does skirt out of the way of the Orb of Deception.
So I don't want to get ahead of myself, as again, I love how committed Jonas Strong is to showing that junglers can in fact not last hit.
Yeah.
Is Lucid the best Akali in the LCK?
Yeah, I don't know. He's definitely the best out of the junglers, in my opinion, based on what I've seen of all of the junglers.
Without a shadow of a doubt, right?
Yeah.
Sylvie's just, again, just clearing waves.
We have some really good Akali players.
No, it was a joke. I did not mean it.
But he is really good. As Rogue Charge going to knock Gideon into the wall. Faker picks up his buckler, creating some space here, but now Faker is just going to get collapsed on. That is the kill for Gideon. Lucid coming over, collects himself and assist as well. So Faker not having the greatest of times. Very much opposing how Chovy is feeling this game, who is just having a romp in this top lane. But Closer also is very far ahead in his lane. In fact, all of them at very similar CS numbers, interestingly enough. Just showing that mid laners love farm. And now BDD not loving what's happening here. That's going to be Sylvie kind of bailed out with that one. The Encore going to connect onto Karis as well, who flashes, gets the culling down onto Peanut. A fair bit of damage there as well, as now he's trying to turn it. Gideon, fair bit of damage there as there's a flag forward from Peanut, and you are not going to escape that one. Beautifully done there. The turnaround, just an overstep from Karis.
At the same time, though, he is able to deny him the dragon. I don't think it's necessarily worth, but I do think his play had some merit there. Denying his dragon denies the snowball as well, as Chovy's just gonna... If he hits that, yeah, Owner might have just died. He still has ultimate available, but Chovy needs to be respectful, because Owner still has flash and ult. So take another look at this play. And if you're even in this matchup and you get this wall stun, maybe you can get something going. But crucially, there also isn't an ultimate available on the Closer. He had to use it defensively. And then Gideon just really well done. Flashes, able to get both the reposition and doesn't get hit by the ultimate. And then here, yeah, I don't know if he did that. I got nothing to say for that one.
Sometimes you're Emilio lost in the river.
Yeah, okay, but if he doesn't walk up and he stays alive, they can outplay this.
Yeah.
Because Karis actually does, I think, a really good job of using his burst. And then, Peanut with the flash auto from his mount up, sets up the CC chain.
Oh, and this could be our first time that we're going to see the little Void Grubs, Voidlings.
Fun.
Because we have 4 out of 6, and this is going to be 5 out of 6, so here we go. Void, the Void Mites.
The Mites.
Sorry, the Void Grubs are the ones that we're taking down, and the Void Mites are the ones that we're going to be able to utilize. I'm sure after about 6 months, I will be able to get those names correct. Or maybe I'll make up.
Give yourself some credit, Atlas. it'll be playoffs.
Yeah. Oh, and it won't be the right names. It'll just be my ones.
Yeah, we need to think something.
Exactly. We've got so many more things to name. I need to go and have a chat.
All the new items. What about Huei's entire skill set?
Oh yeah, that's going to be something that we'll need to sit down and have a conference about, I think.
Yeah, give all of them nicknames.
Yeah, we're just gonna call all of them like QQ, Q.
No, because I don't want to do the thing where you call them like just other skills, right? Like you can't just call, oh, that's basically an equalizer. But I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no.
That's not the high standard.
No.
Uphold for ourselves.
Absolutely.
In the LCK. Owner's still taking jungle camp. That one he can't miss, so that's got to feel good.
He's used to that.
Shojin first, and he's almost 50 CS up.
Well,
Lucid, you walked over. Oh no. Is Chovy just going to walk it off?
Or maybe
Lucid.
Yeah, he may just wait for him to turn up and then hit him. Yeah, there he goes. I mean, Lucid's accuracy with his shuriken backflips is very impressive.
It's been on point.
That one, of course, not mattering even a little bit, as now Peanut finds a Magnet Storm onto BDD once again. He's trying to keep himself alive. The Encore not going to connect, though, and BDD's still alive. Sylvie's dead, and the teleport's coming in. Peanut is not long for the world, and Karis is now massive.
And Sylvie, unfortunately, misses the mark there on not one but two skill shots. Doesn't get his E. Doesn't hit the ultimate, and Karis and BD do a great job, turn it around. Closer arrives as well to ensure that they can continue to play even if any reinforcements would arrive. And that means that Team Mid actually pulling back in this one.
Yeah, this is the first time the jungle's snowball has been challenged as well. We've seen in other moments, once they get that bit of an edge, they haven't let go, but this is the first time.
I know you want to make plays, as that's the first.
Yeah, the beat drop and then the,
He gets it on Karis, but Emilio's right there, right? So it doesn't actually end up doing that much. And also, you don't need to, you're Seraphine lane. You don't need to try and get the cheeky all in. You know, if this was
the Void Mites!
They're there!
Thanks, Jonas Strong. Appreciate that. As Jovi's here towards his bottom side, he has 4 friends now available, and I don't think he's surviving this one. Lucid's going to collect that one.
That's a big bounty.
Yeah, and they're going to grab some plates as well. Look at these Void Mites just having the best of times. And that is right before those plates fell down. Faker getting to work on this Rift Herald as Karis trying to deal with this outer turret. So it is going to be a trade of turrets.
Look at
that is first turret blood going over to the junglers.
Look at their hops. They're so cute.
Yeah, the Void Mites are really cool. As Karis dives forward, but Lucid gets himself out of there. We find for now, dropping the beat, Sylvie practicing getting his eye in.
This is a worthy final.
Yeah.
This is great. It's pretty even as well. Not again.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. As the Umbral Dash is going to get Chovy to relative safety, but he had to invest his flash as well. So a suboptimal teleport, I think we could say. And Faker eventually will be able to take down this Rift Herald.
I'm just happy Chovy shows he is truly a top laner. You know, like...
I will teleport to my turret.
Gets dove by 4 people, dives, or immediately teleports back into the same amount of people and is forced to flash. That's peak top laner. That's peak gameplay right there.
By the way, huge shout out to the LCK lower third creation team. The fact that they actually call the Rift Herald Shelly in the lower third is my absolute favorite.
Exceptional.
We just love you guys. Peanut tries to stop the back, but that one is relatively improved. So Faker will make it back to base very happily. Crab gonna go over to Gideon though, 3-0-2 on this Lee Sin. Just loving his life right now, level 9 to level 9. So Faker is actually doing fine as far as experience is concerned. And Karis looking for Sylvie. The Encore will connect, but it's not looking like Karis cares.
And yeah. So Karis actually, even as free one, I kind of thought he had a kill angle there, but he just doesn't have the damage. Gideon might be in trouble here.
Yeah, he does get charmed. Closer, though, isn't exactly fully safe himself, as the Rift Herald is going to get started up. Faker can get himself in there if he'd like to. Biddy finds himself a fire kick, and now Faker is going to crash into the wall. I mean, that wasn't a steering issue. I think that was a parking issue from the very beginning.
Yeah, shouldn't have driven at all. Should have just gotten Uber.
Yeah, this is not where I parked my car type situation. As now Lucid is just going to kill Shelly. So suboptimal use of the Rift Herald there towards the top side of the map, but it was great to see that we can in fact drive the Rift Herald.
Yeah, this rivals some of the Bard portals I've seen where you're like, oh, I really did not.
Oh, yeah, some of those can be. But sometimes Magical Journey is difficult. As now Chovy fighting against Owner here. The Infernal Chains did connect. The Umbral Dash going to be utilized, and Chovy just takes him down. That looked like he had a ranged auto attack, but the auto had already started by the time he was going back, and that is the solo kill from Chovy as all flash is going to be denied there from Closer, who's trying to Spirit Rush away, but there are too many junglers here on this top side of the map, and he's going to be taken down. His tower goes with him.
Team Jungle's map play is just genuinely good.
They're all ganking all the time.
Take a look at this.
He misclicked, unfortunately. Sometimes that happens. What is that? What's going on? You had a good time. I crashed it.
저
Oh, owner. This is also. I'm just happy to see that it's not the player, it's the role. Owner's like, no. I can take him 1v1. I have Kraken. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not fine. He's still very far behind.
I mean, Chovy almost lost some health.
Yeah, as a closer, the Flash gets pulled in by the Magnet Storm anyway, but let's not kid ourselves. He was dead. Yeah. He was never going to get out of there.
I mean, it's just unfair when there's 4 junglers coming to gank you.
Oh, Peanut. He does not.
Gets the ward over, though.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's something.
He knows that they're going home. Aw. He was surrounded by people, and he doesn't even know that he was surrounded by people even more than he initially thought. Gideon going to be just clearing through his jungle once again. Not quite 20 minutes yet, so that not able to...
Surely this time it'll work. Right? Oh, well, if you have a buddy.
Yeah, if it... like, they've realized that they need 4 people to kill Chovy. That worked twice, and then Owner tried the 1v1. Realized they hadn't killed Chovy enough. Well, sort of worked twice. They didn't kill him the second time, but they got Flash and he left, you know?
It was good. You dealt with him.
Yeah.
It was good enough. Look at that gameplay. As uh-oh. Well, yeah, he had to.
I could understand. I could understand, absolutely.
He would have died. Oh, Lucid. Oh, no.
Well, Closer's diving in, looking for the opportunity. There's a heroic charge from Faker. Gets the knock up onto 2 as Peanut just going to be trying to save his mid laner, and he does so effectively. Teleport to come forward here as well. As Peanut's charmed, crashes down to get himself out of the way. Sylvie just trying to keep his teammates alive. And they clear out the wave, and they'll be fine. Gideon clearing out his jungle. We'll be getting back towards this one. Control ward over the wall there by Sylvie. Will be cleared by BDD as the mid laners setting up for a siege on this inner turret. Of course, this is one of Karas's favorite champions. Back when he was like MVP of Challenger, he was playing so much Lucian. It was Lucian and Lissandra, right? That he was like kind of known for.
Oh, is Lissandra when he was back on Gen G? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Exceptional. Really, really good. I think we're learning a lot of stuff here. We're learning that Sylvie...
learning that Faker really likes flashing over walls and getting stuff done. Closer connects the charm as well. That's going to be the end of Owner this time around. Karas now just trying to keep himself alive against Lucid, but it's just not going to happen. 5-point strike. He's going to, and he connects it with a kill onto BDD as well. Not entirely sure what BDD was doing there, but it didn't look like a great idea. Baron's going to launch himself under the rift, but we got a team fight as well, as Gideon's having to get out of there. Chovy, yep, the World Ender is feeling aptly named in this particular game, but mid laners still down a bit of gold here against the junglers. And we've got a new Baron this time around, the one with an extra block out the front.
I really like the fact that the Barons are now provide different terrain. As we take another look here, and it's quite funny because the initial charm the initial charm setup isn't there because there's still minions in the way. And even with Faker hitting the wall stun, you might think that that's going to be the case, but no. And then, oh yeah, if you're an AD carry, like the moment you see that Shuriken flip, even with Shuriken flip being used, not on Karas, actually does quite a good job of staying alive for a little bit, but not enough. And then BDD is like, I'm gonna help you!
Yeah.
Like a true support. And then dies unceremoniously. And
he held his flash.
Which was good. He would have definitely died. So what I was saying earlier.
Yes, please.
Before we were interrupted by the fight, is that Sylvie showing that, I swear, hitting skill shots on Seraphine harder than it might look. And secondly, I think Peanut, you know, when being a jungler doesn't work out anymore, just swap to support.
I mean, right now he's
looking
a jungler.
Great. Yeah, he's just playing a jungler.
Just playing a jungler.
Yeah, I know, but he can do that as a support.
Yeah, and actually his Blitzcrank and Nautilus looked absolutely fine. It's Chovy going to get caught out by a few people, but the rest of the team are on their way in. There's the ulti. It gets rid of Gideon, and that means no more Peanut. Maybe that was a cast to curse. I'm not entirely sure. As Closer going to Spirit Rush, finds the charm onto Gideon. I don't think that was his intended target, but it worked out quite nicely. And Sylvie's going to be taken down to his Seraphs. And mid are looking to try and push through and grab the inhibitor turret. Closer had to go back. Chovy gets over the wall.
Lucid is coming around. I don't think you want to go into that many people. Might be an angle here. 14 mid to get an early soul, though. Mountain Soul into a team that is this burst focused could be quite good.
Shout out to Team Mid as well for taking all of the dragons this game against 5 junglers.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
Still securing those. Faker now building up a bounty. And this game
Why does Faker have a bounty?
I have no idea.
I feel like he's had the roughest time so far in this game.
No, that's
But he's oh well, yes. I mean, on his team, he's had the roughest time.
Yeah.
But he's one of the ones outside of Chovy whose like CS bounties were, you know.
Oh, I get it.
That is his thing.
The game knows that he's Faker.
Ah,
so the bounty system
the auto
takes
bounty.
into account.
Okay, well, he's also going to dive on top of Gideon here, who can't safeguard until that Steadfast Presence does wear off. Closer moving on in as well, and the junglers are looking to try and scatter to the wind. And it's feeling a little bit like the tides have turned. Faker's still just rushing forward. There's the fate sealed, though, from Ona, but it's just not enough follow-up, and he goes down. Closer will be taken out as well, but Karis is there with the damage. And Lucid will be taken down. 3 kills for mid to the 1 of jungle.
And this feels eerily reminiscent of what happened in the game against Team AD Carry. These mid-game fights, they're executing extremely well on, and to me, that power spike for Chovy hitting the 2 items, they are playing around that really aggressively, and if they can get a Mountain Soul, I kind of love their odds in this game, and it starts with them engaging on Chovy, but Chovy doesn't really care. They immediately notice they don't have the damage. He's 3 levels up.
Yeah.
On Gideon. 6 levels up on Peanut. So Peanut dies unceremoniously. And the Seraphine ultimate, when you don't have that much ability haste, it actually has a really high cooldown, so they're not really able to make use of that. I think they have the turn here, but then the Milio ult from BDD, plus the burst that comes through here. Chovy literally killed Lucid in his Shroud.
Yeah. And Sylvie's ultimate that time was actually really good. Just wasn't good enough. And of course, he is not been having the greatest of times, so maybe it could have been more impactful, but it was more just the coordination wasn't quite as there as now Lucid. He's taking his opportunity against Chovy. The Akali seems to be working out for now. Peanut is going to turn up as well. Chovy now trying to hang on as best he can. The backflip is going to connect, doesn't get the Q3, and Lucid is the one that puts him down.
And is that by itself enough? Sylvie walks forward, no!
Oh dear, the encore is going to come through, but unfortunately, there was a Poppy coming on in. The heroic charge is going to stun him up and take him down. Caught in the wrong spot. Even in gold though, this is neck and neck.
This is great. Immediate counter-strike from Team Mid. As soon as they see Chovy go down, the investment from Team Jungle, very heavy. Is that alone going to be enough? We'll see. They do actually tack closer, but they're not aware of that. At least right now, Sylvie's still dead for 20 seconds. Chovy does have TP. They want to go.
Yeah, Gideon does find the resonating strike mid, keeping them at arm's length, though, as best they can. Heroic charge from Faker initiates the fight as Ona goes back, and the Light Slinger was not in the air. Peanut so incredibly low, though, and it's just Lucid that can stand forward and try and clear out this wave. Does so, but it looks like Baron might be in the eyes of Team Mid.
Oh, Sylvia's back up, though, and that is going to provide a ton of sustain. I don't think they want to take the risk, especially with Gideon picking it up. But it really does feel like whichever team gets the first Baron might be able to actually run away with this game. But for the moment, that's not the case. It's Lucid.
Oh, yeah, Closer not going to get...
Oh, my God!
Calm there. Lucid actually going in. Okay. Okay.
It was fine.
He's not going to follow the backflip. But he is really good at Akali.
He's a maniac, man. Junglers.
Yeah. Also, like... I'm just so glad that Lucid is in this tournament as well. I'm also a bit sad that we don't get to see more of Execute or Jonghoon, who it's really just cool having him back.
I'm so happy
in Korea. But seeing Lucid play this well really helps get the hype going for the LCK.
All right, Chovy
has delivered their red buffs.
Bait. We've seen this many times.
Yeah, engage on the Aatrox.
He has Spirit Visage. And to be fair, like, is Ona really a threat for him? No, not really. And outside of that, Gideon is also going for more of a hybrid build, a bit more tanky with his third item. So Chovy doesn't really die now.
Karis is doing a lot of damage. Gideon looks for the kickback though, and Karis is just eviscerated. The teleports are coming through. Faker needs to land this, and he does manage to get rid of the Akali. That is a lot of the damage missing, is now Faker trying to get Ona out of the fight as well. They're staying alive for so long, and now Lucid dives in, but Chovy's already picked up the double. The onslaught could be happening as Lucid tries to be the hero. Chovy surviving for so long, but it's a double kill for this Akali. Make that almost a triple, but Sylvie takes that one away, and it's really starting to feel like Lucid versus Chovy. And right now, Lucid's winning.
And it felt like they were able to absorbed the initial burst. Chovy with Spirit Visage, with the Milio ult, was starting to drain tank. Faker hit a crucial ult, but Lucid wasn't there for the beginning of that fight. And now, yeah, with the Seraphine sustain, it's so hard. Faker gonna try and have to go for a smite here. They're not gonna be so low that you can kill one of them, but you can try to just flip it.
He has flash available.
No kick for Gideon.
And he's giving them the good old thumbs up, seeing whether he can get in there for a potential flash smite, as Lucid says no. I don't think so. He gets into the pit, nails it! Faker takes it away, 1 versus 4! All right, Lucid gets another kill, but that may have kept the mid laners in it. And also the rest of his team had respawned. This is crazy.
Some of the games before this might have felt like this is not for fun. This is for real. As it starts with cards getting taken down, and it feels like the fight is already won for Team Jungle. But then here, crucially, due to the teleport, they get Lucid out of the fight. So much damage has gone, and look at how much damage Chovy does and takes here. And it looks like he's going to turn it. Lucid arrives just in the nick of time and is able to actually chew through the health, but level 16 on that Aatrox, but still not enough. But then...
okay, we are straight back into it. The Encore is going to connect. A lot of damage. That's Karis taken down immediately. Closer's going to die as well. And now Chovy, 1 versus 5. It feels like he's been in this situation so many times today. And that's going to be the end of him. The junglers managed to take their first dragon as well as we tick over to 29 minutes. And maybe Team Jungle is just too good.
And Team Mid, that was amazing. But you got Baron buff. You don't need to contest the first Mountain Dragon. As so interestingly enough, without the kick, it's basically impossible to keep him out of the pit. But then this, I think this is one of the first big mistakes we've seen off Team Mid. Trying to contest this, just don't take the risk, right? You don't have your jungler. Unless you hard stomp the fight, there's just no way that you actually get this dragon. And if it was Soul versus Soul, I say go for it. But this was their first dragon, right? This is the first dragon, and I lost 3 Baron buffs for no reason.
But also, it's a game like this, like, you just want to be fighting as often as possible.
Just fight.
And I'm pretty sure Chovy just said Keisanyo, which means, like, can I pay? Like, oh, it just means, like, thank you. Oh, good.
Man of many words, Chovy is.
We actually, we will have Ji-sun with us momentarily, but we can't hear her just yet. So she was trying to sign language to me what it might have meant.
But the Korean not overly helpful for us.
The Koreans are getting some explanation as to the item choices that Sylvie has been opting for.
And right now, the Baron power play actually ending up as a net negative. If I'm not mistaken, this is the item that gives additional heal and shield power the longer you stay in
it's the Dawn Core. I am going to look up what it does.
No, it does. Yeah, that's.
It doesn't do anything. No. So never mind.
No, I fell for that one already as well.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Will do stuff.
We'll have plenty of time as the season progresses. And right now, Owner is going in.
And then he's going out. Thankfully, that is a thing you can do. But wait, has this game stabilized?
It is. It is, in fact, very stable.
And so now, in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, mid will have... Okay, jungle, not... The jungle is not really paying attention to the lane state in mid.
No, they're trying to look for a flank. Or catch someone in rotation, but... I don't think Team Mid really cares, but they also can't really push because of the wave clear of the Seraphine. And Lucid's just waiting. Oh, Closer. He doesn't know.
He doesn't. He is going to Spirit Rush, and now looks for Lucid. Lucid doesn't connect. The perfect execution towards the end, and Closer now trying to get back to his team desperately. There's a heroic charge. Closer almost dying, but it does not happen. Faker says just leave. Gets him out of there. It's Sylvie that they want. Owner getting himself in there. Another heroic charge from Faker. They want to kill this Seraphine, but she is surviving for so long. Eventually, Team Mid will win out. They get their prize and an Owner as well.
And, Lucid? My man?
I thought that perhaps he was going to go for... Oh, he is. Okay, he's canceling it.
This is the school of Pool Bay.
Yeah.
He is flanking.
He is flanking.
Okay, but they're down a member. Although Close does have TP. TP it back to mid. Oh, they can look for this. There's no way they're going to see this one coming. Karis is kind of low.
Yeah, I mean, Karis is kind of a sitting duck here as well, and his positioning is going to be as if that side of the map is safety. Oh, dear.
He doesn't know.
Oh, no.
Oh, he has no idea. Oh, he's so dead.
That's catastrophic. He walks into the brush, and he's just going to get taken out. Lucid, he's doing what his mid laner struggled to do. Back in Challenger last year, he flanked and it worked.
I am somewhat perplexed as to why we didn't just have him run away with the rest of his team. They could have just taken...
Yeah, I mean, Karis could have just pressed the B button.
Yeah, taking the jungle exit as well. It's fine. So here, crucially, they're not actually able to get the jump on Closer. Really hard to take him down. Last minute, Faker jumps in, and then here, it's very disjointed. They don't really want to go in. If Sylvie hits a big ultimate there, which he does end up doing, it's good if there's follow-up, but there's none. So even with the sustained, Seraphine ends up going down. Owner ends up trading 1-for-1, recognizing that he is definitely going to be dead. And then here...
앞으로 더 밀면... 여기다. 아령하세요? 어떤데?
His face! But this is really big, because this probably means that there's no soul.
That giggle at the end was absolutely fantastic. And he just said, hello, as he walked into the...
Because this should be the Drake just gone, right? Like, Owner can take it by himself, has Oathbreaker as well. And as long as Team Jungle threatens enough, should be an opportunity for Team Mid, and there won't be. This is all due to the pick on Karis. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Mid starts it up now, but there's no vision. Trap gets spotted out, though, and doesn't look like it's going to happen. And now Team Jungle, they're looking for a front to back. They want to fight in the choke point, use that ultimate from Sylvie.
Looks like it's Mid that are looking for it. There's the Magnus Storm, but Peanut doesn't have a lot of friends right now. Lucid turns up immediately, and Owner, he comes in as well. They take down Karis, but Mid won fights without him before. Sylvie is the one now that could be in trouble, but he gets so many shields. Chovy as well, doing the same thing, and there's Owner with the double. Launches into the backline, turns it into a triple kill, and now Faker once again, the last man standing, and I have a feeling this is it. It's over, and Team Jungle, 3 in a row to prove themselves the best role in the LCK.
And I was not expecting this team to do well. Yes, better jungler wins, but that alone can't be enough to actually win. Surely not. The laning phase should be too big a problem. Even in this game alone, I lost count of how many creeps they lost, but it doesn't matter.
Killing creeps isn't what this game is about. It is killing Nexuses, and they killed 3 today. Team Jungle, absolutely exemplary performance. And from the brink, it looked like Chovy was going to be unstoppable. Just doesn't end up being that way. Gideon as well, just casually, 0 deaths on his Lee Sin. Phenomenal play from the junglers, but the mid laners also having a great time. There's PDD having a chuckle with Peanut as well. Peanut having a giggle with Chovy as well.
Like, haha.
Yeah.
I was impressed by everyone on Team Jungle.
Me too.
Amazing. Man.
I'm excited to see what Bro are going to be able to do this year as well. With Gideon making his debut for the team. Thought that the loss of Umpty was going to be really hard for the team, but if he can keep up this level of performance, could certainly be a good thing, as the mid laners will take a bow. It was a great performance from them, but unfortunately, this guy and the rest of his team just too good today.
Captain Owner doing a great job. I gotta say, Faker, I think, as you pointed out, the best jungler that wasn't a jungler, even Baron Steel. Chovy, as expected, was exceptional. No real surprises there.
I actually think that the Chovy role swap is in the future at some point.
It has to be, yeah, surely. There's no way it's not. But this man, just saying, guys, I am not a good AD carry. we're locking Ziggs, we're locking Seraphine, and good enough. Gets it done. This man, as mentioned, I think that once the hands really don't work anymore, just swap to support Peanut. It's fine. You can make it work. And
I mean, maybe if he just gets bored, you know, maybe he wants to pick up more of a shot calling role over, you know, a different role. So maybe that's when he's just going to move to support because he played very, very well. Maybe the meta gets stale and he's like, nah, I don't want to play jungle anymore. I'll just play support.
Owner had a couple of great games, also at this Yone game, of which we will not speak too much. But yeah, Lucid's going to be the other standout of the day, obviously, right? I think the Akali performance in particular is the only mid-champion that he actually plays well, but still, the willingness to be as aggressive as he was is something that is always a hallmark of challenger players, and I just hope that it doesn't go away. Because it's what makes that league so fun as we take another look at some of these fights. This was a wonderful final.
This was.
Very back and forth.
And I know we talk about, like, why are you fighting for this? That's because fighting is the aim of the game.
It's fun.
Yeah. And Karis couldn't play the game. Gideon decided that, no, you're just not allowed to be involved. And that made things really hard for Team Mid. Even with Chovy being this gigantic. Man, Lucid. Who gets the MVP? Who would be your vote?
I don't. It might be Peanut. So my heart's going to say Lucid because he's one of my favorite players, right?
But also he played exceptionally well.
He played exceptionally well. But I think you can make it, even in this game, like Gideon's lead was exceptional.
His game one top lane performance was great.
Also really good that he did not hit the smite.
True.
But like these moments from Peanut.
I think Faker's smite does more damage. That's why he couldn't find the smite in the list. Yeah, that's why he couldn't find it, because his is a different one. Once again, the cacophony. Oh man, I'm so glad Lucid's in the LCK now.
I mean, just saying, Lucid hasn't lost a single game in LoL Park in 2024 at least.
True.
3-0. Neither has Sylvie. It's a good start.
I wonder when Showmaker is going to win more games than Lucid on Akali this year.
How long it's going to take?
How long it's going to take. Look at Sylvie. He's looking a little bit sheepish.
I think that's
after the early stages
that's
of the game.
That's kind of the Sylvie default.
Yeah?
It's so loud. Toughest bracket is like they had the tough part of the bracket. They had to fight 3 matches,
and this was all designed by Zeus. And remember, at the very beginning of the day, Ona said, "Zeus is my friend. He's got my back."
He did.
Guess what, Chronically? He did. Absolutely.
Oh. I love that Lucid and Chovy actually did the same amount of damage.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Team Jungle, man, running the gauntlet.
Better jungler wins. 5 jungles is better than 0. There's so many things that we should have known from the very beginning.
Yeah, I don't like saying it, but Soloki was right all along.
Yeah.
Man,
just knew.
I don't know if it's a win or a loss for junglers everywhere.
Yeah. And now the winning team will win 1 million won, which roughly equates to about 1. Okay, and welcome G-Sun to the caster desk as well. Can we hear you yet? We can, right?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
And so G-Sun has been here with us for a little while, and you have a question.
MVP gets 1 million won.
MVP? Oh, never mind.
Right?
Yes, for the MVP. I'm just reading incorrectly off my little sheet down
do we have a sheet? Do we vote?
No, we don't vote. No.
The players
all of the
vote.
players vote.
Except for the champion. The 20 players will vote for the MVP.
Okay, if you had a vote, G-Sun, who would it be for?
I would go for Gideon.
Gideon?
I like Gideon.
I
think it's between Gideon, Peanut, and Lucid.
Yeah.
But I'm Lucid, but I'm biased.
Yeah,
I'm just really excited that we get to see him here at LoL Park. So, and he played a great mid lane game in his debut onto this stage. And so now it's time to head over to the interview. And thankfully, we have G-Sun with us to get all of that translation done.
2024 시즌 오프닝 최종 승리는 팀 정글이
This is the end of
차지하게 됐고요.
2024 season opening. We are here first joined by the runner-ups, the team mid players. It's a bummer, but thank you so much for joining us. Starting off with the top laner, Chovy. How did you like today's match?
너무 재미있었는데
I had so much fun, but it didn't really end right, you know? It's a big bummer, but overall, I had a decent experience. I liked it. Well, you did get a solo kill on Owner. It's an Aatrox. And then Owner ended up, you know, giving you a thumbs up. How would you like to rate your top lane performance today on a scale of 10? Well, my top play?
잘 모르겠는데요.
I don't know.
잘한 것 같은데.
I think I did well, but not perfect.
그렇다면 맞상대였던 오너 선수는 점수로 표현하자면
Then how would you like to rate Owner's top lane performance?
탑으로 온 자가 등을 보이지 않는 점에서 저는 11점
He never backed, so 11 out of 10 as a top laner.
굉장히 후한 점수를 주셨습니다. 자, 이제 다가올 2024 LCK 스프링 시즌.
And 2024 LCK Spring is just around the corner.
스프링 시즌 이제 많은 분들이
Yeah,
기대하시는
it's about to
만큼
start.
계속 좋은 모습 보여드리려고
I'm
노력할
pretty sure a
거고
lot of people are looking forward to the new season, so I will make sure to display the best performance possible.
이어서 팀 미드를 이끌었던 주장 페이커
Next up
선수
is
만나보겠습니다.
Faker, the
오늘
captain
정글로
of
활약을
Team
해주셨는데요.
Mid. He played as jungle today. It was a very close game up against Team Jungle in the finals. How do you feel?
일단 초반에 상대방이 너무
Well,
비열한 수를 써가지고
early on,
좀
they were cheating so bad, you know. It was not a fair game, so too bad, you know.
정글러들 상대로
But still, I got a Baron still up against Team Jungle, so
맞지 않나
I think it's actually technically a Team Mid victory. Faker, do you remember? Toby, do you remember the Faker Baron still? You said something to Faker, right? And this is Faker's POV.
빨리 죽일게요.
굉장히 환하게 웃는 모습이 잡혔는데
Big smile on the face. And Chobi, you apparently said
뭐라고 하셨죠?
God Faker, 대상혁. Right? Yeah, I was surprised. I was amazed. So I just like, it just came out of my mouth without me realizing I was saying that.
일단 너무 제가 보는 앞에서 발언 치는 거 자체가
Like, how dare them try Baron in front of me? I was like watching them. And they just dared to try Baron, so I just walked in and stole that away.
아쉽긴 하지만 다른 포지션과 다르게 미드라이너의 최대 강점은
And
이런
today, I
것이다.
think, even though finals was a little bit difficult, but what kind of strengths does mid laners have over other players?
정글은 바론 스틸을 하고
We beat top laners, we still objectives up against junglers, you know, especially Baron. And also, I think we can say like 50-50 or even better than bottom laners. And mid laners are just so better than all the other players.
오늘 또 늦은 시간까지 많은 팬분들이 응원을 해주셨는데요.
And today, right now, we have so many fans still supporting you guys and watching us until the match ends. It's almost 11 here in Korea. Anything you want to say to them?
저도 좋고요.
Thank you so much, you know. Thank you so much for coming to Lowell Park to watch this. And I'm so grateful that you guys stayed up so late to support us. And I promise next time we will make mid laners proud.
하실 것 같은데 소감 들어볼까요?
And closer, how do you feel about today's match? I really wanted to play well in front of all the other mid laners, so too bad that I was not able to pop off, but still, I had a lot of fun. Yeah, I think playing as a mid laner for Team Mid is so much more burden, right? How was it?
그래도 미드 형님들이랑 같은 팀 해볼 수 있는 기회가
Like,
있어서
but I never get a chance to play with other mid laners like this. You know, they're such a great player, so I just loved it.
이제는 또 팀 이름이 바뀌기도
And
했잖아요.
closer,
새로운
this year
시즌,
you are going to be
TX로서
performing on
보여주고 싶은
Fear
모습이
X with a
있을까요?
brand new team name.
네 이제 리브 샌드박스에서 POX로 이름
Yes,
바뀌면서
formerly Lip Sandbox will now be Fear X. So we have a brand new jersey, you know, new icon, new logo, everything. It's gonna be a new start for the org, so I hope you guys support for us.
클로저 선수였습니다. 이어서 카리스 선수
And next up
만나보도록
is
하겠습니다.
Karis.
오늘 경기 해보셨는데 소감 들어보겠습니다.
How was the event today?
제가 이제 프로 하기 전에 뭐 원딜을 할까 미드를 할까
Before I
고민했었는데
started
썰을
pro,
많이
I
했는데
actually considered
확실히
going pro as an AD carry, but I figured AD carry is really difficult.
BDD 선수와의 호흡은 어땠나요?
How was your synergy with BDD?
아무래도 이제 같은 젠지
We used to be on Genji together.
서포트 좀 괜찮게 잘했어가지고
And
다른 라인 갔을 때
you know, BDD,
기대를
even
많이
back
했는데
then, he
제가
was
좀
really
아쉽게
good on
못한 것
support, but today I was not able to perform well, so it's a bummer.
이 바뀐 협곡은 어떠셨는지
How do you like
궁금합니다.
the new and updated Rift? There are so many changes.
바텀한 입장으로서는 확실히 좀
Playing on the bottom lane,
일자부시랑 삼거리만
you
있었는데
know,
부시가
the
약간
changes with the
세게 생긴
terrain and the
느낌이라
brushes,
좀
you know,
신경
it feels
써야
like
될 것
now
같고
we have 3
확실히 좀
brushes
뭔가
around the
색깔은
lane,
좀
so
맵적으로
it's a
좀 많이
little more
느껴지는 것 같아요.
difficult, and it feels like, yeah, it's a completely new map.
멋진 모습 보여주시기를 응원해 보도록 하겠습니다. 카리스 선수였습니다. 자 마지막으로 BDD 선수
And
만나보겠습니다.
lastly, the support player,
BDD
BDD.
선수 소감 들어봐야겠죠?
How was it?
나오는 건가요?
Testing the mic? Okay.
일단 제가 좋아하는 미드 선수들이랑
I got to play with my favorite mid laners, so I had so much fun.
오늘 하루 서포트 체험해 보셨는데
You got to play as a support
서포터의 삶은
today.
어떻던가요?
How does it feel to be a support in real life?
비교적 마음이 되게 편한 것 같아요.
A lot more comfortable, I can say for sure.
서포터들이 좀
A lot more
편하지 않나
relaxed, I guess. You know, supports play in a very relaxed and comfortable kind of situation than us.
생각이 들고요. 지금 한번 보니까 페이커 선수 BDD 선수와
And Faker, there's a fan sign saying, Faker, did you actually end up giving BDD your number? BDD, tell us the truth.
안 했는데.
Nope. He did not.
요즘 근데 뭐
But
SNS 잘 돼 있으니까.
social media is already, you know, connecting us these days, so I'm alright.
의향이 있으신가요?
Faker,
제가 핸드폰이 없어가지고.
would you give BDD your number? I don't have a phone actually. Sorry.
이렇게 협곡에서 즐거운 시간 보냈으니까요. 네.
But you guys still had a lot of fun on the roof, so it's a win, right?
네, 좋습니다. 자,
A lot of nodding coming from Faker.
오늘 또 함께해준 팀원들에게
BDD,
마지막으로 한마디
before we go,
부탁드리겠습니다.
anything you want to say to all the team mid teammates?
재밌게 같이 해서 너무
I'm so happy that we got to have so much fun together. And also thank you to all the fans who supported us today. Thank you very much.
보여줬던 팀 미드와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Now let's say goodbye to all the team mid players after the final matchup of the day.
네, 이렇게 팀 미드 선수들과
They
인터뷰를
ended up being the
나눠봤습니다.
runner-ups. Now it is time to invite and welcome the champion of 2024 season opening, Team Jungle.
인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 정말 치열한
On the side of Team Jungle, we will be joined by Owner, Gideon, Lucid, Sylvie, and Peanut. All the matches that were played today was in best of 1 format, so we had a lot of, you know, fun moments and upsets. I hope a lot of fans out there were enjoying as much as the players and we did today. And I hope today's matches were a good example of the new Rift and the new gameplay heading into 2024 season.
결승전에서 최종 승리를 한
Now it is time to hear from the champions, the Team Jungle players.
선수들의 모습부터
Please welcome them onto the stage.
여유로움이 느껴지고 있습니다. 탑을 하셨던 오너 선수가 제 옆에 서 있다는 게
Owner Gideon,
참
Lucid,
어색하기도
Sylvie,
하네요.
and Peanut, the
자,
victorious
그러면요,
champion
오늘
of the
최종
day.
우승을 한 팀
Congratulations,
정글
Team
선수들
Jungle.
소개해보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
2024년 시작이 좋네요.
A great
오너
start
선수.
to 2024, right?
정글을
Owner.
이끌면서 결국 우승까지
You were
가져가게
leading
되셨습니다.
Team Jungle
우승 소감
and
들어볼게요.
managed to win the trophy in the end. How do you feel? Everything was played in best of 1 format, which means you need a big brain. And Team Jungle is a team of big brains, so it was pretty much an easy journey for us.
주셨습니다. 오너 선수 매치 사이에 기도원 선수와 탑
Owner,
정글 포지션 변경까지 했는데요.
there was a one
이런
lane swap or
전략이
role
승리를
swap between
거둔다는
you
게
and
도움이
Gideon, you know,
되셨나요?
from top and jungle. Who came up with the strategy? It doesn't really matter, you know, whoever goes top, whoever goes jungle. We were gonna win anyways, but I wanted to play a game on the top lane. Are you happy with your top lane performance? Game 3 was a little rough, but I think Game 2 was decent, so I can say I'm happy.
선수에게 따봉을 날리기도 하셨는데요. 네.
You even gave a thumbs up to Chovy, your lane opponent on the top lane. How would you like to rate top Chovy performance?
너무 잘하셔가지고.
I mean, it's just good, you know?
저도 모르게 날렸어요.
So I just like flashed an emote, even like realizing I was doing it. Even without realizing. But still, as a captain, you led your team to the glorious throne. How did you like the new Rift? we are also still adapting to it, you know. So we were not able to pull off the best or perfect performance yet, but by the start of the LCK, we will make sure to come back stronger and cleaner performance.
자, 이어서 기드온 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Next up is Gideon.
기드온 선수, 오늘 루시드 선수와 함께 정말 엄청난 시너지를 보여주셨는데요.
You and Lucid were just popping off today. Are you happy with your performance?
팀원들이 다 잘해줘서
Obviously, yes. And also my teammates were doing a great job, so I was able to play like that.
LCK 오셔가지고 우승도 시작부터 분위기가 너무
You are kicking off the new season back in the LCK with a title. How do you feel?
오너 선수한테 감사드리고
First off, thank you, Owner,
어느
for
정글러가
choosing
와도
me to
정글러들은
be
다
his
제일 잘하기
teammate.
때문에 이겼을 거라 생각해서
I mean, whoever gets to play here would have just won because
팬분들도 보러 와주셔서
everyone is so
감사하고
good and Owner is really
이렇게
good.
팀원들이 잘해줘서
But I want to
좀
say
편하게
thank you
즐기면서
to all the
게임할 수
fans and
있었던
also
것
to
같아서
all my teammates. I was
감사하게
able
생각하고
to, you know, just enjoy this match today and have so much fun.
좋아 보이네요. LCK 정글러 선수분들과 이렇게 즐겁게 플레이를 해주셨는데 친밀감이 좀 생기셨나요?
Did you get to become a lot closer with
이제
the
마주치면
junglers today?
통하게 웃으면서 인사할 정도는
Yeah, I
되지
think
않았나.
we have become friends. You know, we can say hi when we get to run into each other and maybe wear a big smile.
한번 들려주시죠.
What is your goal for the spring
저희
season,
보던
Gideon?
팀원들, 감코님들이랑도 잘 맞추고 있고 열심히 연습하고
The
있으니까
entire OK Man Brion
끝까지
are working
해주시면
really hard
좋은
for the
모습
new
보여드리겠습니다.
season, so we will make sure
네,
to do our
감사합니다.
best, and also I will
기드온
look
선수와
forward
인터뷰
to your support.
나눠봤습니다. 이어서 루시드 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 루시드 선수
And next
오늘
up is
가장
Lucid.
주목을 받았던 신예이기도 합니다. 시즌
Everyone
전에
had their eye on you, Lucid. You were popping off on the Kali, and I think you were able to kind of show what the hype is all about. I am really honored to be part of this event, you know. All the other players were just helping me out so much, so I was able to play a very, you know, comfortable game. And the last match, you were playing up against Closer. How was it? Early on, the laning phase was so hard, but Peanut and Gideon, they were able to help me out. They were just roaming to mid to help me, so it got a lot better.
이번 LCK 스프링 시즌 각오 한 말씀 들려주시죠.
Anything you want to say about the upcoming LCK season? This will be my debut season, so I hope I don't get too nervous, and I hope I can also win the LCK title.
자, 이어서 실비 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Now let's hear from Sylvie.
정글이 최종 우승까지 하게 됐습니다.
Congratulations on the win. How do you feel?
처음에는 좀 즐기자는 마음으로 왔는데
At first, I just came here to, you know, have fun, enjoy, and then like we all worked really hard for this moment, and in the end, we were able to win the championship as well. I'm so glad that we made it together. Tell us about the bot Seraphine. I actually wanted to pick Varus in the first phase, but Peanut, the only champion pool he got left was Rel, so we decided to just go for a support pick in the first phase. So we were just looking for a champion that has good synergy with Rel support. How was playing together with Peanut as a bottom duo? From the mid game, he was making so many macro shot calls, so I learned so much while playing together. Is Peanut your hyung now? Can you call him hyung?
이따가 이제 대기실 가서 한번 불러보도록
Maybe I'll try back in the green room
오늘
later.
바텀 활약이 아주 멋졌습니다. 자, 실비 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 마지막으로 피넛
Next up is
선수
Peanut.
만나보겠습니다. 피넛 선수 서포트, 탑,
Support
미드까지
Peanut.
다 꺾어내고 우승을 했습니다. 소감 들어볼게요.
You took down support, you took down top, you took down mid. How do you feel? I was not expecting to actually win it all today.
이렇게 우승까지 할 수
Yeah,
있을지 몰랐는데
I did not see this
저희가
coming.
대진 처음에 서포트
Especially
잡아가지고
when we took down team support, we were on such a big momentum. So because of that, we were able to keep rolling and win it all.
모든 라인 다 잘해가지고
Because we are just good at every role.
서포터에 미친 활약이 있었습니다.
And today,
서포터로 우승을
Peanut
했는데
support was on another level. What is the basic that all the support players has to have? I mean, laning phase is important, but you gotta be intelligent. You gotta be smart. Then you can just play support. And that's all I had in mind. And that was support was too easy because I got the intelligence.
쉽구나.
Anything you want to say to support players? It's just too easy.
보고 계시는 서포터분들이
The Afro Mulan. I like
마음이
it.
끌어오르지 않을까 싶습니다. 자, 이렇게 함께 고생해서 우승을 이뤄냈는데요. 함께한
You
팀원들에게도
five all together
마지막으로 한
worked
말씀
so hard
부탁드립니다.
to win it all. Any message to all your teammates?
LCK 개막이 얼마 남지 않았는데
LCK is just about to start, and it's amazing that we got together up at Low Park to kind of have some, pre-experience before the season starts. After today, we are all going to be enemies again, but I hope you guys can go easy on me or easy on each other when we get to play up against each other at LCK.
팀 정글 선수들이 지정한 챔피언의 스킨을
Now you guys can choose your favorite champion
분께 팬분들께
and
나눠드릴 예정인데요.
do a giveaway of skins to your fans, 100 each. Which champion would you like to choose?
마음에 든 챔피언이 어떤
Anything you have in mind already?
오너 선수부터 한번
Owner?
부탁드릴게요.
그래도 의미 있게 오늘 플레이한 챔피언들 중에
I would like to
고르려고
choose from the
생각했었고,
champions that I played.
저도 요네를 좋아하기 때문에
And I
요네를
like Yone.
선택하겠습니다.
So Yone is my pick.
챔피언은 지금 말씀하신 걸로 결정이 된다고 하고 스킨은 나중에 결정이 된다고
So
하네요.
we will
오너
get
선수는
Yone
요네를
skin,
골라주셨고요.
100 Yone skins
그리고
for
또
Yone
어떤
for
걸
him to
고르셨습니까?
give it away to all the fans.
리신 두 판에서
I played Lee Sin twice and won, so I want to choose Lee Sin.
선수는 리신을 고르셨고요.
And
루시드
Gideon will get
선수는요?
Lee Sin. What about you, Lucid?
저는 아칼리 2판 해가지고
I played
아칼리로
Akali
할것
twice.
아칼리를
I want to say Akali.
골라주셨습니다. 실비 선수는요?
What about you, Sylvie?
저는 이제 두 번째 판 직스로
Game two,
이겼으니까
Ziggs.
직스로
Yes.
고르겠습니다.
I choose
직스를
Ziggs.
골라주셨습니다. 마지막으로 피넛 선수는요?
What about you, Peanut?
다 하는 플레이했던
Everyone
챔피언들을
chose the
했으니까,
champions that they played
저는
today.
블리츠로 하겠습니다.
Then I'll go with Blitzcrank.
블리츠를 골라주셨습니다. 좋습니다. 자, 과연 어떤 스킨이 이제 선물로 돌아가게 될지 저희가
And we will
마지막까지 한번
find
기대해
out
보도록
which
하겠습니다.
skin exactly will be given out to all the fans, but this is not the end. All the other players that performed today voted for the MVP. Now it is time to find out who won
MVP를
the 2024 season opening MVP.
MVP를 받은 선수에게는 상금 100만 원이
The
주어지게
MVP
됩니다.
will win
자,
a
과연
million
누구일지
Korean won
궁금한데요.
as well.
주장 오너 선수 예측되는 사람이 있나요?
Who do you think will win, owner?
그것보다 일단 현금으로 주네요.
Is it gonna be cash though?
현금이지 않을까요? 예, 예, 현금이
I'm not sure. Probably cash, yeah.
너무나 좋을 것 같고요.
Amazing.
그래도 분위기가 너무 오늘 LCK에서 처음 하기도 하고
What do you think is a gift coupon?
굉장히 너무나 잘해줘가지고
Everyone did a fantastic job today.
아, 그러셨군요.
So
자, 과연 누구일지 더 궁금해지는데요.
I'm curious to find out.
시즌 오프닝 MVP는 바로 루시드 선수입니다.
It's gonna be listed on the mid lane for Team Jungle. Congratulations.
Lucid's first time in LoL Park, and he
루시드
wins MVP as a mid laner.
MVP가 주어지게 되고요. 상금 100만 원이 수여됩니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Lucid, on winning the MVP and also the award money, the prize money. How do you feel, Lucid?
이 MVP는 제가 혼자서
I don't
잘해서
think
받은 게 아니라서
I won this by myself, you
형들이
know.
다 잘해서 다 같이
It's
받은
all
거라고
from
생각을 해서
the great performance,
나눌 수
great
있으면
play
나누면 좋겠습니다.
from all the youngs on my team. So I hope I can split this and share it with all the teammates.
그렇죠. 저 혼자 잘해서 받은 게 아니라서
Because it's not my, not my sole achievement. It's a teamwork. I want to share it with my team.
축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 우승을 하신 팀 정글 진심으로 축하드립니다. 자, 그리고 여러분들을 위한 선물이 또 하나 준비가 되어
We have
있습니다.
another gift for the viewers now.
출시 기념 룰더리프트
With the introduction of the brand new Rift, you're having a special event happening on the Korean server.
이벤트인데요. 협곡 미션, PC방 미션, 연승 미션 이렇게 있습니다. 기간 내에 다양한 미션에 참여하셔서 푸짐한 보상들 받아서
Korean server only though.
Just come to Korea.
Yep.
Just come to Korea. Just come to Low Park.
So if you want to take part in that one, then it'll be the cost of a flight, and then it's free.
But it's worth it though.
That's good.
Absolutely.
That's good gamer math.
Yeah.
Right there.
And we
That's
can
worth
say
it.
that the Korean food is way better here than it is anywhere else on the planet.
It is.
You can say that with
also cheaper
utmost confidence.
So you make back the flight almost immediately.
Exactly.
The moment you step outside and get your first bibimbap.
That's exactly right.
Just math.
But absolutely huge congratulations to Lucid. I do just want to say once again, unbelievable performance from the entirety of Team Jungle. The team that I thought was going to be the least powerful in this tournament.
By a large margin.
And they won 3 games. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And they get a cash prize at the end. And just a reminder, everyone, we are starting the LCK for 2024 on the 17th on Wednesday, 5 p.m. And we're starting off with DRX taking on Nongshim, and then Genji versus T1, which it feels customary at this point to be on day one. Absolutely.
I'm not ready for Genji Kenya, but that is what we're... Yes.
I mean, there are so many things. Thankfully, we've got Nongshim to start us off, and they haven't changed very much at all. So that's okay. That's the beginning, and then we have all of the shakeups. Thankfully, T1 as well. Same roster completely.
There's comfort there.
There is. There definitely is. What a fun day, though.
And balancing day, you know?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Huh. Incredible stuff. So the LCK is going to be starting again in just over a week. We cannot wait to get it started, but I believe that's it from us, right, guys?
Yep.
So thank you so much, and we'll see you again on the 17th of January. Bye-bye.
Don't miss out.
근데 이거 정글이 캐리해야 돼. 이거 몰라 나 모르겠고 정글이 캐리해야 돼.
진짜 정글이 캐리해야 돼 이거 진짜.